Hello, today I am going to review every movie on the IMDb Top 250 list as of today. And actually, I'm not going to review every movie on the IMDb Top 250 because I haven't quite seen every movie. I think I've seen 181 or something like that. But nonetheless, we're going to go through all of them, starting with 250, and I'll tell you what I think about them. I should note that I don't really like the idea of ranking movies. This isn't a definitive ranking. I don't think there really can be one. And scoring movies, even with numbers, is kind of strange. It's like scoring like your friends or something, like making a list of all the people you know in order or something like that, which has two problems. One is that your list, once you made it, you couldn't really, I don't think you could defend your rankings at all. Any of your choices would be very hard to explain. They'd be strange based on almost nothing, it seems like. But the second thing, which is even more important, is that in considering your friends like that, you would be changing the nature of your relationship with them. You would be existing a different way with the people you know if you were just thinking about what order to put them in or something like that. And that is almost exactly the same for movies. I think it's important not to want to just have a list or to have scores or to have rankings or ratings or whatnot. But I do think this might be an interesting and fun thing to do. I think it could be a good way for people to maybe learn something. I think we're going to go through a lot of film history today, going through the top 250, not in order, unfortunately, but a lot of information about the history of cinema, about techniques. We'll cover some theory, maybe. I don't really know what'll happen, and hopefully I can turn you guys on to some new movies that you haven't seen yet, and hopefully I can set up these movies in the best possible way for you to enjoy them. So I'm not going to spoil any movies, I don't think. We'll see, probably not. But I want to sort of pitch them in a way that I think will set you up to enjoy them and appreciate them and understand them for what they are, which is extremely important for some movies and not important at all for other movies. So I guess the only other thing to say before we just go is that I live in a city, and I live right next to a train station, so you're going to get some authentic city and train noises throughout, but I think we can both live with that. So I used to be pretty in touch with the top 250 when I was in high school. I would sort of keep up to date with the changes and where everything shifted around and whatnot, but I don't do that anymore, so I haven't looked at this thing for a while, and I'm not really sure. Oh gosh, there are a lot. I'm just scrolling to the bottom, and this is a long list. Okay, well, number 250. This is great. Number 250 happens to be one of my all-time favorite movies. Interesting. Okay. Which is called Underground from 1995, directed by Amir Kusturica. This is a movie from Serbia, from the Balkans, and I don't even know where to start. So in high school, I watched a lot of movies from the Balkans, and the Balkans, like former Yugoslav countries, more or less, if you didn't know. But Serbia's in there, Croatia's in there, other places. There are a lot of great movies from this area, I think in part because there are a lot of great stories. And that might be sort of sweeping sort of some of the conflict and trauma under the rug. I don't mean to. This is a region that has undergone incredible transformation and incredible trauma, even in a very recent time. At the time when these movies were being made and whatnot, there was still ongoing conflict in extremely intense ways that affected a lot of people. And those kinds of things, I do think, are borne out in the cinema of the Balkans. So, like I said, there are a ton of great movies from the Balkans. I think one of my favorite things about them is that even though most of these movies tend to be pretty intense, most of them tend to be war stories about hardship, about trauma and whatnot, a lot of Balkan movies don't shy away from using really interesting symbolic techniques and having strange imagery, having elements of fantastical nature, basically being magical realism. And I think that's really cool that you get intense stories, but you, at the same time, have surprisingly playful and comedic and humorous and just strange and creative and unexpected stories. And out of all of these movies, there's kind of, this is debatable, there's a lot of great directors, but Amir Kusturica is kind of the king of Balkan cinema. And this guy is totally wild, so he Also plays in a band called the Amir Kusturica Non-Smoking Orchestra. He's got a large personality. He's had some interesting political things down the years, so you'll bump into people who hate this guy. But he definitely has an eye for a creative movie. He's directed a ton of really great movies, won the Golden Palm at Cannes a few times, including for this movie in 1995. So Underground is, it's hard to even say what this movie is. Doesn't really matter what it's about too much. Here's what you should know if you want to go watch this movie. It's totally wild, unpredictable, and exciting. It does have a little bit of a lull. So a lot of Kusturica's movies have a little bit of a lull in the midsection. Like towards this one, like Underground kind of has a 3-act structure, and it isn't till the 3rd act that it really picks up. And the first time I watched it with my parents, and they both left right before that happened, because the movie gets a little bit slow. But the end, becomes really, this movie's all over the place. It's great, though. I would recommend you watch at least one movie from the Balkans at some point, just to get a sense of the flavor of what these kinds of things are. They're not all the same, but they're kind of similar. Underground is a great place to start. It is probably the most famous movie from the Balkans, and for a good reason. There are other good ones, but this is really the top of the top. I should say, final thing, shout out to Goran Bregovic, who does the score for this movie. The music is awesome. There's a lot of iconic songs here, Mesachina, Talijanska, no, that's from a different movie, and Kalashnikov, I think is the other famous one from this, that are, they're great. All around, what a great movie. Okay, 249. Castle in the Sky. I have no idea what this movie is, to be honest. Like, I've never even heard of this. So we'll skip this. 248. The Legend of 1900. Okay, so this movie is from 1998. It's directed by Giuseppe Tornatore. And he, for you scholars out there, he also directed Cinema Paradiso, which we're probably going to run into much higher up the list. So Cinema Paradiso, amazing movie. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But nostalgia, that's the thing to keep in mind. These are super, super nostalgic Italian movies, which is kind of an interesting reflection into the earlier Italian cinema, because in some ways they're nostalgic for, Italy, and in some ways they're nostalgic for Italian cinema, like the works of Fellini and whatnot, which is kind of an interesting trade-off, because this is a much newer wave of Italian cinema. So Tornatore worked. Cinema Paradiso came out like late 80s, 1989, I think, or something like that. And Legend of 1900 was in 1998. So this is a much, much newer than sort of the classic, either the neorealist in the very beginning or Fellini's work in sort of the 50s, 60s, 70s, and whatnot. This is much newer, but is very much paying tribute to that kind of stuff. Obviously, in the case of Cinema Paradiso, a little bit less obvious for Legend of 1900, but still there. So this is a movie about a guy who plays the piano on a cruise ship. I think, is Jeremy Irons maybe plays the pianist? I don't know. Michael Clarke Duncan is in this movie. He's known for being in The Green Mile, which is a movie we're going to bump into, I think, a little bit further up the list as well. He says, I think the big quote from the trailer is like, I watch the world go by 1,000 people at a time, or something like that. So it's sort of this poetic, nostalgic, big theatrical story about this pianist and romance and whatnot. This movie, honestly, I think is a subset of Cinema Paradiso, so watch that first. If you like it, come watch this. The one or two other notable things about this movie, so just like Cinema Paradiso, it has an incredible score by Ennio Morricone. Not quite as good as Cinema Paradiso, which is like one of the best scores ever, but this one is pretty darn good too. This movie is about a pianist, obviously, so they put a lot of emphasis onto the playing. He's supposed to be sort of this virtuoso, and if you actually play the piano, that might make you sort of roll your eyes a little bit. There's a famous scene where he does a piano duel thing between him and Jelly Roll Morton, I think. And yeah, a little cheesy, to be honest. But this is kind of a nice movie. Kind of a nice nostalgic movie. If you like Cinema Paradiso, you might like this. Okay, 247. Man, this is going to take a long time. The Battle of Algiers, 1966. Gio Pontecorvo directed this one, I think. This movie gets talked about a lot in academia, not just in film studies, but all over the place for a bunch of different reasons, good reasons. This is a cool movie. So this movie is almost shot like it almost looks like a newsreel or something. It's extremely gritty and realistic. Again, sort of a callback to what would be sort of the neorealism from Italy earlier. Kind of that style, very gritty, mostly non-professional people. And it's focusing on the French occupation of Algiers and eventually the liberation of Algiers. I don't really remember how this movie ends, but it is an extremely gritty movie about the realities of revolution on the ground. There's a great line from it or something that I remember that's like, oh yeah, it's one thing to participate in a revolution. It's another, never mind, I can't remember how this goes. Okay. It's another thing to actually build a new country like that. So it talks not just about the conflict between the police and the military and the people who are the revolutionaries, but also the uncertainty of what is to be done going forward. So an interesting sort of two double issue there. This reminds me a little bit of the work of Costa Gavras, who hopefully we'll bump into further up. I think Z is probably on this list, so we'll talk about that. But this is sort of the classic gritty political realist film. And it gets brought up all the time. It's pretty good, pretty thrilling to watch. There are scenes of revolutionaries planting bombs in like public areas and whatnot that are really suspenseful. The other thing that's interesting about this movie is that it's a very, I would say, like unbiased. You know what I mean? It is not propaganda by any means. It shows you a very gritty and realistic take on the revolutionaries who in some ways are crossing certain moral lines, whereas the police also are. So it's tricky situation, not to be too trite, but check it out. Cool movie. Okay. 246, Infernal Affairs, 2002. Okay. This is an interesting movie. So a lot of you have probably heard of the movie The Departed. I think we're going to bump into that much higher up the list. Not everyone knows that The Departed is actually a remake. What? Yeah, it's a remake of a movie called Infernal Affairs. Okay. Infernal Affairs is a Hong Kong movie. I can't remember who directed it or who's in it or anything like that. But I watched it. I watched it after seeing The Departed, and I'll talk about my mixed feelings about The Departed a bit later. Infernal Affairs is great, I think. All of the best parts of The Departed are basically taken exactly from this movie. The intense scene where, I forget, is it Matt Damon or Leonardo DiCaprio? One of them gets his arm that's in a cast. There's like a bug in his cast in his arm. It's smashed on the pool table. Minor spoiler. Not too big of a deal. That scene is taken directly out of this movie, as is basically everything else that's good about The Departed. So this is a worthwhile movie to check out. And if you haven't seen The Departed yet, I would say watch Infernal Affairs first, because you will then have done something that not many people have done, which is to actually see the original one first. Not many Americans, at least. Couple of interesting notes about this movie. It's got a great score. I really like. There's also a cool scene where a guy's checking out a stereo in the movie, and he's like, he's trying it out, and there's a song. The song that's playing is "Forgotten Time" by Zai Chin, who, fun fact, was at one point married to Edward Young. Okay, that might become meaningful later. We'll talk a lot about Edward Young. Hopefully he's on this list. If not, oh man, hopefully we'll bump into Edward Young later, and we can mention Zai Chin, who makes a brief appearance in the audio for Infernal Affairs. Okay, pretty cool. 245, Guardians of the Galaxy. I have not seen this movie. I have no interest in seeing this movie. 244, Aladdin, 1992. I don't think I've seen that. Okay, 243, Suarez. Great. So our first Bollywood movie. This is a movie. It's got Shah Rukh Khan in it. It's about him. He's an engineer at NASA, like he lives in Florida, I think, or somewhere. And he goes back to visit his family in India. Why does he go back? I can't remember. To help them build a dam or something like that. And he runs into a girl and falls in love. And does he stay in India? I don't know. Don't want to spoil it. So this obviously is kind of a direct story about the Indian brain drain, which was kind of a big deal when this movie was made in 2004, still is to some extent. It's kind of interesting to see the cinema actually have a nationalistic take on that problem. So, okay, just by saying that, you can probably guess how the movie's going to end. Overall, pretty solid movie. To me, not my favorite Bollywood movie. I remember thinking that the songs in this movie, although they're pretty nice, they take a lot out of the movie. So I kind of prefer Bollywood movies where the songs continue the plot forwards and whatnot, not where it's like you hit the pause button and then there's going to be a big dance routine and then you hit play again and you're watching the movie. These ones are kind of like that, where it's like you could just edit them out and the movie would be the same. Like you would not miss anything. And that, to me, don't love it. But this is a pretty solid movie. If you're just getting started on Bollywood, though, there are other ones we'll see that are way better. So, okay, 2 242, Paris, Texas. So this is Wim Wenders. Great. I think we'll probably run into one more Wim Wenders movie. I would guess that Wings of Desire is probably further up. Maybe not. I'd hope so. Wim Wenders does not get the credit from mainstream lists like this one that he deserves. What a legendary director. So he's really famous for making road movies. And this is not a road movie, but he made a lot of them. Paris, Texas, well, okay, actually kind of, never mind. I guess it is a road movie. It's got a cool score by Ry Cooder. Who's in it? Harry Dean Stanton, I think, is the main guy. This movie, I think, is almost more about affect than anything else, more about a certain mood than anything else. But to be honest, I saw it a really long time ago before I really had the sensitivity to see all the nuances in his films. All I'll say is that Wim Wenders, if you don't know who he is, check him out. There are some really, really great movies. My favorite Wim Wenders movie is called, what the heck is it called? It's called Until the End of the World. And that almost certainly is not going to be on this list because it's really long and it was cruelly edited down in the original and panned by critics, but it turns out to be a great movie. But everyone should see, I think, at least one of Wim Wenders' movies. Probably start with Wings of Desire, kind of a tricky movie to wrap your head around, but an absolute classic. But Paris, Texas, a little more accessible, I think, at least, even if you miss all the nuance of the story, at least it has a good vibe to it. So that's that. 241. Okay, In the Mood for Love. This is interesting. So I studied film studies a bit in college, and In the Mood for Love is a movie that if you were to go around to, I think, every film studies professor you could find in America and try and ask them all their favorite movie, that question wouldn't be received very well, first of all, because these academics, they hate questions like that, as they should. They don't really make that much sense. But In the Mood for Love is one movie that almost everyone would agree on as being a great, just an incredible movie. Almost every academic film scholar loves this movie. And I think that it is one of the best, top 5 maybe, movies that has ever been made. It's kind of sad that it's wallowing down here in 241st place, but kind of makes sense at the same time. So what is this movie about? Well, it's about romance. So romance is a big thing in movies, obviously, and most of the time, romance is portrayed really poorly in movies. I mean, we have these stereotypes about what a romantic comedy is like, what the big melodramatic strings will sound like when characters are falling in love or something like that. And I think we all know that that's not realistic and it's not. Is it productive? Probably not. It's a strange thing, the Hollywood conception of romance. But it dominates our culture and it influences our culture far beyond just when you're sitting in the movie watching it. It's a hard thing to capture romance well, given the impact, given how widespread a certain image of love is in the movies. It's kind of hard for anyone to escape that. Even like the most brazen independent filmmaker is kind of going to be in the shadow of that. In the Mood for Love is probably the best romantic film that exists. That is, I don't know, it's kind of a sad movie, so that's sort of an odd thing to say maybe. The other thing about this movie is that it's probably the most subtle, well, one of the most subtle movies that you will find. And that, I think, puts a lot of people off. This movie, for some people, will be boring. Directed by Wong Kar-wai, so at the very least, I can tell you it's beautiful to look at, but the virtues of this movie extend so far beyond that. I don't want to use a word like realism, because it's not really a realist film, but let me just touch on a couple elements of romance that are missing from mainstream Hollywood movies. One of them, I guess, is doubt, is one of the biggest that surely, I mean, we see these love stories are sort of formatted in a way where there are these two characters who are, from the beginning, it's just like they exist just to meet each other. That's like their purpose in life, is to have a meeting and to get together. Obviously, that's not real, and that's not how it works in real life. People come from all kinds of different backgrounds, and they're already on a path somewhere when maybe that path happens to cross with someone else, and some sort of circumstances bring them together. And in attraction and intimacy, there's a certain amount of excitement and whatnot, but there also is a lot of doubt in terms of getting off the path you're on, in terms of altering things and whatnot. This movie is a love story focusing on two people who are already married, and right there you can already see it's a little bit more complicated than the standard thing. Now, obviously, there are other romances about people that are married, but believe me when I say it that this one takes it many, many steps further. So the last thing I'll say about this, well, let me just say two more things. One is that Wong Kar-wai, if you don't know who that is, just check out his movies. In the Mood for Love is a great place to start. I'm not sure if we'll actually encounter any more on this list, unfortunately. 2046 is another great movie. Chungking Express is another great movie. Try and find something that he's watched and watch it. Be a little bit patient with the movies. The other thing about this movie is that it's one of few movies in my life so far that I've seen a lot of times. And in general, I think when you read a review and somebody says, oh, this is a movie that just keeps getting better every time you watch it, or, oh, I didn't understand this movie till the 17th time I saw it, or, oh, watching this just once that'll never do. I kind of don't like it when people say things like that because it's a little bit of an elitist power play. I think for someone to be like, oh yeah, well, you just watched this once, you plebeian, you have to see this 10 times to understand. Most of the time, for most movies, I would say don't bother. Check out a movie once, I guess. If you like it, great. Maybe you'll watch it again. There are some movies that will change a lot for you over the course of your life. Others, maybe not. Who knows? This one, this movie is different though, okay? Even though I'll say that, this is one that I think is completely legitimate for somebody to say, listen, buddy, watch this a few times. There are things in it I didn't even realize had happened. Like, I didn't even realize there were certain parts of the plot had unfolded the way they do until I took Chinese cinema in college, and the professor had seen this movie about 200 times, pointed out some details. So, In the Mood for Love, check it out if you can. 240, The Terminator. Haven't seen this. I don't think. I've seen The Terminator 2. Don't think I've seen The Terminator. Okay. 239, Akira. I have seen this. Okay, if you've ever been on YouTube, you've seen a video essay about Akira. I won't talk too much about this. It's a cool anime. It happens to be the anime that was like one of the first that really was popular in the United States and is incredibly important because of that. It's also a good movie. It has all of the hallmarks of the genre. It's got great visuals. It's got a really interesting, hard to predict, over-the-top plot. You think that they've sort of hit the last... Surely this is the last thing that can give way in the story, and then another thing will give way, and another set of events will happen. So unpredictable and a lot of fun. Okay, 238, Munabai, MBBS. So another Bollywood movie. This is... Ooh, no, it's not a sequel. This is the first of two movies about this character, Munabai, who's a gangster in India, who... in this movie, also pretends to be a doctor, or does he actually become a doctor? I forget. The opening scene to this movie is great. So there's this gangster who's just chilling out. He's played by Sanjay Dutt, who it's interesting. So Rajkumar Hirani, who directed this movie, actually just came out with a biopic about Sanjay Dutt, which I didn't watch. I'd be curious about it. I don't think it's that good. But this guy's had sort of an interesting life. He's an actor who played all these tough guy gangsters. It turned out he also was caught up in actual gangsterism and had been holding weapons for a gang that was connected with the train bombings, I think. So not really a very good guy. Went to prison for a while. But in this movie, he plays a gangster who, at the very beginning of the movie, learns that his parents are coming to visit. Oh no! And there's this great scene where him and his friends quickly are like, oh no, the family's coming to town, and they remake their whole gangster hideout into a hospital because apparently he's been telling his parents that he was a doctor. So they quickly, at the last second, they're pulling all this stuff together when his parents come. It's this is a comedy, obviously. So it's Rajkumar Hirani also directed. He did these two movies, then he did Three Idiots, which will be up here, and he did PK, which might be up here further. I don't actually know. So a lot of fun movies. This movie's a lot of fun. It's pretty similar to Three Idiots and PK. So if you like Three Idiots, check out these. Obviously, Three Idiots is kind of the go-to introductory Bollywood movie for a lot of people. So this could be a new way to keep expanding. It's a lot of fun. Okay, 237, Before Sunset. Great. So this has got, right, this is the third. Oh, wait, the third? No. Oh, man. Okay. Keeping the three before movies. So there's a trio of movies, a trilogy by Richard Linklater, Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, and Before Midnight. Before Sunset, I think, is the second one. They all have Julie Delpy and Ethan Hawke in them, and they are romances. These are movies that I would say are not for kids. Okay. What do I mean by that? Okay. There's this great Calvin and Hobbes cartoon that I remember seeing as a kid where they're reading the newspaper, and Calvin is like, this movie says, they're reading like the announcements for some theater, and he says, it says that this movie has scenes of adult nature. What does that mean? Like paying bills, paying taxes, going to the grocery store? And, or I think Hobbes suggested that those activities, and Calvin's like, ew, who would want to see those? This movie, a bit like In the Mood for Love, actually, is kind of like that. It is a romance, but it's a very mature romance. It's a well balanced trilogy, really, because they're incredibly mature films. They're incredibly realistic films. They're not bogged down in just like Hollywood melodrama and whatnot, but they still are pretty fun romances and whatnot. So I think they meet on a train in the first one, and I think this movie's like the first one's like set mostly on the train. The second one, I think this is the one where they go to Vienna, maybe. An interesting fact about this, if it's the one I'm remembering, is that it has the same Ferris wheel in it that's in The Third Man, which is a movie we'll bump into a little bit higher. But these are great. A lot of people like Ethan Hawke. He's an easy actor to think is cool or something. And he does a good job in these, and so does Julie Delpy. So these are solid movies, adult sort of romance films. Okay, The Help, haven't seen it. 235. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, a classic. So I watched this a really long time ago. When I was growing up, one of my favorite movies was The Sting, which I think will probably be up here further. And that's got Paul Newman, Robert Redford in it. This movie, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, also has those two. It predates it by a few years. It's from 1969. It's a nice movie. I saw it basically too long ago to tell you anything more than that. But worth checking out, I guess. Okay, sorry, useless. 234, PK. Okay, we were just talking about Rajkumar Hirani, so most well-known for Three Idiots, obviously, but he's also directed these two Munabai movies. I don't know if the other one will be on the top 250. Lag Arahe Munabai is a pretty cool movie. Sanjay Dutt, his character, he like thinks that he meets Gandhi or something like that. I forget exactly, but pretty good. PK was his sort of take on religion, so it's got Amir Khan in it. The legendary Amir Khan plays an alien who is dropped on planet Earth and like doesn't know any of the norms or any of the rules, and he goes around bumping into various religions. Rajkumar Hirani's movies are a lot of fun. They're very clever, which is why I originally liked them, and why I think a lot of people like them is that they're clever. But they're also extremely preachy. This one suffers from that the most. So this is an insanely preachy movie. I think that puts a lot of people off of it, but it's a lot of fun. It's got nice music, and Amir Khan is great as usual. 233, The Princess Bride. If you haven't heard of this movie, you are truly living under a rock. I'll give you one fun fact about this movie. The score of this movie was done by Mark Knopfler, who is the guitar player for Dire Straits, like Sultans of Swing, the song and whatnot, which is kind of interesting. Not a lot of people know that. But otherwise, okay, you probably know this movie, so we'll skip it. 232, Lagan, Once Upon a Time in India, another Bollywood movie. Okay, I think there are more Bollywood movies on the top 250 than there were when I was in high school and knew this thing, which is pretty cool. So globalization is real. So this Lagan is another movie with, does it have Amir Khan in it or Shah Rukh Khan? Ooh, I think, it's got Amir Khan in it, I think. This is a movie about cricket. Don't worry, you don't have to know anything about cricket to appreciate this movie. It's a lot of fun. This movie is long, though, so it may be best to watch it in 2 nights. The ending, kind of legendary. This movie has nice music. It's got some nice songs in it. Solid Bollywood movie. Maybe not the first one, but a good movie. Okay, next, 231, Gangs of Wasseypur. This is another Bollywood movie, but you almost wouldn't know. So this is directed by Anurag Kashyap, and he is kind of a legend in modern Bollywood because he's taken the rulebook and basically thrown it out the window. So for the most part, Bollywood kind of, for the last few years, Bollywood, I don't know, is maybe where American cinema was in like 1960 is where Bollywood is right now. It's right on the verge of modern cinema, basically. Okay, don't take that the wrong way. Modern cinema having historical meaning, we'll touch on this a little bit more when we get to films from the U.S. from this era. But basically, we had classic American cinema, which is movies like, big melodramatic movies from the 50s, or film noir movies, or women's pictures from the 40s, or screwball comedies from the 30s. We had all of these sort of hugely nationalistic, generic trends in classic Hollywood, which started basically in 1917 and went to 1960, which was, basically shattered to pieces by the new wave in France coming overseas. We'll maybe touch on that, although I don't even know if there are any new wave movies on this list, hopefully. But Bollywood is just now kind of seeing the switch from movies like Lagan to movies like Gangs of Wasseypur. So Lagan, very much a classic nationalist kind of, kind of a fun movie. Gangs of Wasseypur, gritty. This is such a great movie, man. Okay, Gangs of Wasseypur is really, really long. I've actually seen it 1.5 times, so I watched it half of the time with my dad, and then I watched it again in college with some friends. And this is a really cool movie. I hope there's more Anurag Kashyap movies on this list, but there might not be. So just in general, he is a Bollywood director, but his movies are nothing like the traditional Bollywood movies. They don't have big dance numbers in them or anything. They're gritty, and they're pretty darn subversive, which is pretty cool because that typically is not, you would not find that in your typical mainstream older Indian movie. So we'll see. Hopefully he and some of the new generation that he's also helped to sort of instill in Bollywood can really help bring interesting new things to the cinema. Although a lot of these sort of more classic movies are also great. But Anurag Kashyap, wow, great director. So just some of his other movies, Gulal is an interesting movie, although that's one that I felt like I didn't have enough cultural knowledge to understand the movie very well. Ugly is another one. That's a good movie. Dev D is another one. That's a really great movie, although it's a lot better if you've seen another movie called Devdas, which also, those two movies also illustrate basically better than any two this shift between sort of classic nationalistic Bollywood and modern, like, subversive independent Bollywood. Dev D is basically a remake of Devdas, which is the most sort of classic, big budget, tons of stars Bollywood movie, one of the biggest out there. So Anurag Kashyap, know the name, understand maybe the changes the industry is seeing. Okay, where were we? At Gangs of Wasseypur, right. 2:30 is La Haine, so The Hate, I think that means. I actually haven't seen this movie. I would like to watch this movie, but I haven't gotten around to it. 2:29, The Handmaiden. Okay, this is Chan-wook Park. Well, Park Chan-wook. One of my all-time favorite directors. I've seen every movie he's directed. I've seen this movie like 3 times. I watched it, found it online like right when it came out, and I saw it in theaters in my hometown. Then when I was chairman of the movie club in college, I showed it at school, which was a little iffy because I think it's like an NC-17 movie, but it worked out. So if you don't know who Chan-wook Park is, or Park Chan-wook, I'm trying to say these in the right order. If you don't know who Park Chan-wook is, he's directed just so many awesome movies. Probably the most famous one is called Old Boy, which was a big hit, came out like 1999 or something like that. And he makes really gritty kind of grindhouse movies, which usually wouldn't be my thing at all. And soon I'll be complaining about movies like that. But there are a couple subtleties for me that really set him apart. I think Park Chan-wook, for one, almost unparalleled in the amount of care he takes towards the visuals in a movie and towards the amount of care that he takes in constructing a movie. So his movies are extremely clever, extremely intricate, and extremely detailed, both visually and in terms of the story. And I like that. But his movies also mess with your mind, like in a big, big way. Extremely unpredictable, but also take you to dark places. Partly that's just Korean cinema being Korean cinema, so there are a lot of strange. Maybe you guys saw the recent Korean movie Parasite. If that's your first brush with Korean cinema, just know that a lot of Korean movies are kind of like that, with these crazy twists and wild strings of events, and they take your brain sort of down to a dark place. Park Chan-wook is, I think, far and away the master of this, one of the greatest directors alive and working right now. Really looking forward to what he does next. I've seen every one of his movies. They're all really, really great. The Handmaiden is a great great place to start. The one final thing I'll mention about this, I said it's like NC-17. This movie is erotic, so his other movies aren't. They're extremely violent. So another interesting thing about Korea is that they're like the standards for how much violence is allowed in a movie in Korea are higher than in the U.S. So our R-rated movies are less violent than Korean mainstream violent films. So Park Chan-wook's movies tend to be really violent. This movie is really violent. It also is has a ton of graphic eroticism in it. If that's not your thing, stay away. But I think it serves the movie really well. Okay, serves, that's super vague. I think it comes off well. Oh, even more vague. Brilliant. Okay, let's get to the next movie. 228, It Happened One Night. Okay, this is Frank Capra. Fun fact, I was once told that I look like Frank Capra. I don't look like Frank Capra. I think the person who told me this was mistaking me for Jimmy Stewart. So they probably saw Frank Capra's most famous movie from 1946. What's this movie called? The Christmas one. It's a Wonderful Life. There we go. You've probably heard of that movie. It's got Jimmy Stewart. He is sort of in this like Scrooge. He faces up against the Scrooge-like banker and whatnot at Christmas time. Nice movie. Here's a very interesting thing about Jimmy Stewart. See, about Frank Capra. Well, okay, just to finish the previous anecdote, I think this person had Frank Capra and Jimmy Stewart switched in her mind. And I don't really look like Jimmy Stewart either, but it's a little bit closer than Frank Capra. So, Frank Capra, really interesting director, mostly worked in the 30s. He basically invented the genre of screwball comedies with a little movie called It Happened One Night. Oh, that's this movie. Nice. That has Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in it. Some legendary scenes. Basically defines a genre, defines some catchphrases. Believe you me about that. That's one of them, though. If you didn't get the hint. An interesting thing happened to this guy's career, though. So he was super famous in the 30s. He made kind of the most American movies ever made in a certain way. There's a very distinct brand of Capra-esque Americanism, of this sort of do-it-yourself. It's interesting. Now, our sort of conservative and progressive splits of today, the politics of today, we don't really have a word in our modern political scheme for where his ideology fits exactly. It's kind of hard to explain, but he's pro sort of the little guy. He's against big businesses and whatnot. Almost tons of his movies have these Scrooges who are like big bankers, or they're in big companies or whatnot, and they don't understand the little man or the local folk and whatnot. And the movies are about coming around to that kind of thing and whatnot. There's a movie called Meet John Doe, for example, which is about this guy John Doe who announces, this is not a spoiler, this is the beginning of the movie, he announces that he's going to commit suicide. And the newspaper picks this up and whatnot, and it becomes this huge nationwide story of sort of the discredited, downtrodden American working class and whatnot. So a very interesting brand of sort of Americanism. A lot of sort of screwball comedies in there, but a lot of pretty uplifting movies. So there's a lot. Like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is a super, super, super famous movie, which is a great example of all of this. It's about Jimmy Stewart, I think. Where's that? Yeah, it's Jimmy Stewart. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town is a similar one, but that's Gary Cooper playing the tuba. But Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is Jimmy Stewart, I think, and he ends up doing a filibuster in Congress and whatnot. And it's interesting to see this guy coming from the small town America to the big city and sort of standing up for American ideals in a certain way. Not exactly progressive in certain ways. Like I said, it doesn't quite fit into modern day politics. Okay, here's the interesting thing. After World War II, with the exception of It's a Wonderful Life, Frank Capra's career fell apart, which is kind of interesting. So his movies were extremely optimistic, and it fit well with Depression-era America to have these sort of super American, super optimistic working-class movies. But with the cynicism of the post-war era, he was done. Basically, never made another successful movie after It's a Wonderful Life, which is kind of bizarre. But there are a lot of great ones in there. In the meantime, so like Lost Horizon is a really underrated movie that I would definitely recommend. Okay, but the movie we're actually talking about, It Happened One Night. This movie is okay. Mostly this movie is famous and influential to watch. I don't think it completely stacks up, but it is pretty nice. You might check it out, but there are other Frank Capra movies that I think are a lot better. Okay, 227, Monsters, Inc. Okay, you've probably seen this movie. Great, fun Pixar movie. Mike Wazowski. I don't really know what else there is to say about this. Yeah, animated movies, kind of fun. Okay, 226 Rocky. I haven't seen this movie. Pretty iconic. Got a nice training montage, or so I've heard, but I wouldn't know. 1940 Rebecca. Okay, this is an Alfred Hitchcock movie. It's from 1940. Okay, I'm hesitating slightly because I get some of these movies mixed up sometimes. This movie has Laurence Olivier in it, though, I think, and is set at this place called Manderley, which is this big estate and whatnot where somebody like died in a boat or something like that. Rebecca, I think, died in a boating accident. And now there's a new woman who's coming and investigating the place, and it's kind of your typical, like, ooh, this is a weird, creepy old estate I've found myself in. This is not Alfred Hitchcock's best movie, but it's okay. We'll get to some better Hitchcock movies. Watch those first, then maybe you'll get to Rebecca. Okay, 224, White Heat, 1949. This is one of the most underrated movies ever made, I think. This is such a great movie. Let me say it again. White Heat. Check it out. Here's why. I don't think there's any movie. So this movie's old, 1949. I don't think there's any movie that's been made since that has so much nonstop action in it. Okay, there are tons of modern action movies, like Headhunters is a cool one. Morton titled them. Maybe that's on here. I don't think so. That just go and go. But man, I don't think I've ever seen anything that matches the engine of White Heat. This movie starts, it's like a train bursting through your bedroom door and waking you up. That's when you're going. It's got James Cagney in it, playing a gangster, as he always does. It's got a great supporting cast of people whose names I forget. It has, yeah. There's a lot of movies why this is great. So this is directed by Raoul Walsh. Kind of cool. He was a director who had an eye patch. Raoul Walsh he had a long career. He was like an extra. Oh, let me see. Is this correct? I'm going to say a piece of trivia. It might be made up. He was an extra in, what's this movie called? In The Birth of a Nation. One of the most, the first, basically, movie in this sense. He was in that. He had an eye patch because once he was driving along the highway and a jackrabbit jumped through the windshield of his car and he was injured and had to get an eye patch. Okay, strange. Great director. This is, I think, his best movie by far. The Roaring Twenties is another pretty good movie that's kind of similar. But this White Heat, oh man, the top of the top. So, like I was saying, this is nonstop action. Here's the other thing that's great about it. It's clever. This movie has a trick up its sleeve or two. Not only does it like just get going and keep going, but the twists in this movie are darn clever. There's almost nothing else that is as clever and as interesting in the way that things go. Super unpredictable, really suspenseful, really tense, just so much fun. This is basically what an action movie should be. If you like action movies at all, check out White Heat. It is really great. Okay, 223, Ace in the Hole. This is directed by Billy Wilder. He used to be one of my favorite directors. So this is a very similar time, 1951. Billy Wilder also makes very clever movies. So yeah, I was a nerdy kid. I liked clever movies. A lot of people come into cinema in this way. They start out, like I started out, mostly watching heist movies like Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12, Ocean's 13. Okay, spoiler, those aren't real heist movies. We'll talk about some real heist movies a bit later. Italian Job, things like that. Those movies are kind of clever. They've got lots of twists. I mentioned The Sting already. That's the same thing. If you get into movies for cleverness, that's great. Believe me, there's a lot more to movies, but Billy Wilder makes clever movies. So it's something called the Lubitsch touch, which is actually attributed to his sort of mentor and a director who really inspired him named Ernst Lubitsch. Hopefully there'll be an Ernst Lubitsch movie on this list, but I wouldn't count on it. But Billy Wilder worked with Ernst Lubitsch for a little bit, came to the United States, and started making a ton of movies. We're going to see a bunch more Billy Wilder movies on this list, so I won't give his full bio right now. But one of my all-time favorite directors. I think I've maybe seen more Billy Wilder movies than anyone else. Maybe close between Billy Wilder and Hitchcock. Maybe, I don't know. But Ace in the Hole is a little bit different for a Billy Wilder movie because it's a much more pointed social satire than most of his movies. Most of his movies are just kind of rollicking fun with a couple thrillers thrown in there. But this movie is actually a bit of a social critique. It's about a guy who gets trapped in a mine, I think. It's a mine out in the middle of nowhere. And there's a bit of a media circus that comes to be between everybody sort of covering the rescue mission and whatnot. This has got Kirk Douglas in it. So maybe you've heard of Michael Douglas. He's in a bunch of movies like The Game, things like that. But his dad was a legendary actor, Kirk Douglas. And he's in this. So this is a nice movie. We're going to talk about a lot of other Billy Wilder movies, though. Okay, 222, Dead Poet Society. Okay, this is a pretty famous movie. You probably know the idea, carpe diem, seize the day. Apparently, that's not a super great translation of carpe diem, but who knows? This has got tons of famous people in it. One interesting thing in it is that not a lot of people realize that a very young Ethan Hawke is in this movie. I forget who he plays, but this is a classic. Tearing up the Pritchard book, standing on the desks. A classic movie about school. You should check it out. You've probably already seen it though. Okay, 221, Spotlight. I hate this movie. Okay, I'll explain. Damien Chazelle, who directed this movie and who also directed La La Land, I think is an extremely immature director. He is quite young, a bit older than me, but I think the man is missing a few things when it comes to the impact that his movies have. So I won't go into La La Land because that's not going to be on this list, hopefully. I won't go into why that movie sucks. If you've seen it, you probably know. Let me just add on for my perspective. Basically all of the references that are made in that movie that are like, oh yeah, cinema, like when they go to the observatory for like Rebel Without a Cause and whatnot, those references are basically all botched in that movie. They're referencing strange, not very significant parts of movies. It's just not right. You can sort of tell that it's made by a wannabe missing a little bit of critical knowledge about cinema. But whatever. It's also, okay, horrible diversity, not even great music in the first place, and it perpetuates the thing that maybe annoys me most about Damien Chazelle, which is that he completely blows his representation of the music industry time and time again. And Spotlight is so guilty of this. Okay, maybe you've seen, there's a long video, I think, by Adam Neely about Spotlight, and how it doesn't quite come into, doesn't quite match up to what jazz is actually like, by which he means it's nothing like what jazz is actually like, or what going to school for jazz at Juilliard, which is, I think, where this movie's supposed to be set, is like. Adam Neely, you have to understand, is kind of a radical centrist on his YouTube channel and whatnot, so he does not go anywhere near far enough in criticizing this movie because he does this thing where he's like, it's a popular movie, so there's something to that. I understand. It's made to be entertainment, so I won't critique its blatant factual inaccuracies and whatnot. He's a bit of a centrist to a fault. But the actual factual inaccuracies, he does a good job explaining a lot of the things that are there. So if you actually are curious, go watch that movie and whatnot. Just ignore all the times where he's like, but it's supposed to be entertainment. It's a nicely done movie. But the thing that I will add that I really don't like about this movie is that when I say Damien Chazelle is immature, this is what I mean. This movie puts forward a certain conception of coaching and mentorship that I think is really damaging. And some people might say, okay, sure, maybe it does this, but it's made to be entertaining, and it is entertaining, so who cares? That's a fair point. I'll come back to that, and we'll get into a little bit how much it matters, the ideology of a movie. How much should we judge a movie on the message it puts out? If it's a lot of fun, is it okay to have any kind of message? Is it okay to have things that are wrong? That's a tricky question, to be honest. We'll talk about that. But let me first say what I mean. So when I was young, played a lot of youth soccer. And youth soccer is full of terrible coaches. Let me tell you. People who, once I had this horrible coach. I was injured in a game. I sprained my ankle. Well, I rolled my ankle pretty badly, and couldn't go on. So I waved the sideline. I said, coach, put me off, coach, get me out of here. And my coach looks over and he says, if I sub you out, I'm not subbing anyone on for you. And that was because we were losing the game 3-0, and it was sort of towards the end, and he thought that I'd just given up. So this was his sort of tough love, get over it, whatnot. Okay, I stood back up, kind of limped around. The next time the ball came to me, I tried to plant on that foot, and I fell over immediately because I was injured. This is an example of the kind of assholery that, J.K. Simmons, his character in Spotlight, puts forward, this kind of tough love and whatnot. This movie is setting out this idea that if you want to be the best, you need that. Or that if you want to be the best, it's okay to be treated really poorly. It's okay for people to, drag you through the mud and whatnot if it makes you stronger and you want to be the best. Miles Teller or whatnot keeps coming back to J.K. Simmons. It's like they're kind of magnetically bound together in that movie. He decides not to testify against him or whatnot in the school hearing or something like that. Man, I wish that Damien Chazelle thought a little bit more about the impact of making a movie like that and the impact of that message. Because not only is it grounded on factually inaccurate things, he puts forward this idea that all of the jazz greats in history were bred like that, which is just not true. So not only is it's based on factual inaccuracies, and it's also incentivizing really poor behavior, and it's gaslighting people into staying in really abusive and harmful positions and abusive and harmful relationships between mentorship and whatnot. If you have a coach like that, you should quit. You should find another one. You should do it because you enjoy it. Here's a little spoiler. The people who are actually pros and whatnot, some of them got dragged through the mud like that. Most did not. Most have other ways and other reasons why they were able to do the thing that they loved. Most of the times they had some kind of circumstances where they played a ton, and they played a ton against high-level opposition, and that's how they got good, right? Musicians, people who get good at things, they do it for love. They do not do it for intimidation, right? And the sense that, like, through love, you need somebody who's going to just beat the crap out of you. I don't know. I think it's so unfortunate that a movie would go all in on that idea. But let's return to this question of, does that actually matter? Like, if it's a nice movie, if it's entertaining to watch, does any of that matter? And I don't know. I will say personally, sometimes it matters to me. Sometimes it matters to me. There are times where that will take total precedence over everything else. Now, is that mental weakness on my part? I don't think so. I think it's reasonable if a movie is putting forward an ideology that you are fundamentally opposed to. I think it's reasonable for it to some extent disqualify the film. But here's the key caveat, is that if you're going to take yourself out of enjoying a movie because of an ideology, you had better be pretty darn sure that you're correct about the ideology and what it's putting forward. In this case, oh no, I've been talking about Whiplash this whole time. Okay, whatever. Well, Whiplash is on this list. So, whatever. Whiplash is on this list. So, we'll get to that. Let me continue my thought. Then I'll mention this. Okay, we'll just copy and paste this rant up there. Okay. Where was I? If you're completely opposed to the ideology, and that's going to just disqualify the movie for you, you'd better hope that you're right about it. In this case, Whiplash, very simple movie, not hard to figure out what the ideology is. If it's not going to fly for you, okay, fair enough. Do you need to acknowledge that it's an entertaining movie? Some people might like it. I don't know. Part of being entertained is the ideological component of it, you know? It's a hard question. I don't know. Let's talk about the movie that this actually is, though. Spotlight. Whew. Okay. This actually, interestingly, this ideology question can actually come into play here. So Spotlight is the movie about the investigation of the Catholic Church in Boston. I actually saw this movie in Boston, which was kind of interesting. It's got Michael Keaton in it. Here's the best thing I think about this movie, is that the director, who is it, Kevin McCarthy, is that his name? Is some strange comedic director that hadn't really worked on many serious films. He trusts the performances of his actors in this movie. So there's a lot of the power in this movie comes from some interviews that are done with the victims of the abuse from the Catholic people. What are they called? I don't know. Priests, there we go. And let's assume this guy's name is Kevin McCarthy. He lingers on these interviews. So interviews are kind of a tricky thing. This like past tense explanation of some events are kind of a tricky thing in movies, because a lot of the times there's been this thought that just like looking at the person doesn't quite carry it off. This is, the classic flashback territory is like, we didn't quite get enough juice out of just hearing this person explain what happened to them. So we're going to need to cut back and show like the flashback or something like this. We're going to need to do something more to amp it up. Kevin McCarthy, if that is your real name, he does an extremely good job in this movie of trusting his actors. They're not famous actors who play the victims in this. They're not big people or whatnot, but he finds some really great people to do it, and he gets great performances out of them, and he lingers on those performances. And it is the human trauma that you see through them that makes this movie go. I also think it's kind of interesting. Casting Michael Keaton in this movie is kind of a genius move because it gives you an underdog story. He's sort of making this comeback and whatnot. The Spotlight section at the Boston, what newspaper is it? I don't know, Tribune, something. They are kind of making a comeback story too and whatnot. That's pretty cool. yeah, in general, really, really gotta love this movie. Okay, 220, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2. I'm gonna skip this one. I've seen it, but the Harry Potter movies, you know how they go. I can't even remember. Oh, okay, this is the very last one I see. It's Deathly Hallows Part 2. Yeah, I don't know. They all blend together in my head. 219, Amores Perros. So, this is Alejandro Gonzalo Iñárritu. We're going to see more of his work further up the list, I think, in Birdman and The Revenant. But before he came to the United States to make these movies, he had a great career in South America. He made some really cool movies like 21 Grams and Amores Perros. So this movie is in 3 parts. It's got Gabriel Garcia Bernal in it, I think. It's got a great score. So this has like a lot of contemporary music. Sometimes I think movies overdo it a little bit with using like, oh, look, we're in the 20s. Cue some music from the 20s. Okay, the 20s may be too far back. Oh, we're in the 60s. Let's play, White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane so that everyone knows we're in the 60s. Great. Sometimes movies can overdo it. This movie has a great contemporary soundtrack. A lot of really cool music on it. There's a cool acoustic Moenia song on there. There's a lot of cool music. What's the movie actually like, though? It's pretty cool. So this movie is really violent. It's in 3 sections that are sort of connected together via a car crash. The first one's about... what is the first one about? It's about dog fighting. That's pretty graphic, but it's interesting. The second section of this movie is about a former model who is in the car accident and it destroys her life. That section is a downer. That one's sad, man, but it's nice. The third one is not very remarkable. I don't even remember what it's about. Kind of uneven. A lot of the times when there are movies with these multiple part sections, it can be kind of anticlimactic when it's like, okay, we're just getting somewhere with the story and we kind of start over. Between the first 2 parts, I don't think this suffers from it that much. I think it's a nice movie. The third part, I think, didn't quite do it for me. This movie also has some pretty good, like, intense vibes. So if it's important to you to watch movies that you think are quote-unquote legit and like, oh, this is a cool movie, whoa, whatever, even if that's sort of a strange macho perspective to have, this will meet your criteria on this. This is a legit movie. Pretty violent, though definitely not for everyone, but pretty nice. It's the other thing I'll say is that it's might also appeal to you if you like movies where everything like becomes connected together. These like hyper connected like multiple parts where you start out really far away and then everyone turns out that they're each other's cousins and then this person did that and whatever. If you like that, this is a movie like that. And it's well done. It's well executed. Iñárritu is a great director. We'll see some better movies from him further up the list. 218, The 400 Blows. This is a French New Wave film. Okay, so I mentioned that in the 60s in France, these basically modern cinema was invented. So we had classic cinema before then. And classic cinema was founded on these techniques like invisible editing. So the idea was that you wanted the audience to not really notice that things were being edited together, that you weren't really supposed to notice where the cuts were and whatnot. The movie was just supposed to flow, and it was just supposed to be nice, and you were just supposed to kind of like it and whatnot. And basically, if you watch movies from like 1954, they'll go all in on this kind of thing. And so these movies we've talked about from then, like White Heat and Ace in the Hole, the ones we've seen further down the list, they embody this kind of thing. And there's some great movies in there. But in the 60s in France, people were like, let's stop doing that. And some of this came down to the technology that was available. For the first time, they had cameras that were much more portable so they could film on the street and whatnot. And there was one movie in particular that really set everything off. And it's not this movie. It's called Breathless. And I don't know if it's on this list or not. But The 400 Blows was made basically at the same time, 1959. And it is another one of the movies that set things off. So there was a very famous and influential critique named André Bazin. There was a lot of French film critique at the time of American movies. Why was that? Well, there had been a lot of French movies before World War II. There was something called the tradition of quality. Really early on in France, which was mostly historical epics and such, and adaptations from novels that were kind of safe things that everyone would understand and whatnot. Then there was something called, what's it called? Poetic realism, which is mostly, the director to know for that is Marcel Carnet, who directed things like Daybreak, which is a pretty good movie. And these movies, it's kind of poetic realism. That's kind of an odd thing. But this was coexisting in time, basically, with Italian neorealism. So it was engaging with a lot of these, like, grim stories of workers and whatnot, but it was doing it in kind of a fanciful way. Almost a bit of a precursor to what we saw in the Balkans, decades and decades and decades later, in, like, the 90s. almost a similar kind of thing. There's some great movies in there. Pretty much the best, one of the all-time great movies is this thing called Enfants du Paradis, Children in Paradise, which is just a stunning movie from France, made kind of during World War II, which was hard. But the war was also kind of hard on the French resources for cinema and leisure and whatnot, and it kind of set the entire country back in a lot of ways. There were a lot of interesting things that happened. So one of those things is that it meant that there were a ton of American movies in France. So after the war, France started importing a lot of movies from the United States. And there was a huge concentration of this because the French cinema kind of fell off a cliff after the war because a lot of stuff was destroyed. So mostly American movies were watched. And that led to this culture of something called a cineclub, which is a super famous idea where everyone would get together and watch these American movies and whatnot. And for the first time, because a lot of these movies hadn't been there before, people were watching Bogart. They were watching all these sort of classic American things and whatnot. And that is kind of where modern film studies was born. Not really, but a huge part of it comes out of there. And it almost all centers around this guy named André Bazin and a magazine called the Cahiers du Cinéma and whatnot. They were writing about these movies, and they found certain things. They really loved certain things. They really didn't like other things. So, like Bazin, for example, really liked movies with long takes and deep focus because he felt like they're the most realistic. Deep focus is when everything in the shot is in focus and whatnot. So your eye has to choose what to look at, just like in real life, supposedly. Similarly, long takes give you a realistic perception of time. So he liked movies like that. And a great example is William Wyler's The Best Years of Our Lives, which hopefully is on this list because it's a great movie, but that wouldn't get your hopes up. But anyway, so all of this basically culminates in like 1959, 1960, when the Young Turks, some young people, some young filmmakers, finally start making some movies, having ingested all of this stuff. It also comes at the time when France says, okay, we need to get our industry sorted out. And they make a fairly deliberate decision to focus on being cultural producers rather than like industrial producers, which is kind of interesting. The French had a pretty big like car industry, automotive industry prior to this with companies like Citroën and whatnot. But they actually decided fairly deliberately to de-emphasize that and to be cultural producers. There's something called the Bloom-Burns Accord that actually limited the amount of American movies that could come into France because they tried to sort of amp up their own internal production of culture and become exporters of culture, which more or less worked because that is kind of what we think of France as now. It kind of is a state of like, ooh, hyper-cultural stuff and whatnot. We'll talk about that a little bit if we bump into... I don't know if Breakfast at Tiffany's is on this list. It might be. If it is, we'll mention that. Okay. Anyway, there was national support for these Young Turks in sort of interesting and tricky political ways and whatnot. But basically, there was a huge upsurge of cinema in France, and they didn't want to do things just like classical cinema. They had all kinds of theories that had been born out of the cinema club, and finally, they were put into action. A lot of different directors. The main two are Jean-Luc Godard, who directed Breathless, and Francois Truffaut, who directed this movie, The 400 Blows, dedicated to his mentor, a father to him almost, André Bazin, who died, unfortunately, like the day they finished filming the movie. This is a movie about a kid who is a juvenile delinquent, basically. He doesn't want to go to school. There's one great scene that I really love where the headmaster of his school is like, where were you yesterday? This guy is like skipping school all the time, wandering around the city and whatnot. And the headmaster catches up with him and he's like, where were you yesterday? And the kid says, it's my mother. She's dead, which is a lie, and is rather quickly uncovered as such. This is not a comedy. It's a very sad movie. That's the only moment of levity, I think, in the whole thing. It's a huge downer otherwise, but it's one to see. Super influential movie, kind of taking the playbook of what a classic film should do and turning it on its head. Okay, enough about that. Hotel Rwanda, 2004. I watched this in high school a long time ago for a class. It's got Don Cheadle in it. Don't know that much about it. I'll say pretty cool to see Africa being represented in Hollywood, I guess. But is it a good representation? Couldn't tell you. Are there political distortions? I don't know. But I was impacted by the movie when I saw it, at least. Okay, we're going to skip Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind, because I have not seen that, actually. And we're going to skip Ben-Hur, because I haven't seen it I want to watch this movie, but it's so darn long. And we're going to go to 214. Andrei Rublev. Okay. So this is a movie directed by the legendary Andrei Tarkovsky. I've seen all of Tarkovsky's movies, except Voyage in Time. I don't really count that because it's a documentary, and I couldn't find a copy of it to watch. But if anyone has one, let me know. Anyway, Andrei Rublev, Andrei Tarkovsky. Where to even start? Here's one thing. Andrei Tarkovsky, probably one of the most brilliant directors, like mentally, you will ever encounter, and we will ever see, and whatnot. One of the few people who you can trust wholeheartedly to be a genius behind the screen and whatnot. There's a little bit of trust you have to put into watching a movie where you think, does this director really know what he's talking about? Is he really equipped to handle this story? Did he really intend that meaning to be there? Okay, look, Andrei Tarkovsky is like 20 times smarter than all of us put together. He meant every darn thing that's in his movies. His movies, wow, okay. I don't even know how to start exactly. Okay, if you go and you watch an Andrei Tarkovsky movie, your first impression is going to be, wow, this is extremely boring. So superficially, he's famous for like long takes. I say superficially because this is not the significant thing about his movies, but he has some great long takes, like this 10-minute shot of a barn burning down in Nostalgia. In The Mirror, and this 10-minute take of a guy walking across an empty swimming pool that's in Nostalgia. Great movie. Andrei Rublev is his most approachable movie, I think. It's one of his earliest movies. I think it's his second movie. I think Ivan's Childhood is his first one. Andrei Rublev has a pretty well-defined plot. It is long. It's like 3 hours, I think, or something like that. It's about a monk wandering around Russia, basically. Can't remember a whole lot more than that. To me, this is his least incisive movie. I don't know. I might have missed a lot of the point of it. His movies are ones that really you do need to watch many, many times. And that it's very hard to put into words what they're about. A lot of them capture ideas that almost could not be captured any other way, which is the brilliant thing about that. Most movies are just sort of telling random trite stories or whatnot. It doesn't really matter and whatnot. Andrei Tarkovsky, a true artist, of the cinema, he makes movies that expose ideas that can barely be grasped in other means. I'll just give you one example of Nostalgia, which I don't think is on here. So Nostalgia is about a guy, let's see if I can get this right, it's been a while. It's about a guy who's researching a poet, and he goes to sort of follow the poet out of the Soviet Union and across Russia and retracing his steps in some ways. And there's a beautiful metaphor at the center of this movie, which is that the poet doesn't... Andrei Tarkovsky's movies are also all kind of about religion in some ways, so if you don't like religion at all and don't know anything about it, they might not totally come off, but I think you can still appreciate them, and not all are, but there's this sort of double bind this poet is in, where he feels like he can't practice in his homeland, the Soviet Union, but if he leaves, he relinquishes all the resources, and he relinquishes the support, and he's away from home, most of all. So the movie's called Nostalgia, although, there's this, the way the title is spelled is strange and interesting. It's, I won't butcher the details of this, but if you watch this movie, look it up, because it's kind of interesting, the way that they do it. This metaphor at the center of it, though, is this beautiful spectrum of attachment between being home but being sort of creatively stilted, and being away but being, away from home and without resources and without the familiarity that you need to produce in some ways. And this is a significant thing for Tarkovsky because he felt in a lot of ways he felt the same way. He was kind of on the fringe of Russian and Soviet politics in some ways. He was an extremely famous director, but and his movies are not really political. Well, basically he had a hard time getting along with the Soviet Union, exactly. And his role in the Soviet Union was sort of contestable and dicey for how exactly he would continue his practice and live and be an artist there. And that's like what Nostalgia is about. Andrei Rublev, it's about a monk. Worth checking out, sort of his most approachable, but maybe his least incisive, maybe. Logan, haven't seen this. 212, Barry Lyndon. Okay, Stanley Kubrick, another titan of the film. So one thing that's great about Stanley Kubrick, A lot of the times people ask this question that I just alluded to when talking about Tarkovsky, this question of, was that intentional? This is like the classic question that you ask in your high school English class. Your English teacher's like, see this metaphor, blah, 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 blah. They use this color because it's like this. And every student in the class rolls their eyes and says, that probably wasn't intentional. Okay, newsflash, of course that was intentional. The words don't just like show up by magic on the page. The author has to write them. And the author spends a lot of time thinking about what to write. It's their entire life, in fact. And really, for each one little thing that is that your teacher notices or that you notice, there's probably 10 or 20 things you did not notice that are intentional in the book that will fly right by you. Okay. One thing that's fun about Stanley Kubrick is that he's a director that pretty much everyone has agreed every single thing in his movies is intentional. That might not be true, but he was a notorious perfectionist, especially in his later films. And it shows on the screen, and it also enables this great community where you can study the crap out of Stanley Kubrick's movies because everyone's kind of on the same page that he is a genius and that everything he did was completely intentional and that there is meaning behind everything and whatnot, which is kind of nice. That opens a lot of doors to think about the movies in ways that you're not going to think about other movies. Okay, Barry Lyndon in particular is kind of famous for how it looks. So the movie is one of the most remarkably shot movies in existence. Basically, it was... Kubrick wanted it to look like oil paintings, more or less, and it does, which is really cool. So you could watch this movie with the sound off and your eyes closed, not with your eyes closed, but with the sound off, have no clue what's going on, and it'd still be great. Turning the sound on will improve it some, but honestly, I think there are some ways in which this movie doesn't quite do it for me. The actual plot is a little, I don't know, it's just a little strange. And I don't think that the movie quite actually lives up to the potential of its production quality. But it is a cool movie to watch. And this is one, if you like movies, you got to see this. Okay, 211, Hachi, A Dog's Tale, haven't seen it. 210, Rush, haven't seen it. 209, $1 Million Baby. Wow, we're not even across 200 yet. This is going to take forever. Holy crap. Okay, so $1 Million Baby, it's a boxing film. Came out in 2004. Interesting piece of trivia is that Paul Haggis, former Scientologist, wrote back-to-back Best Picture winning screenplays for $1 Million Baby in 2004 and for Crash. Controversial movie. I don't think we'll see that on the list, but we might talk about it when we get to Brokeback Mountain, if we get to Brokeback Mountain. Anyway, back-to-back Best Picture winning screenplays. Even though Crash technically was released in 2004, it didn't meet the Oscar requirements for the 2004 Academy Awards. So you have to have played in Los Angeles for 2 weeks or something like that, and some other things to qualify for that year's Academy Awards, and it had not. Which is one reason, by the way, why even when Netflix takes control of the entire cinema producing thing, movies will still at least play in theaters. At least fancy movies will still play in theaters for at least 2 weeks in Los Angeles. So thank goodness, so that they can be eligible for the Academy Awards. Or the Academy Awards will change its formula so that it can be more conducive to Netflix or something like that. We'll see. Anyway, this is a pretty nice movie. In some ways, it's just another sports movie, but hey, it's got Clint Eastwood in it, and Hilary Swank does a pretty good job. I think that's who's in it. It is, I think, a little bit better than your average sports movie. It's unpredictable. I did not see where that movie was going to go. I won't say anything more than that. But it's got Morgan Freeman in it too. So there's all-star cast. Pretty good if you want a fun, okay, not totally fun, but if you want a nice movie, pretty solid, will deliver. Most people will like this. But is it like next level, super great, uncovering the mysteries of the universe? No. We just left Tarkovsky behind, unfortunately. Okay, 208, Wrong, Di Basanti. Another Bollywood movie. So there's another Bollywood movie with Amir Khan in it. This is a really interesting movie. So file this under a surprisingly broad category of Bollywood movies that start out as sort of fun, romantic tourist films, and then halfway through you realize they're about terrorists. So there's a lot of movies like that, like Dil Se, which I don't think we'll bump into, but that's a nice movie with Shah Rukh Khan in it. Wrong, Di Basanti is kind of similar. It's about somebody who comes from the United Kingdom under the auspices of something, like for her company or something. I don't really remember why. She goes to India. I remember the reason seemed a little bit undercooked. Ooh, not an earthquake, folks. I just bumped the table. Don't worry. The reason seems a little undercooked, but she shows up in India and she meets Amir Khan and his friends and whatnot, who are these like partying people near the university. And they show her a good time and whatnot. And then she decides, hey, I should make a movie about some legendary activist dude who was in India a while ago. I forget his name. This will be, if you're a dumb American and the only Indian activist you know of is Gandhi, then you should check this movie out. It'll open your eyes a little bit to the realities of politics in India. It is not so simple as just, oh, yeah, Gandhi, he's great, love that guy. Let's be nonviolent, amazing. Not quite so simple, even though Ben Kingsley may make it seem like that. Rang de Basanti is... I don't want to spoil this. I can't really get into the most interesting thing about this movie without spoiling it completely, but all I'll say about it is that it's extremely finely balanced between being a very subversive movie and an extremely nationalist, not at all subversive movie, which is like really strange that it can play those dual roles. There are almost no other movies I've ever bumped into that do it to the same extent, where it's like kind of extremely radical and kind of like the least radical movie possible simultaneously, which is really strange. Okay, 207, The Passion of Joan of Arc. This is a silent film, so I'm just going to pantomime this part of the review. No, I won't. This is a silent movie that you should check out. Even if, to you, the idea of a silent movie is like strange, and it's like, how could they possibly make a movie be entered? How could I possibly like a movie that doesn't have sound? Okay, has some music. Although originally, actually, this movie was supposed to be shown without music, which is pretty oppressive. But Carl Theodor Dreyer, who's a famous Danish, I think, director, legendary director, made this thing. Look, even if, like I said, to you, silent films are just, it's just so unappealing, and you couldn't even imagine. Maybe you can't even imagine watching, gasp, a black and white movie. The Passion of Joan of Arc, I think, is still worth checking out. It will surprise you by how affecting it is. This is an intense and a powerful movie. In some ways, it's also a pretty boring movie. It's a lot of the same thing. But I put it off for a long time because I thought I knew. You'll read, people will say, this is extremely slowly paced. I thought I knew what the tricks of this movie were, but actually sitting down and watching it is an experience. It's kind of on another level. Interestingly, Dreyer's other really famous work is completely different. But this is a nice movie. And there are a handful of silent films that you should probably check out, even if you don't want to watch silent movies at all. There's some Chaplin stuff, some other things, and The Passion of Joan of Arc is definitely on that list, so worth it. 206, Platoon. Okay, so Oliver Stone directed this movie. He served in the army in Vietnam, came back, and thought, I should share my experiences. So he made JFK. No, just kidding. He did make JFK, but that was in 1991 or something like that. Platoon was before that, in 1986. This movie, when you sit down to watch this movie, you don't realize that Oliver Stone is sneaking up behind you with a shovel and is about to bang you on the back of the head with it. This is an intense movie. It makes a great, phenomenal, iconic use of Samuel Barber's, something like that, Adagio for strings. I forget like which movement it is or something like that. But the music in this movie, super, super iconic and really well done. A fun fact about this movie is that it has Johnny Depp in it. What the heck? Yeah, he has a tiny little role in this movie. A lot of movies about war movies or Vietnam War movies make a big deal about the preparations for the war or coming back from the war. Like The Deer Hunter, which hopefully is on this list higher up, does. This movie does not. It starts with the helicopter taking off, and it ends... No, it starts with a helicopter landing, there we go, and it ends with a helicopter taking off. I hope that doesn't spoil anything. There's a helicopter taking off at the end. Yeah. Really intense movie. Honestly, after I watched Platoon and The Deer Hunter, I kind of stopped watching war movies because it kind of wrecked me. And come and see the Russian one. Those are sort of the trifecta, what you need. Maybe Full Metal Jacket or something like that. But this is a nice, well, not nice at all, not fun. But if you want an intense war movie to watch, there's little that will outdo Platoon. Okay, 205, Mad Max, Fury Road. Have not seen it. 204, The Red Shoes. I'm glad this is on this list. You know, to be honest, this list, despite the presence of one Mad Max Fury Road and other things like that, this list is actually a little bit more pretentious and old-fashioned than I had expected, and that makes me very happy. So The Red Shoes is from 1948, directed by the Archers. Who were the Archers? Well, it was Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger. So it's kind of an interesting thing here. There's not very many other people who do this. Maybe the Wachowskis or the Coen brothers, but these two people, Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger, directed movies together. Now, really, it wasn't quite just like that. It wasn't quite that simple. They didn't hold the camera together. Well, they're cameramen. They're not cameramen anyway. But one of them, I forget who. I think Pressburger had more of a hand in the writing, and the other one had more of the traditional director's role. But they wanted to be known together, which is pretty cool. And they were known together as the Archers, and they put out a lot of great movies. My favorite is called The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. Then Michael Powell destroyed his career basically with an extremely sort of ahead of its time movie called Peeping Tom in 1960, I think. But before that, in the 40s and 50s, they made a lot of really cool movies. The coolest thing about these movies is the special effects in them are remarkable. So these movies are mostly in color. I've seen a lot of their movies, actually, and there's not all of them are in color, like A Canterbury Tale is not. But kind of the famous ones, Life and Death, Red Shoes, Tales of Hoffman. I'm leaving out one really famous... Stairway to Heaven / A Matter of Life and Death, which is supposedly J.K. Rowling's favorite movie, although I doubt it. Those movies are all kind of in the same vein. They've got great special effects, huge production value. Like, you'll be kind of shocked if you watch The Red Shoes, how cool it is. This is a movie about ballet. And it's about a particular ballet involving some red shoes. And I think the idea is that once you put the red shoes on, you can't take them off. So this actually is kind of in the same territory as Spotlight, which is actually Whiplash, in that it talks about this maniac devotion to a discipline or something, and that in this movie is ballet and whatnot. So there's sort of a couple different stories going on here. There's the one of the actual ballet, and then there's the one about a young ballerina who is trying to balance her love life and the red shoes. The ballet in this movie is remarkable. It's really cool, even if you have no clue about dancing, like me. This is a cool movie, and the special effects, like I said, you will be surprised by how good they are. Okay, 203, Stand By Me. This movie, I think, is lodged in a lot of people's sort of consciousnesses of their childhood and whatnot. Couple things I'll say. So first of all, there aren't that many songs. Let me just say first, the song "Stand By Me" by Ben E. King, who's in the Drifters, is, wow, what a great song. Such a great song, in fact, that it got a movie named after it. Pretty cool. Not a lot of songs can do that. Some, but not a lot. This came out in 1986. Good rule of thumb is that movies that came out in the U.S. in 1986 or in the 80s aren't good. There are some exceptions like that, like Platoon and Carpe Diem movie, whatever that's called, Dead Poet Society. But for the most part, it was kind of a rough time for American cinema. Stand By Me, it's okay. Here's some things that it does well. Most of the time when movies have child actors in it, oh no, disaster. This movie, though, has one of the few child actors who was good, which is River Phoenix. You might know who Joaquin Phoenix is, if you're my age. And if you're older, you might know who River Phoenix is. Incredible actor. He's very young in this movie, but he does a great job. For me, my favorite thing that he's in is a movie called Running on Empty, which will not be on this list, but is a remarkable movie, and you should check that out. Stand By Me, it's okay. I think this is a movie that has a lot of nostalgia attached to it, and it does some things that I think make it well suited for having nostalgia attached to it. Like, it uses this great old song and whatnot. It's about childhood. Oh, it's got Ewan McGregor in it too, doesn't it? In a small role, I think. Really young, yeah. Anyway, I think. Oh, is that? He'd be so young, but I think that's true. But it does some things that help to attach the nostalgia to it. So worth watching, I guess. Okay, 202, Monty Python's Life of Brian. I haven't seen this. 201, Network. This is an interesting movie. So it's got Faye Dunaway in it. Peter Finch won an Academy Award posthumously for this. So a lot of people think that the first guy to win the posthumous Academy Award was Heath Ledger. Nope, Peter Finch. And who knows if he was in the first, but he was an iconic person who did it. This is an interesting movie. First of all, let me just say that Faye Dunaway, super iconic person. Her wearing of a I forget the name of the kind of hat she wore in it. The French one, beret. There we go. In this movie, was sent the sales of them through the roof. Although I think she also wore that in Bonnie and Clyde. But in general, her iconic beret was great for the beret making companies of the world and whatnot. It's an interesting thing to see how fashion can come straight out of a film and whatnot. You wouldn't necessarily expect that, but it's kind of interesting. If we run into Dr. Zhivago on this list, which hopefully we will, that had a very similar effect. But Network is a really interesting movie. It came out in 1976, and it was, at the time, sort of a rampant satire of media and network television. If you watch it today, it doesn't really work as satire anymore, because the things that it exposes satirically, or that it has happen as being these super over-the-top things that could never happen in the movie, now they happen. Like, now it's not that extreme and not that surprising. So it's kind of a trip to watch it in some ways. But it's a nice movie, kind of unpredictable. It's got strong acting, which is cool. Okay, 200, Prisoners, Denis Villeneuve, 2013. I don't like this movie that much, to be honest. I think it's too intense. What do I mean by that? Well, okay. You might think action movies, thrillers, they're just supposed to be as intense as they possibly can be. To me, this movie, it sort of sets out to be like this, like to be a rollicking sort of action thriller and whatnot. I think it is too, I've said it already, I think it's too intense. I think it starts beating the audience up, basically, at some point, and it's hard to get through the whole thing without, I don't know. I remember a time in the movie, towards the end, I won't spoil it, but when Jake Gyllenhaal's trying to make a left turn, so if you've seen it, you'll know, I was taken out of the movie for a minute, and I just thought to myself, I don't enjoy this. Like, why am I watching? This isn't that great. This is too intense. Like, come on. Couldn't we have just ended the movie? Like, but Denis Villeneuve, good director. He directed the new Blade Runner, which maybe we'll talk about in a bit. I think his best work's probably Incendie, although I haven't seen Sicario. Okay, 199, The Wages of Fear. This is a dope movie. This, I think, for a long time I said this is the most suspenseful movie ever made, and I think I'll stand by that. Okay, this movie is about there's an oil well explosion. It's set in South America. It's kind of a strange movie because it's a French movie set in South America. So it's like the languages in it, it's kind of strange how it boils down. And the beginning, the first 15 minutes of it are extremely boring. But then, man, this movie catches on fire. There's an oil well explosion in South America. I forget where, somewhere. And there are some truckers at the other end of South America who have a bunch of nitroglycerin. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but the way you would do this, so I don't know if you know who Fred Adair is, probably not. He was this famous oil well firefighter from the 50s or the 40s or something, who put out, what was it called, the Devil's Cigarette or something like that? The Devil's Cigarette Lighter, I think, was this famous oil well fire that he put out, and there was a documentary about it. But the way you do this is you blow up the oil well, which, okay, I understand. I hear you saying, how on earth could blowing it up help the fire? Well, I don't know. No, what it does apparently is that it will discharge everything that's burning. So there's a number of things that it does. One, it uses up all of the oxygen. Two, it discharges the things that were actually burning in the first place, so it spreads them out. And then three, it tends to also cover them up by putting a bunch of dirt and other crap on top of the whatnot. So apparently, that's actually a good way to deal with an oil well fire. Who knew? Is to blow it up. But there isn't nitroglycerin on site of the fire. So this movie is about some truckers who have to drive 2 trucks, each with 100 tons of nitroglycerin across all of South America. I told you, this is a suspenseful movie. I also, fun fact, I watched this the night before I took my driver's test, which I didn't even know what this movie was about. I just thought, oh, The Wages of Fear. That sounds kind of cool. We watched it. Oh, man. This movie is so suspenseful. The amount of times where they're they come to this turn in the road and it's they're driving on this road, it's on the side of a cliff, and then the road's not, the turn's too sharp for the truck to make it, so they have to back the truck partly off the cliff, and they back it onto some little platform, but the cable on the platform snaps, and all this. Oh man, so many antics. But this movie will literally have you on the edge of your seat for an hour and a half straight, just sweating. So I think I might stand by this as being one of the most suspenseful, if not the most suspenseful movie that exists. And 1953, it's an old one. I'll also say just a word about Henri-Georges Clouzot, the guy who directed it. iconic director. So he was French. And this is going to be an exception to the French cinema thing that I talked about earlier. But he made French thrillers, basically. There's a couple cool ones. There's kind of an interesting, not really rivalry, but parallel between him and Alfred Hitchcock, which is that Henri-Georges Clouzot made a really iconic movie called Diabolique. And I'll talk more about this if it's up there, but basically Diabolique is the original horror movie. A lot of people think the original horror movie is Psycho. They're wrong. Psycho was actually deliberately made to try and top Diabolique, and it falls short. I think a long way short, but debatable. Henri-Georges Clouzot never really received the recognition that he should have. He died pretty young. He was not anywhere near as successful as someone like Hitchcock, but in my opinion, he was a superior filmmaker. Whoa, big claim. Yeah, I think he was better than Hitchcock. I think his movies are better than Hitchcock's. And one of the main reasons is because their sources of drama and suspense are not contrived. So a lot of Hitchcock movies, like Psycho, for instance, it's like, well, there's just a crazy guy. Like, okay, the drama comes from somebody behaving erratically or just somebody being a criminal or just being out of their minds or something like that. Henri-Georges Clouzot's movies tend to be much more grounded in reality. So, like I was just explaining, this is an extremely suspenseful movie. It doesn't rely on, like, some strange, like, criminal thing or whatnot. It's about a real story, which is pretty cool. So that movie is definitely one to check out. Okay, 198, 12 Years a Slave. I've seen this. I like this movie. I don't know how much I have to say about this. Let's see. It's got Steve McQueen directed this, I think. Not that Steve McQueen, though. Easy mistake to make. And it's got Chiwetel Ejiofor in it, or whatnot. I think this is a movie that needs to exist. And I think it's a great and compelling movie about important stories that need to be heard. And you should go watch it. I don't know. Do I have anything else to say? I guess. Let me mention two things. Unbroken shot, the whipping scene in this movie, incredibly, incredibly powerful. Going back to Spotlight, which is not Whiplash, directed possibly by Kevin McCarthy, who knows. I was saying there that lingering was an extremely powerful thing. The whipping scene in this movie, the lingering in that, is one of the most sort of heart-wrenching scenes out there, I think. I also really like, there's a great shot I think it's of some propellers under the water or something like that. It's like a threshing machine or something like that in this movie that I think is an extremely nice sort of image of mechanical violence in the movie that goes hand in hand with the story of slavery. 197, Cool Hand Luke. 1967. So this is a cool movie. One of the things I like about this movie is that I think the main theme in the soundtrack of this movie, which was written by Lalo Schifrin, who also did the music for the Clint Eastwood is a cop movies, Dirty Harry. There we go. He did the Dirty Harry music, but he also wrote the really cool theme song for Mission Impossible, which is in an odd time signature too. But Lalo Schifrin was a really cool sort of jazzy composer from the time. The music for Cool Hand Luke, I think, is one of the themes in all of cinema. It's one of the themes that best captures kind of the essence of the movie. Like, the emotional value is just so spot on for the opening music. This movie, in some ways, is kind of bound to its generation in some ways. It's got major vibes. You might, watching it now, I don't know, I guess you could see it and think, like, it might seem a little bit weird because it's, in some ways, I think it might be a little dated. But I really like this movie. I have a poster of it in my room at home. I think it's definitely worth checking out. Classic performance from Paul Newman. A compelling movie with some great characters and an unpredictable story. 196. Well, thankfully we're across 200, but man, this could take a long time. 195. Oh, 196, right. Into the Wild. I haven't seen this, about Chris McCandless and his bus. Haven't seen it. 195. Catch Me If You Can. Okay. Steven Spielberg. This movie's okay. This is a good, like, introductory kind of movie. Very easy to like. It's Steven Spielberg. And it's got, Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks. And Christopher Walken. So it's got, a solid, and Amy McAdams, or Rachel McAdams, or whatever her name is. Amy Adams, Rachel McAdams. I forget. One of those people Yeah, easy movie to like. I saw the play of this movie, the musical version, in Chicago once. It was okay. This has kind of nice music by John Williams, but the music is obviously a throwback to like Henry Mancini-esque things. The opening titles, obviously a throwback to Saul Bass, which is kind of nice touches in both cases. Pretty solid period piece movie. It's a great story about Frank Abagnale Jr. That is a story that any movie about almost couldn't go wrong, and Steven Spielberg carries it off well. But is this some remarkable piece of art? No, not really. But it's a nice movie. Before Sunrise, we already talked about this. This is the first, I think, in that trilogy of Richard Linklater. That's 194. 193, I'm just going to apologize. This is a whole, I haven't seen this movie. It's Persona by Ingmar Bergman. Okay, I haven't seen very many Ingmar Bergman movies. There's a reason for that, but we don't need to get into it. I should watch this. 192, The Grand Budapest Hotel. Haven't seen this. Not a huge Wes Anderson fan, but we might get to some other stuff. 191, okay. Maybe you just saw Parasite in theaters and thought, wow, this is great. What else is like this? Well, let me tell you. That director, what's his name? Bong Joon-ho, directed, I think, one of the greatest thrillers of all time back in 2003, which was Memories of Murder. And that's 191. Awesome. This movie is so rad. So it's got the same main guy in it, Song Kang-ho, one of the most iconic Korean actors. This movie is just one of the perfect, just such a great thriller. It's got characters that are one great challenge in movies is trying to get the right level of complexity into a character. Movies can't really have as complex of characters as books most of the time because there just isn't enough time and space to sort of thresh them out and whatnot. And a lot of movies suffer from just really oversimplistic characters and whatnot. Everybody knows, I think, that you don't want characters just to be way too simple and predictable and stock and whatnot. But a lot of people don't realize that there are movies that suffer from having too complex of characters, where it's just like kind of a little bit strange and hard to relate exactly. I think Barry Lyndon actually has that problem to some extent. This movie is right in the sweet spot in the middle where there are characters that are pretty complex and interesting, but you can also sort of get what's going on very quickly, and then the movie can just really use them to ratchet up the tension and whatnot and to have people be predictable and knowable and understandable, predictable in a good way. But at the same time, like, pretty interesting. This movie has so many great thriller moments in it. Just so many. Let me give you an example. Okay. This, not too much of a spoiler, I think, but there's some sort of killer and whatnot. At some point, they determine that the killer happens to strike on certain nights of the week when a certain song, it's called Sad Letter, I think, is playing on the radio. And there's this great scene where they're all hanging out in the police station, and they're like, hey, tonight is a Friday and it's raining. And then they turn on the radio and Sad Letter is playing. And then it's like a hard cut to where the scene of a crime is about to take place. Oh, man, what a great movie. I think this movie is a lot better than Parasite, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. This, though, seriously, I think like top 2 maybe thrillers. It's, wow, this movie's great. Okay. 190, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. So we already talked about this a little bit. It's Frank Capra. It's Jimmy Stewart. He plays some small-town American person who gets elected to Congress or something like that, and goes to serve in Congress and whatnot, and determines that sort of corrupt and has lost touch with the American people and whatnot. Okay, you might be hearing this story and using today's political terminology to think he's some sort of weird conservative or something like that, or he's some sort of Bernie Sanders-esque hyper-progressive or something like you might be making some kind of assumptions. Don't. Frank Capra's politics are not really along the spectrum of today's politics, but his ideology is powerful and optimistic, and it resonates with just about everyone. It's pretty cool. So this movie is worth checking out. It has iconic moments in it towards the end especially. It's a rollicking Jimmy Stewart, Frank Capra kind of film, and if you know what that means, then you'll like this movie a lot. 189, How to Train Your Dragon. I haven't seen this. I read the book when I was in elementary school. I don't know. 188, The General, 1924, Buster Keaton. So, I was saying there are some silent films that you should see. This is one. This movie, you might think, oh, silent. How could a silent movie possibly be good? Well, if you actually are seriously wondering, just watch this movie and you'll know. It's about a guy. It's set during the Civil War. So I don't know. There's potentially some really odd politics in it, but it's set during the Civil War. It's about a guy who is the engineer of a train, and the train like crosses enemy lines or gets stolen or something like that, and he goes to get it back. Has some iconic scenes. Maybe you've seen the scene of Buster Keaton on the front of the train, and there's like like a big railroad tie in the train and whatnot, and in the tracks ahead of the train, he like has to throw this other railroad tie that he's holding at it to like bounce it out of the way. One of the things that's really cool about these movies from this era, like Safety Last with Harold Lloyd in it, which is another silent movie you should check out. Don't think it's on this list. Buster Keaton movies, Charlie Chaplin movies, is that time in cinema history, authenticity was different, right? These days, if there's something amazing in a movie, it's like, that could be special effects. Like, who knows? The truth and the authenticity of a movie is gone in some ways. People are just going to assume that it's not real or something like that. But back then, it was different, There were special effects. And actually, like Safety Last with Harold Lloyd, the most famous scene in that is actually sort of fake in some ways. Similarly, Charlie Chaplin rollerblading right near the edge of the department store, that's fake. But for one, it's extremely well executed in both cases, and you would never know that it's fake. But people at the time didn't have that assumption that movies, weren't completely real, basically. And you can just imagine the kind of thrill and the kind of joy people got out of watching those things. And the best part about it is that a lot of it still lingers on. If you go back and you watch these movies, you're going to be amazed. Trust me, you're going to be amazed by the physical acuity of these people, by the skill that it takes to make these movies and whatnot. You'll be amazed, which is really cool. And there's almost nothing like it these days that has the same kind of athleticism and the same kind of authenticity and whatnot. And of course, Buster Keaton is also just, gotta love him. So lovely movie. 187 is Sherlock Jr. That's another Buster Keaton movie. I haven't seen this one though. 186, Hacksaw Ridge. That's a Mel Gibson movie. Came out kind of recently. I haven't seen it. 185, Gone Girl. Haven't seen it. I'd actually be somewhat interested in watching that. Okay. 184, In the Name of the Father. Okay, this is a movie about the IRA, I think. Yeah, it's got Pete Postlethwaite in it, legendary character actor, and also Daniel Day-Lewis, I think, is in this movie. Came out in 1993. Yeah, it's about the Irish conflict. What can I say about this movie? The beginning's really cool. They do a really nice cut thing with Voodoo, Jimi Hendrix's Voodoo Child, Slight Return, is used in the beginning of this movie, which is nice. This is another just sort of like solid, good movie. If you want to watch a nice movie, you can go watch this. I don't know if I have a lot more to say about it than that. I will say, the other thing I'll say about it, that you don't need to know anything about the politics of the IRA to understand this movie, which might be good. Okay, 183, Mary and Max, haven't seen it. 182, Wild Tales. Okay, a Grindhouse movie. If you like Quentin Tarantino's movies, check this movie out. You'll like it. I don't like Quentin Tarantino's movies. I watched this movie. I thought it was okay. It's like a series of like, I forget how many, like 8 maybe, quite a few short films about wild stuff, about violence, about conflict in everyday life, about rage on the road and stuff. Some of the stories are outlandish. Some of them are pretty believable. In general, it's a intense, unpredictable and clever grindhouse film, very violent, pretty much completely pointless, but could be fun. 181, Tokyo Story. Okay. Well, we've arrived at another legendary titan of film. This is a movie by Yasuhiro Ozu, legendary director. Interesting fact about Ozu is that he, in his entire career, let's see if I can get this fact right. I think I can. Never used a single zoom and used one fade in all of his movies, kind of set in his ways. Ozu has a very distinct style. He was famous for deep focus. We mentioned what that was earlier. And for having the camera kind of low to the ground and big like ensemble staging and whatnot with like a lot of people in the frame. It was sort of supposed to mimic, or I don't know if it's supposed to, but it does kind of mimic what it would be like to sit in a Japanese house with these other people, like sit, on the floor, camera kind of low to the ground. Tokyo Story is a remarkably mature movie. When I watched it, I was not old enough to appreciate what it was like. I thought it was kind of boring. But it is a remarkably mature movie. Ozu, it's interesting, Japan in the 50s and 60s were an insanely influential country. Well, okay, now they are in sort of a different way. Insanely influential country in early cinema because you had Kurosawa and Ozu working at the same time, which is kind of mind-boggling to think that they could both be coexisting in one cinema, making such incredible and influential movies and whatnot. Now, obviously, anime kind of takes over everything. there, which is not a bad thing necessarily, and probably has a similar level of influence, but not quite thought of in the same academic sense exactly. But Ozu, worth checking out. Tokyo Story is his most famous movie. I will say, this is a movie for adults in the Calvin and Hobbes sense. If you want something exciting, don't bother. Okay, 180, The Big Lebowski. I have seen this movie. Doesn't do it for me. I understand it's a cult thing. The rug, it really ties the room together. Okay. I didn't find it that funny. Whatever. 179, The Truman Show. This is a great movie. This is, in a lot of ways, this movie is a great blend of being sort of a fun family movie, but actually being a pretty subversive, interesting, and incisive movie at the same time, and whatnot. Now, okay, you might look at some of the statements these days and be like, we live in a society, and sort of relegate everything that it's trying to claim to that. And I do think it's true, it is in some ways a little bit heavy-handed. In some ways it's responding to fairly blatant ideas about reality television that either don't apply so much today or that we've just completely normalized today and don't notice at all. But it is a really solid response, I think, to the commercialization of mainstream entertainment, meaning television and whatnot, and to the seeming like complete lack of boundaries of that stuff. So this is a movie basically all about reality television and whatnot, and it does a really good job. This is a kind of movie that makes me happy that movies exist that are mainstream Hollywood films that also have good intellectual content, good filmmaking, and that basically anybody could watch and really enjoy, but also have quite a bit of meaning and an incisive and subversive take on other media around and whatnot, which is pretty cool. So if you haven't seen this, I would check it out. It's a great day in the neighborhood. That's not from that movie. What do they say? Good morning, good night, and good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Okay, 178, Stalker. So this is an Andrei Tarkovsky movie. Let me just give you the trivia first. So this movie is sort of set in this like strange, like Chernobyl-esque, like it's called The Zone, and it's like this sort of forbidden place and whatnot where you need a guide called a stalker to access and whatnot. And there's this old guy who tries to enter the zone. This was probably filmed in an actual old like nuclear fallout place, and that may have been one of the reasons why Tarkovsky eventually got cancer and died, before he maybe should have otherwise, which is too bad. I'm not going to be able to give you a good take about everything that this movie is. Like I said, Tarkovsky's movies are about things that could kind of only be expressed in a movie, that you kind of need the entire experience to understand. They're also remarkably complex and remarkably open. You watch this 10 times, you'll get different ideas about what these things are. About the symbolism, the descent, the escape from the conformist mainstream life, tinged Soviet in some ways, and then what you get there. It's interesting because in a lot of places we have this idea of transcending the mainstream, everyday, quotidian life to some like higher plane and whatnot. This movie is in some ways kind of interesting because it is in some ways about an escape of like the quotidian, but it's not through transcendence. It's actually through a descent, right? There's this place, the zone, where to escape, you kind of have to go further in. You kind of have to dig this hole into the ground and whatnot, follow a guide and whatnot. Questions of spirituality, questions of faith and trust in while going on this journey that has clear signs as to, that it leads almost to a black hole in some ways. But I don't want to oversimplify exactly. Just go watch this movie. It's cool. Okay, 177, The Deer Hunter. What a great movie. This is one of the best American movies, I think, out there. There's a lot to talk about this. So one thing that's interesting, so the director, Michael Cimino, is kind of a controversial guy. He made a movie called Thunderbolt and Lightning Foot, something like that. I can never remember exactly what that movie's called. It did decently. He was given a chance at United Artists to make The Deer Hunter, which is a true masterpiece, was incredibly well received. And then United Artists gave him basically a blank check to make any movie he wanted. And he made a movie called Heaven's Gate, which ended up being one of the most fateful movies and infamous movies in Hollywood history, and ended up destroying American auteurism. What is auteurism, you ask? Well, the this ties back to the New Wave. So one of the ideas that people had in the New Wave was that we should think of movies a bit like we think of books, and we should think of the author, the director, as being an author who uses the camera like a pen. So there was a famous essay called The Camera Stylo by René Astruc that says basically exactly that. And then that idea expanded a whole bunch into basically an idea that we should center the director and his, unfortunately, always his, creativity, and that should be kind of emanating throughout the entire movie, and that's what should matter in a film. Here's a way of understanding it. People, like, the most extreme form of auteur theory is to say that there are no single movies, there are only directors, right? So individual movies don't matter so much. It's more that every director has their own, like, complete, signature thing and whatnot, and all the movies they make are really kind of the same extension of their sensibility and whatnot. That was a very popular idea in Europe. It has some huge flaws in the idea, like movies are not actually made by one person, never have been, never will be. And okay, maybe they have been in some very specific circumstances, but it's not common. And directors don't get to realize exactly what they want. People always have to make practical decisions, right? The image in your head never gets translated exactly to the image in the camera, or maybe you don't even have an image in your head. But the first time that you make some compromise for the sake of practicality or something like that, the auteurist idea is a little bit shaky. And then the fact that movies are just made by so many different people, there are some questions about it. But it is a valuable theory, and it was incredibly important to film to center the director's creativity and to really empower a lot of visionary directors to do their thing and to make really experimental and interesting movies. That kind of made its way to the United States. We kind of had some auteurs for a while in the 60s and 70s, but unfortunately it all ended with Michael Cimino because this movie that United Artists was a super cool studio founded by, not going to be able to remember, Mary Pickford, I think, and Buster Keaton were among some of the early founders, maybe Chaplin too, founded by actors and directors. That's the key thing. United Artists, right? The title of this company actually matters. The studio actually cared about making interesting, innovative products and pushing the boundaries and enabling auteurs to make great movies. And in the 70s, there were a lot of great things that came out of that. But it basically all came crashing down when they gave Michael Cimino a blank check to make Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate basically ended up being the biggest disaster that has been made. One of. Michael Cimino more or less lost his mind. There are stories about him. For example, so this was a period piece about the Johnson County War in Utah. And it ended up being like this 4-hour-long movie. I've actually watched it, and it's not very good. It's not as bad maybe as it got, as critics initially said, but it's not good. It has a remarkable scale. There's a huge like choreographed roller skating scene, which is kind of nifty. There's the story about how the central, like the main like set for the village in the city, they wanted Michael Cimino. They built it, and then Michael Cimino came and was like, the road's not wide enough. Could you move both sides 10 feet back? And the people, the set construction team, reasonably said, how about we just move one side 20 feet? And he said, no. He was so attached to the location, to the trees and whatnot, he just insisted that was impossible and whatnot. And that kind of tyranny and insanity basically drove that project into the ground. And unfortunately, it started... it came to the attention of the media that was what was happening before the movie was finished, and they started coming on set and uncovering what a disaster it was. And stories about this came out long before the movie came out, which basically poisoned the well and removed any chance of anyone actually liking the thing. And on top of that, the movie really wasn't very good. But we're not talking about Heaven's Gate. We're talking about The Deer Hunter, which is what made Michael Cimino famous and gave people enough faith to let him do this. Like I said, The Deer Hunter is one of the most remarkable American films. It's about the Vietnam War, sort of. The movie is in 3 parts with a coda, I think is how people say it technically. It has an insane cast. This cast is great. It's got Robert De Niro. It's got Christopher Walken. It's got a young Meryl Streep in it. It's got John Cazale, interesting actor who is only in like 5 or 6 movies before he died, unfortunately, but they're like 5 or 6 of like the greatest movies out there. I think he's in this movie. I could be... Is he? I think so. This movie, in some ways, it takes its time. It opened with a super long wedding scene and whatnot. It might bore you a little bit, but this movie I like because it's remarkably literary. What do I mean by that? Well, okay. It takes a lot of time to set you up in the characters' lives. One interesting structural choice about this movie is that it basically jumps straight. So it starts out in this like small town where everybody's from. It basically jumps straight from that town to these people being in like fighting in Vietnam. There's no we're getting drafted. There's no like training. There's no flying out. It's just a hard like shift between them. So it goes from a scene where they're like playing, it's like their last night at the bar at home and they're playing the piano. It's like, yeah, farewell. And then it fades out and fades in, part two, they're fighting. Which is a really interesting choice. I think a good one. It takes its time to really set you up in the characters' lives. Then the middle pieces are some of the most intense scenes in any movies. You've maybe seen reference to the Russian roulette scenes in the movie. And then the third act of the movie where characters come home and the war has changed things is all I'll say. You got to see it for yourself. Is remarkably powerful. Another thing I really like about this movie is, again, seeing profound symbolism, seeing directors brave enough to include symbolism and prominent metaphorical content in intense movies and in mainstream movies makes me happy. So in this movie, Russian roulette is a somewhat facile but still pretty good metaphor for the war and whatnot. And they leverage that pretty well to show the kind of insanity of everything that's going on there. Don't boil this down to war is insane movie. It's about a lot more than just that. But an iconic movie, one of the best American movies that has ever been made. And it's a shame that Michael Cimino would go on to kind of destroy the potential for Hollywood to make good movies for a long time. That's one of the reasons why I said earlier that the 1980s were kind of barren. That's one of the reasons why. 1976, Kill Bill. Haven't seen this. Mentioned not a huge fan of Tarantino. We'll talk about why, I guess, in a bit. 1975, Fargo. Haven't seen that. Also not a huge fan of the Coen brothers. Oh, no. I know. This guy's got horrible taste. I know. 174. Man, we're going to be here all day. Holy crap. Gran Torino. I got to speed up. Okay. This is a Clint Eastwood movie. It's okay. I don't know. If you like Clint Eastwood, it's got all the hallmarks. It delivers. You'll get your money's worth. It's okay. The Bandit. Oh, 1996. Eşkıya, this movie's called. I think it's Turkish. I'm surprised this is up here, actually. That's pretty interesting. This is about a guy who gets out of prison. He's a Turkish guy who gets out of prison, and he tries to pick up his old life as he had lived it before. And he has some trouble doing that. This is actually a pretty nice movie. The end, the fireworks at the end are very beautiful. I'm surprised that this is up here, and I'm surprised I've seen it. It's pretty good, though. If you want a Turkish movie, okay, we're trying to go fast, though. Okay, Wild Strawberries. This is an Ingmar Bergman movie I have seen. This is a movie that you got to be kind of old to... Well, okay, you don't have to be, but this is a movie for older people. This is an adult movie. Great movie. Got Victor Sjöström in it, who is an actor and a director in his own right. Plays Itzhak Berg, I think is the name of the character, who's an elderly professor who's sort of experiencing the world through memory and forgetting simultaneously while feeling out his family and his surroundings and whatnot. It's a beautiful movie. Finding Nemo, we've all seen that. Don't need to talk about that too much. Jurassic Park, okay, whatever. Another big rollicking Steven Spielberg kind of thing. Kind of fun blockbuster thing. This movie, pretty dated, honestly. I think you watch it now, doesn't totally live up. 169. Okay, we've sped up a bit. Oh, this is good because the next... Oh, boy. Yeah, the next 4 movies are going to take a long time. Okay. 169 is The Third Man. Here's what I'll say. Okay, we mentioned this movie earlier because I said that it had the same Ferris wheel that's in one of the Before trilogy movie by Richard Linklater. This movie is set after World War II in somewhere. I feel like it's in Vienna, although I thought it was in Germany. Anyway, whatever. It's directed by Carol Reed. It's got Orson Welles in it, used extremely well. Here's what I'll say. This is a movie that if you have any doubts about whether or not you'd be able to like old movies, just watch this movie, okay? Just go watch it. It is really a good time, a thrilling movie, an unpredictable movie, a bittersweet movie. The ending is great. And the score is great too. It's got interesting like guitar music in it or whatnot. But this is one of the movies from the 40s, one of the film noir movies that really holds up and is worth its money even today. Okay, that didn't take too long. Thank goodness. 168, On the Waterfront. This is another one. So, okay, there's a lot of interesting stuff about this movie. So this is from 1954. It's got Marlon Brando in it. It's got Carl Malden in it. Great cast. It was Eva Marie Saint's debut. Was in this movie. It's directed by Elia Kazan, who's a extremely interesting figure. We'll talk a little bit about his life. He was a director who has led a lot of people to Academy Awards, partly because he was a huge fan of The Method, like Marlon Brando followed. And he worked with a lot of those actors as it was extremely popular at the time, and a lot of them were successful. He made a lot of sort of moralistic social commentary films and whatnot, breaking barriers sometimes, like with The Gentleman's Agreement and things like that. A lot of sort of theatrically oriented plays too. But the thing that's kind of interesting is that for all of his morality, he ended up being a pretty bad guy that a lot of people don't like because at the during the communist inquisitions into Hollywood, he named names. He sold out some of his friends who he used to work with in like a small theater group. He told the committee that they were communists and whatnot. And people took a very dim view of this, especially because he stood by that later on as saying it was the right thing to do, which, no. I don't care what your politics are. Being a snitch is not really ever going to be that well accepted by other people. But On the Waterfront is kind of interesting because it's an extremely powerful moral tale, but it was deliberately made to justify his decision to do that. And if you know that, you might take a very dim view of this movie. It's about Marlon Brando plays this guy, Terry Malloy is his name, who's a dock worker, who's being hounded by the union, basically. And he chooses bravely, he's faced with this choice as to whether or not to testify in court against the union. Okay. The thing that's interesting about this movie is, like I said, it is justifying Kazan's choice to testify and to name names in the blacklisting fiasco. But it's actually a great movie otherwise. If you didn't know that, it is a great movie. I don't know why I told you. Forget that. Anyway, it's a great movie about solidarity. And the thing that's kind of ironic, too, is that technically the bad guys in this movie are the union, but really the way that the workers come together, led by Terry Malloy and others, and the priest, or the pastor, Carl Malden, the way that the workers come together is more reminiscent of a union than anything, right? They band together and are strong and stand up for each other and eventually, to combat this thing. So, kind of interesting. There's reasons why you would say that this is not a progressive movie at all, but actually it kind of is if you just don't know more of the context. This movie has some dynamite performances. I think my favorite speech in any movie, like ever, is in this movie. It's when Carl Malden comes down to the docks, and there's been a worker who's been injured, and it's sort of suspicious the situation that it's been injured in, and the speech that Carl Malden gives there, wow, it's amazing. All I'll say, there's a moment in it where somebody says, "Go back to your church, Father," and he goes, "This is my church." Iconic line, love it. There's some other, this movie has one of the most famous quotes in cinema history, which is I could have been somebody. I could have had class. I could have been a contender thing, which is Marlon Brando talking to his brother in the movie. The last thing I'll say about this movie is that one of the reasons why it's really good is because it really latches onto the fear and the precarity of the lives of the dock workers and whatnot. And that's compelling no matter who you are and no matter the situations that surround the production of the movie. You really see that these people depend on their work and how the threats of it impacts other people. This is also a good example of what I like sometimes about classic Hollywood movies, is that I think they do a good job of showing leverage, right? So some people might complain about classic Hollywood as being somewhat mechanical and whatnot, like this forces that to happen and blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but being sort of mechanical. I think that then a lot of times that can be good because it shows conflicts in a relatively clear way. Now you might say, is it oversimplifying the conflict? Okay, fair enough. In this case, you get a very strong sense of the leverage, which when talking about unions and when talking about labor, that's kind of the name of the game, is leverage, right? And how the plot twists back and forth on power, right? So I think a lot of the times classic Hollywood exposes power in an extremely, extremely vivid way, even movies that don't mean to. This one does mean to. So a great movie. This should be top on your list to see. If you're starting out with older movies, this is one of the first that you should go to. Incredible movie. Okay. 167, Blade Runner. Oh, man. Okay. So Blade Runner is such an interesting movie. We've talked about classical Hollywood. We've talked about modern Hollywood, which started out in the 60s. Now we're going to get into postmodern Hollywood. Oh, no. Okay. Postmodernism is a really hard thing to understand, partly because whenever you Google it, every single description of it says, this is the thing that followed modernism. And you're like, what the heck does that mean? You Google postmodern architecture, and it's like, this is differentiated from the international style of modern architecture. And you're like, what? I don't know what that is. Can be really annoying. It's also kind of annoying because, like I said, a lot of disciplines have their own version of postmodern whatever. Okay, they're all actually linked, but they have their own different hallmarks to what it means to be postmodern, and they're not really in sync with each other. Like postmodern architecture and postmodern cinema didn't exactly emerge at the same time. Okay. What we mean when we talk about postmodern cinema is this. We had classical Hollywood. It was about invisible editing. It was about creating these extremely potable, easy-to-watch movies and whatnot. Some of those movies are great. Some do a lot more than that and are really sold short by the label of classic Hollywood. Then we had modern cinema, which basically said, let's burn all that down. Let's not have predictable endings. Let's have strange, sad, odd endings. So, I won't get into that yet. Then postmodernism is basically the fusion of those two things together, right? So you want... the other thing I should mention is that in modernism, particularly this would be referred to as high modernism, you get movies like Tarkovsky, which are unabashedly intellectual, right? Movies that are puzzle films or whatnot, that are made to be tricky, to be interesting, to really challenge the viewer, to be about crazy stuff, to try and expand the mind, not to be easy to watch or entertaining, right? A lot of those movies, they don't care about entertainment. That's not the point. The point is some deeper truth, something like that. That is high modernism. Postmodernism basically tries to blend those two things together. How the heck do you do that? Well, it takes the high and the low and brings them together. And in some ways, that destroys both, right? So postmodernism is generally seen as a bad thing, as an implosion of meaning and whatnot, right? Where we used to, via modernism, right, we used to have ideas, we used to have, nationalized morals and culture and ideas about the way things should be, about what should be trusted and what shouldn't be, about what was the proper thing to do and whatnot. Postmodernism almost always entails a total democratization of all of that, meaning that all bets are off in terms of what you can say and what you can do, and things like that. If you want a good example of postmodernism, go to any meme page on Facebook. Memes are classic postmodern stuff. Like, all bets are off. There are no rules about what you can say exactly. Symbols that would have at one time been reserved for certain uses, do whatever the heck you want with them now, right? So that's not really a great description, but it's getting close. Blade Runner is kind of the ultimate postmodern movie. So it brings together a lot of old stuff, a lot of classic stuff, right? It's a neo-noir movie. It takes a ton of tropes from the 40s and whatnot. It brings them into the future and whatnot. It slams together a bunch of different genres, mixes a whole bunch of different things together. We used to have these things. They used to be separate. They used to have their own, hierarchies and traditions and whatnot. Forget that. We're bringing it all together. We're going to mash it all together and whatnot. And if you look at the society that's there, you'll see it's the same way. Fragmented, right? Key word for postmodernism, fragmentation. All over the place in the society there. Okay, now you look at the actual plot of this movie. It's about replicants, right? Trying to track down these sort of uncannily, these close to human, indistinguishable from human robots, basically. This is an interesting question in the postmodern world, because there is a bit of a question of whether or not our identities still remain to be our own, or whether or not they've been sort of artificially produced by the consumeristic world that we've been growing up in and whatnot. So the kind of base level Blade Runner fan asks this question: is Deckard a replicant, right? That's the, like, ooh, big, like, theory, which unfortunately the new Blade Runner kind of blew the mystery there. But they wonder whether or not Deckard is a replicant, right? The next level Blade Runner fan asks the true question of the movie, which is whether or not the people in the audience, the viewers, are the replicants, right? We're sort of induced into this movie by the eye in the opening sequence. We're kind of implicated in this movie. Hey, it's actually, when I'm making this, it's November 2019, which is actually when the movie is set. So let me take one step aback from this not very coherent theoretical take on the movie and say this. One of the interesting things about Blade Runner is that one of the reasons why it's good is because it's bad. In a lot of ways, Blade Runner is a failure as a movie. It's not a very good action movie because the pacing is totally out of whack. The movie, the first time you watch it, probably is going to bore the crap out of you, right? It's not paced quickly enough. It takes forever for anything to happen and whatnot. You sit there watching Harrison Ford zoom and enhance for like 10 minutes. But a lot of those flaws have, through some strange way, actually enabled the movie to be a much more significant intellectual content, basically. And it's not really clear if, I mean, Ridley Scott, like, he's directed some nice movies, but let's face it, he's no Tarkovsky, exactly. He is not known for brilliant intellectual takes or anything like that. Somehow, Blade Runner has that kind of content, mostly, I think, through an accident, which is one of the which is basically the third prong as to why this movie is such a great example of postmodernism, because it is itself the product of this strange fragmentation and whatnot. It was revised, rewritten, right? So if you know anything about Blade Runner, you know that it exists in a bunch of different versions. When it was first released, it was in this very strange, butchered version that actually included the N-word in this voiceover that was used, which is a very, very strange thing. But they basically forced there to be voiceover in the movie because the people didn't think that studio didn't think it would make enough sense to these dumb Americans or something. So they do voiceover. Harrison Ford thinks this voiceover sucks, deliberately records it poorly so that they won't use it, and then they use it, which is just like, But okay, then eventually we get the director's cut. Now, the director's cut is not actually the most definitive version because there wasn't quite the budget to do everything that was wanted. So if you really want to watch the good one, you watch the final cut, the definitive cut. And that is Ridley Scott's truest vision of the movie. It has a lot of uncertainty and a lot of fragmentation in it. That's one of the best things about the original Blade Runner, and this might not make any sense, but one of the best things about it is that there's a lot that is not explained. There's a lot of vagueness and strangeness in the movie. The new Blade Runner, I think its main failing is that it's way too heavy-handed. It takes on a lot of the same characteristics, the idea of replication, the idea of the production of ourselves and our surroundings and whatnot, and our existence in the postmodern world and whatnot, and love in the postmodern world. But it puts them absolutely in your face, makes no mystery about it whatsoever. One of the biggest virtues of the original Blade Runner is that it satisfies sort of the postmodern prophecy in multiple ways, not just in its content, but also in its form and in its creation and whatnot. So it is itself this strange, half-botched, bizarre mix of stuff and whatnot. And really, in a lot of ways, it's not that great of a movie. Of course, when they remade it, they weren't going to set out to make a movie that was hugely flawed. But ultimately, it was those flaws that made the original really cool. So I don't know if that makes any sense at all. But Blade Runner, hugely meaningful movie to me, seen it a gazillion times, and kind of the ultimate postmodern movie. So without a doubt, worth checking out. And yeah, I'd say if you go into it thinking you're going to watch an action movie, you'll be disappointed. It's not a great action movie. It's okay. But try and think about some of the other things that happen to work their way into that movie. Okay, 166, The Bridge on the River Kwai. I'm going to try and speed up some. This is a great just sort of madness of war movie. So a lot of the times when somebody writes a review and says, this is a movie about the madness of war, they've just missed a ton of stuff in the movie, right? Most war movies are about a lot more than that. Good example, Deer Hunter Platoon. don't say that those are about the madness of war. There's so much more. Bridge on the River Kwai kind of just is about the madness of war. This is a very much a classic film, fairly straightforward kind of mechanical plot, but the thing that's great about the straightforward kind of mechanical plot is that you can latch onto it, it can really get going, and they can really torque up and really get the thing spinning up and really have an enjoyable movie for you to watch. Fairly unpredictable. A fun fact about this movie is that the person who won the Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay for writing this movie did not speak English, which is, but basically the screenplay is written by a bunch of different people, and then all of them but one got blacklisted, and the guy who actually won didn't speak English, which was like, what? But, okay. 165, Gone with the Wind. Okay, so this obviously is a hugely famous movie. It I think lives up to its reputation. I think it's a good movie. It has obviously some really regressive components of it that are unfortunate. But I think there's something to be had for understanding the historical context of it, and for watching it, and for enjoying it. Some people try and periodize Hollywood around Gone with the Wind by saying that it's like, this was the first time that blah, 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 or this changed everything, or like movies before it were different from movies after it. That's not a great claim. For some movies, that is true. There are movies that really did change everything, like The Birth of a Nation, obviously. Citizen Kane really changed things. Gone with the Wind, mainly what this movie was it was one of the first times where everything came together in early Hollywood. So this movie was in 1939. There are loads of great movies from before 1939, right? This is one of the things that I think is unfortunate about this periodization, is like, people say, this happened to me with like Citizen Kane, is people say, oh yeah, it set everything after it is influenced by it and whatnot. And when you talk about things like that, it makes it seem like if you go and watch movies from before it, like, what will these be? Like a black screen? Like they had nothing? Or like what? Like, it makes it seem like there's just nothing beforehand. But that's really not the case. Then you go back and you watch movies from the 30s and you're like, wait a minute, these are great. Like, they definitely knew how to make movies. They knew how to make great movies. Okay, Citizen Kane still is very influential, but the influence is a little bit more subtle in some ways. Gone with the Wind, also influential, but really I think the way to think about it is that it's basically the biggest production of that era, when everything kind of came together, when all the resources were pointed together. They took a massive story, they made it into a massive movie with the biggest stars, the best production. And it stands up for what it is in that regard, even now. It's pretty cool to watch. Maybe watch it in 2 nights because it's long. But, iconic quotations and what not. 164, Andhadhun. So this is a Bollywood movie that just came out. I haven't seen it yet, but I want to. 163, The Thing. Oh, I will mention, so one interesting quirk of the top 250 is that movies that have come out recently have a hugely inflated rating usually. And this isn't really the top 250, but it's just the ratings because, for one, seeing movies in the theater probably sets people up to enjoy them more, although who knows these days with everybody watching stuff on their phones and whatnot. But also the people who go to see things in theaters are also more likely to already know something about the movie, to know something about the director, to already be fans, to have higher expectations. So in general, movies will be rated more highly, and then they'll sort of come out to everyone, and you'll get a bit of a balancing effect. And another thing that will happen is that if there's a lot of hype around a movie, especially a more like artistic movie, people will eventually tear it down, which is kind of too bad. This also happens with foreign movies fairly often. If it's big and in the news, after a while, a lot of people will, once more people have seen it, you'll eventually get not just the enthusiasts and the people who are actually interested in it, but you'll get some sort of cynical portions of the mainstream audience who are opposed to it because it's kind of different and foreign and whatnot, which is unfortunate, but it's a real thing. And you can see it on IMDb pretty clearly if you go to a page for an individual movie. If you click on the rating, you can actually see the breakdown of the rating, and you can see the frequency distribution for each rating. So you can see how many people voted a 10 and how many people voted a 9. And it's pretty telling sometimes to see which movies have been rated, have a bimodal frequency distribution, where a lot of people have rated it a 9 and a 10, and a lot of people have rated it as a 1. And unfortunately, that happens a lot, especially with foreign movies, and especially with more artistic movies that have any kind of mainstream success. A lot of people try to vote them down for whatever reason. But, oh well. Okay. 163, The Thing. So this is from 1982, John Carpenter. This is a horror movie, classic horror movie. I think this more or less holds up. It's got great practical effects, really cool. It's about these researchers who go to the Arctic or maybe the Antarctic, and it turns out there's this like alien thing that has been frozen in the ice that they uncover, and it can like take over everything and it transforms. And there's a classic like gory horror movie. There's some interesting things about this movie. One of them is that it has no women in it at all, except the voice on the computer. So that's kind of unfortunate, but there's like a computerized assistant, the Alexa of the time, which has a woman's voice or something, and that's it. Everyone else is a guy. The one thing that I would say I don't totally love about this movie is I almost think that it overdoes. Well, I almost think it makes the audience get a little bit too used to the monster, right? So a lot of horror movies make you wait for a really long time, and there's all kinds of theories about this. There's been some pseudo-academic work about this and whatnot, about like, oh yeah, building suspense and whatnot. Val Lewton is an old school horror guy who was really famous for like not showing the monster, and some people say it originally came from like they didn't have the budget to show the monster. It's exactly the same story you hear told about Jaws, right? Oh, it was a breakthrough to not show the shark. That's not a breakthrough. People have done that for a long time. But apparently the story is that the shark like wouldn't work, and that's why they had to film some of the beach scenes as a POV shots where from the shark's perspective, which by not showing it apparently increased the suspense, although I don't know exactly how you measure suspensefulness or whatnot, but I believe it. Anyway, The Thing kind of does the opposite. It shows you the monster from relatively early on. And to me, I think it actually desensitizes the viewer a little bit. I would prefer something like Alien. I think Alien, which comes out around a similar time, a few years before, is actually a lot better. But The Thing's pretty good. 162, Shutter Island. Yeah, okay. I'm not the biggest Martin Scorsese fan. This is an interesting movie because it's kind of not very much like his other work. Except for the actors that are in it, of course, are the same. But it's kind of more of like your classic thriller than what he usually does, which is kind of a more stately, more drawn out kind of thing and whatnot. This is kind of it's kind of just more of a thriller. In general, okay, fair enough. Solid thriller. Yeah, solid movie. Might as well watch it. 161, The Sixth Sense. I hesitate some because we'll bump into some more Scorsese things in a bit, and I will complain about them. And I don't know how that'll go over, but oh well. 161 The Sixth Sense. I haven't seen this movie because someone spoiled it for me, and I think there's no point in watching this movie. I don't know. Maybe there is, but got a lot of things on the list. 160 The Elephant Man. I haven't seen this. I'd be curious to watch this movie, actually. Trainspotting. Haven't seen this either. I'd also be curious to watch that. 158 Room. This is a lovely movie. Understated, I think, which is nice. You would think it'd be kind of a challenge to make a movie that's just set in one room be interesting and entertaining. And here's one of the interesting things about this movie, is that part of the reason why it's interesting and entertaining is because the audience goes to the movie wanting to see how it's going to be interesting and entertaining. Okay? Maybe I'm starting to lose my mind here, but I think a big part of when you go and see this movie is you're curious how it's going to be any good, right? Because you hear in the marketing, hey, it's all set in one room and whatnot. And you think, how the heck could they make that any good? And then you sort of go in thinking, and believe it or not, they do. Now, this is not the only movie set in one room. There are plenty. I think there's a Linklater movie called Sex, Lies, and Videotape, also with Ethan Hawke, or something like that. I know it's got Ethan Hawke in it. Is also, I think, mostly in one room. Haven't seen it. There's others, though. But, and also, like, just watch a play. Like, there are loads of plays that are just set in one place. In fact, all of them are set in one place, being the stage. Whatever. But I do think there's this kind of ingenious dynamic of this movie where you're like, oh, that's how this is going to be a movie whenever, like, plot happens. I also think it's quite interesting how it speeds up a lot at the end. I won't spoil it, but I think the pacing of this movie is pretty darn interesting, but it comes off well. I think it's got strong acting. It's got a child actor who's not terrible, and it's ingenious in general. I think it's a well thought out movie. That's the other thing about it is, like, in the trailer for this movie, you're kind of promised ingenuity in that it's going to envision the world the way that it would be envisioned if you lived only in that room. And that's something we're curious about when we see the trailer. Like, oh, how does this kid perceive his life. Like, that's actually pretty interesting. And I think they did a good job of actually kind of marketing the movie that way, which is pretty cool because it's a slightly like intellectual approach to it and whatnot. And you wouldn't be sure that people would actually like care about that. But maybe it's just me, but I think they market the movie a little bit there. So you're curious about the ingenuity of how they're going to perceive their life and structure their life in The Room. Okay. No Country for Old Men. This movie didn't do it for me, honestly. I don't want to get bogged down on this, but I felt like it had you going one way, and then the end just kind of doesn't. It felt extremely incohesive, and like it doesn't quite deliver on its promises and whatnot. I think a lot of Coen Brothers movies are kind of like that, a little bit disjointed, and I think that's kind of, in some ways, the endearing thing about them. I guess I just don't quite get the Coen Brothers vibe exactly. I think it's kind of I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty specific. I feel like their movies kind of are of a specific era and whatnot. I can't really make this prediction, but I have a feeling that looking back, their movies are not quite going to last the test of time. I think that they're wed fairly closely to the kind of time that they came out, but who knows? Warrior, 156. Haven't seen this. 155, Seventh Seal, Ingmar Bergman, again, 1957. Nice movie. There's a cool line in this movie where this guy is traveling through the land, and he meets somebody, and the guy says, okay, the scenario's a little bit more complex, but the quote that matters is this. The guy he meets says, "How are you doing?" or something like that. And the guy says, well, not too bad. I've been in rather poor company lately. And the passerby says, who, the squire? That's the person he's been traveling with. And the guy says, no, not the squire, myself, which I think is a great vibe. This movie I saw too long ago to offer you any real insight about this, but I like that quotation. Need to watch it again at some point. Like I said, underschooled in Ingmar Bergman. Inside Out, 154. Haven't seen it. V for Vendetta, 153. Okay. Here's a fun fact about this movie. This movie is not called V for Vendetta. It's called 5 for Vendetta. Okay, that's a made-up fact, but it's actually true, because the character, Hugo Weaving's character in the movie, takes his name from the cell door that he is kept in when he's a prisoner. And the cell door has written on it V, but it's not the letter V, it's the Roman numeral V for 5, because it's the room number. So therefore, 5 for Vendetta. This is a pretty cool movie. This movie mostly gets by on the vibe and kind of the aura that it has and whatnot, right? You know what I mean? It mostly gets by because it's kind of cool. Like, it's a cool, legit movie. Oh, Guy Fawkes, kind of cool and whatnot. And these days, I think that vibe is starting to kind of fade and whatnot. This is also a little bit of a postmodern situation here where it's an extremely superficial movie, where it's using and that's not necessarily a bad thing, exactly, but it's using the images of revolution and it's using the images of dissent, but it's not exactly using them to any purpose, right? This is not a high modernist movie about political theory or like we saw the Battle of Algiers down there. That is a work, it's a modernist movie about the reality of revolution and whatnot. V for Vendetta is not that. It is an imagistic movie. It's a superficial movie. And that's why I say that it's really, I think, the aura of this thing that grabs people more than anything else. It's kind of a cool movie to watch. Now, nothing against that. I think it is a cool movie to watch. But, like, and I'm not saying it needs to have, like, any sort of analysis and whatnot, but just something to keep in mind is that really, in terms of actual, like, content, there is none. Okay, 152. There Will Be Blood. Haven't seen this, actually. I should watch it. 151, Drishyam, 2013. Okay, I have seen this, long time ago. This is a Bollywood movie, I think. I can't remember exactly. I don't think this is a Bollywood movie, actually. I think this is not in Hindi, but I can't quite remember. This is a very clever thriller, though. This is actually worth watching. I don't want to spoil anything more like that. It's a very simple movie about a family and some murder accusations and whatnot. And it's a very clever, nice thriller, nice plot, solid movie. Okay, 150, Dial M for Murder. So Alfred Hitchcock described this as a run-for-cover movie, as in he wasn't that pleased with it, but the studio wanted him to make something, so he made something. Pretty good movie. This is one of the first Hitchcock movies I saw. It's not as good as other work, but there is one astounding piece of trivia about this movie, which is that, so this movie came out in 1954. It was filmed in 3D. Believe it or not, it was. So a lot of people these days don't really realize that Hitchcock was really a fan of interesting technological risks. Like, if you know anything about the movie Rope, which I don't think is on this list, that was a movie that was made to look like it was filmed all in one shot, like Birdman would later do. Now, it wasn't filmed in one shot, but it was extremely long takes, and then they sort of tried to hide the cuts when people like walked in front of the camera and stuff like that. But it was a, this movie, oh, right, well, okay, here's what I'm saying. People don't realize how much he actually embraced new technology, because these days it just seems like all his movies are just kind of old. But he actually was a huge fan of trying new things and making risky new productions with sort of untested equipment and materials and whatnot. And Dial M for Murder is an example of that. Not his finest film, but pretty rollicking. It gives you the sort of Hitchcock thriller effect. If you like his stuff, you'll like it. And if you can track down the 3D one, that'd be pretty darn cool. They had a lot of restrictions about how they could film stuff and whatnot to make it work. But you wouldn't even know if you just watched the normal one. Like, I didn't know till like 5 years after I watched it that it was in 3D. Okay, The Gold Rush, 1925. This is a Chaplin movie. I saw this as a kid. I can't really remember anything about it, though. I'll just say another adorable Chaplin movie. You should check it out. 148, Chinatown, 1974. Okay. So people sometimes talk about this as being a postmodern movie as well, because this is a throwback to the to film noir, basically. This is a film noir movie, but it was made in 1974, which is about 20 years later than the end of film noir, which would have been in the 50s, which basically you had 10 years of it, more or less, from 1944-ish to maybe 1959, was film noir, which was one of the last sort of strong classic Hollywood genres. And it's a genre you are aware of, you've seen spoofs of and whatnot. And we'll talk about, we saw The Third Man, that was a film noir. We'll see a couple more up here. Chinatown is another film noir, but it's newer. Okay, we don't need to have the argument about whether it's a full-blown postmodern film or whatnot. I'll just say I'm a little bit skeptical about that, but it is a nice movie. You should check it out. But you might appreciate it more if you've already seen a couple of film noir movies. So maybe watch some of the ones we're going to talk about in a bit first. 3 Billboards Outside of Ebbing, Missouri is at 147. I hate this movie. Okay. Why is that? This movie to me is not a movie. It's television. It is marked by all of the things I despise about television, all of the failings, all of the ways in which a lot of TV is inferior. Now, okay, there's some good television out there too, but some of the hallmarks of bad television are all in this movie. First of all, the characters in this movie, so simplistic. There's the Sam Rockwell character in this movie. Okay, I won't spoil what happened, but I can't believe that people thought that was a good performance, that was like, whoa, who could have seen that coming? What an amazing character. Wow. Remarkable. Great acting, great writing. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's the most like predictable nonsense. We've seen that exact plot line in so many television shows. Okay. When something similar, I guess, happens in The Wire in season 3 or whatever, when with Przebylewski, and I was quite a fan of that show. But this just felt like the most played out and trite thing. Here's the thing that I dislike the most about this movie. Well, okay, there's so many things I dislike about it. I will say, as much as I don't really like the New York Times review people for the most part, there is a review of this movie in the New York Times that is pretty darn spot on. It wonders why the heck a Scottish guy comes to the United States and feels the need to make a movie about social justice in America, and to make such a poor one at that. Just like oh man. So if you've seen In Bruges, so In Bruges is another movie that I don't like that much because it's just kind of a grindhouse, kind of pointless movie and whatnot. Whatever, it's an action movie. If you like it, that's fine. Do you want the guy who made In Bruges to come and make a movie about sexual assault and racism in the central United States? No, like, of course not. Why on earth would you do that? This movie is immensely superficial, seems to demonstrate no core understanding of the actual social issues of this country, but knows how to find powerful images that use them and whatnot. A little bit of a postmodern spin there. Okay. One of the things that I think is most unfortunate about this movie, and this is a very common pattern, is that it's your classic social justice fantasy movie. Now, look, I think social justice is very important, so don't misconstrue this to say that we shouldn't be making movies about this. But the thing is that the problems of like sexual assault and racism, those are movies. If you make a movie about that, I think it had better have a sad ending, right? You should not be making a movie about that where those issues are overcome by heroic deeds and whatnot, almost super heroic, right? If anything, Frances McDormand's... I also can't believe that people were saying that Frances McDormand was so great in this movie. That was such a garbage role. Like, come on. Anyway, if you... It almost evokes the Marvel franchise more than anything, the way that she, like, comes out above, oh, yeah, we'll show them and whatnot, and, like, all these things, and the way that everything is, like, happens to just amazingly be set right, okay? That is a social justice fantasy right there, and it's not productive. If anything, it sets us back to think, oh, this isn't an issue anymore. We'll just burn down the police station or something like that. Like, are you kidding me? A real movie about these issues is something like neorealism, which shows the stories for what they are. They're sad stories. They're unsolved problems, right? This is something like 12 Years a Slave, like Moonlight, real movies about racism, okay? Those movies actually engage with the issues, and they don't just like easily resolve them through some like happy little like, oh yeah, oh great, burn down the... Okay, whatever. I think maybe you get the point. For some slightly more coherent ravings, you could maybe check out that New York Times article. It's a little more pretentious than I would like, but it's okay. 146, My Father and My Son. Okay, I'm really surprised that this is on the list. This is interesting. So I mentioned Akira too. Those were movies that this and My Father and My Son were two movies that I found when I used to do this thing on IMDb where I would go through, I would use their custom search, and I would search for any movie that had a rating of whatever, like 8.5 or higher, but not filtering for the number of votes. So I don't know if you know, but the top 250, the way the ratings are essentially weighted by how many votes a film has had. It's more complicated than that. You can look at the formula on their website. They tell you what it is. But basically, movies that don't have very many votes can't get on the top 250. You can't get on the top 250 at all if you have under 25,000, I think. That's how it used to be, at least. So I would do this thing where I would search up these like totally random movies that had like no votes at all. And I'd go and try and find them on the internet. And usually it was like some terrible subtitles. I remember watching this one movie called The Marathon Family. What a wild movie, where the subtitles that were hand translated by some rando like dropped out for like 10 minutes in the movie. It's just like, well, don't know what's going on. That was a pretty good movie though. I encountered Akira and My Father and My Son both in that manner. So I'm kind of surprised that they've made it to the top 250, but they're nice movies. My Father and My Son, man, I can barely remember what this is about. It's, I think this is also from Turkey, and it's about, I will say a lot of those movies, you will bump into a ton of Turkish movies when you do that. There was this series of like Turkish movies about school. They're like the something or other class, the messed up class does something or other. I can't remember exactly the title. Super famous in Turkey. I've never actually seen those, because I haven't found them with English subtitles, but I should watch that. Anyway, for some reason, there are a lot from Turkey. Kind of cool to see that they're actually making it to the top 250 now. But anyway, My Father and My Son. This movie, I think, is about some guy going to visit like his parents. Okay. Obviously. This is a sad movie. That's what I remember about it. I do remember, the one thing I remember about this movie is the ending. I don't want to tell you what that is, but it's a pretty interesting movie. Okay, 145. Judgment at Nuremberg. This is a great movie. So this is a movie from 1961. 1961 in Hollywood is right at the tail end of classic Hollywood, and it's right, so like these new wave films started. They came out in the early 60s was when they came out in France. It took until like 1968, 1967 in the United States for movies like Midnight Cowboy and The Graduate and things like that to really embrace those techniques. And that's when we started having like, whoa, like pretty wild American movies like Easy Rider and other things like that. But there was a pretty significant lag. And in the beginning, what we had were things like Judgment at Nuremberg. Well, okay, is that How modernist is that? Not very. But what was going on at the time, at least, was things like Judgment at Nuremberg, which were big, serious, black and white social problem movies. So Spencer Tracy made a number of these, but these are serious movies. Judgment at Nuremberg is about the Nuremberg war crime trials, if you hadn't guessed that. This movie has one of the best casts of any movie. It had some of the best acting of any movie. Let's see if I can even name all the people in it. I don't know. Okay, it's got Spencer Tracy in it, of course. This is directed by Stanley Kramer, by the way, who did a bunch of this type of movie, and then made It's a Mad World, which is like completely the opposite. But he did a bunch of these serious movies and whatnot, and some of them have been criticized for valid reasons, but this movie is great. So it's got Spencer Tracy. It's got a young William Shatner is in this movie, which is crazy. It's got, Maximilian Schell. You might not know who that is. It's got Burt Lancaster. Burt Lancaster, somehow, the movies he's in, like, he almost only acted in great movies. I don't know how he did it. That's not actually true. But, like, his repertoire, the movies that he's in that are well-known are almost all great movies. Burt Lancaster. Okay, awesome. It's got Werner Klemperer in it, who plays Colonel Klink in Hogan's Heroes, is in the movie, believe it or not. It's got Montgomery Clift is in the movie after he had his accident when he was like addicted to drugs and whatnot. It's crazy life. But and then it also has, why the heck? Oh, it has Marlene Dietrich is in it, or yeah, I think so. Although, am I getting that confused with Witness for the Prosecution? Possibly, but no, I think she's in it. It's got why can't I remember? Judy Garland is in it. What the heck? Judy Garland is in this movie. Crazy. Okay. Unreal movie. The acting. Wow. Montgomery Clift, his role in it it'll blow you away. The actual content of this movie is relatively simple. It's a war crimes trial of some Nazi, lawyers, I think. And it's kind of a classic moral dilemma kind of situation made into a movie. And the question is basically, do you hold these people accountable for their actions because they participated in atrocities during the Holocaust? Or can you legitimately say that they were just following orders or things like that and that they weren't responsible? Or another question, like one defense, is that maybe you should convict the entire country of Germany. Legitimately, that's not an easy question to answer. This movie does a great job. It's a classic Hollywood movie, so it's not like a super all-over-the-place complex plot. It's a pretty simple question, but it really amps it up. It really gets that question spinning around and whatnot, and shows you a lot of different angles, really compelling. The other thing about this movie, there's a couple of other nice things about it. Marlene Dietrich's character, she and Spencer Tracy go out and explore, I think it's in Berlin, a little bit, giving you a sense of Germany at the time. It's extremely well done. There's a scene there where they go to a restaurant and they see Dietrich kind of makes the case that Germany has moved on. It's extremely interesting and it's extremely, I hate the word well done because it means absolutely nothing, but it's a compelling, one compelling piece of the pie of this movie's intellectual argument about where things are, where things should be going, and what the appropriate response to the Holocaust is. The other thing that's really great about this movie is that they use some historical footage that was recorded when soldiers entered the concentration camps, and it is introduced at an extremely good time in the movie. This is a pretty long movie, and it might be a little too slow for some people. I don't know. But the introduction of because the movie is in some ways kind of intellectual and distant at times, but the introduction of that footage really, and then some of the testimony from Montgomery Clift, from Judy Garland, it really gives you this crossover of an interesting intellectual question and an extremely compelling and intense sort of dive into it. So, man, that's one of my all-time favorite movies. It's really a great movie. I rewatched part of it on a plane, almost started crying on the plane. Disaster. Anyway, great movie. Okay, 144, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. So this is a movie, the title of this movie is often misquoted. People usually say, like, The Treasure of the Sierra Madres, or The Treasure of Sierra Madre. Those are two common variants, but it's The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Remember, not that it matters. Okay, Humphrey Bogart, Walter Houston. This is one of the first adventure films ever. That's pretty cool. So movies like Indiana Jones are basically directly in debt to this movie. There's also a really famous quotation from this movie that goes, "Badges? We don't need no stinking badges." Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty nice. Is it, as fun as watching Indiana Jones? I don't know. But if you like movies, check it out. Pretty cool. Okay. 143, The Wolf of Wall Street. I haven't seen this, so I don't really like Scorsese movies that much. One of my hesitations with Scorsese, so these are not intended to be like super definitive rants. This is not a trial. I'm not convicting him of anything, but here's a hesitation I have with him. A number of his movies, I think, glorify violence, hooliganism, vices, while claiming to do something a bit different. So The Wolf of Wall Street is a perfect example of this. People who like this movie will tell you, oh, look at this brilliant expose of capitalism at its worst and whatnot, and, masculinity at its worst and whatnot. I think there's actually a case that that's what this movie is. But the thing is that the people who go and see this movie, they do not go and see it for that reason. They do not go and see it to see, oh, look at the male ego overstepping its bounds once again. They see it because they see the trailer and they think, dang, that looks cool, right? I think the exact same thing applies to Goodfellas. And I did watch Goodfellas, and I think that is true. I think that it supposedly is an expose about masculinity and about crime and about vices and about the breakdown of society. But I think people go to watch it because they think it looks cool, and I think people enjoy it because they think it's cool. And I don't know, that just doesn't do it for me exactly. So I never even watched The Wolf of Wall Street, although somebody did watch it next to me on an airplane once. I thought, really? Is this an appropriate movie to be watching on an airplane? But, oh well. I wasn't too scarred. Okay, 142, Raging Bull. Oh, the Scorsese goes on. I don't like this movie that much. It's okay. I think that this is, again, supposedly a story of, this definitely is a story of a broken male ego and whatnot. Now, this one I think is less susceptible to what I was just complaining about because it fairly strongly condemns the main character in this movie. I think there still is some glorification of it. The thing that I like less about this movie is that I feel like it is extremely beautiful in some places. To me, it was a little underwhelming as like, okay, it's another sports movie. We've all seen a boxing movie. We kind of get where they're going and whatnot. So it was a little underdone for that. The other thing is that Scorsese, I think, does not do a very good job of ending most of his movies. This one's included. I don't want to give spoilers, but let me just say, I think the only Scorsese movie I've seen that I actually liked the ending of was Taxi Driver. Almost all the other ones, seems like he's just like, uh-oh, we're out of film. I guess that's it. And it's never quite done it for me. Okay, 141, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. This is another Grindhouse movie. I actually have seen Snatch, and I think Snatch is okay. This is directed by the same guy, Guy Ritchie, I think is his name. No. Yeah. I get him and Guy Pearce confused. That's the actor in Memento, but I think it's Guy Ritchie directed this. Maybe it also has Vinnie Jones in it. I think it does. I don't know. Not really my thing exactly, but if you like that kind of movie, Wild Tales, Snatch, Tarantino, In Bruges, a bunch of movies I don't really like that much. If you like those, this is for you. The Secret in Their Eyes. Okay, classic movie. Who directed this? I forget. Is it Campanella? Don't think so. It has Ricardo Darín in it, though. This is, again, up there with Memories of Murder as one of the best thrillers that exists. This is just a great movie. Here's an interesting thing about thrillers, is that a huge problem with a lot of thrillers is that they try and do a little bit too much. Like, they'll try and be a little bit too mystical or something, or they'll try and bring in some other element and be a thriller, but also be a bit about, like, spirituality or a bit about something else or something like that. And a lot of them overstep their bounds. Of course, romance is a common place where it can sort of fall apart. There's plenty of thrillers that have good romantic subplots, but nonetheless, I feel like a lot of the best thrillers are the ones that are extremely simple. Like, we'll get to Silence of the Lambs, which is kind of the top, and Memories of Murder is right there with it. Those movies are one thing. They're about a crime and catching a criminal. The Secret in Their Eyes is one of the only thrillers I've ever seen that I think actually does a good job of being a great thriller and being a little bit more than that, too. A good story about the meaning of revenge, about morality, about morality. Okay, that's pretty darn vague, but about the meaning of revenge, about the purpose of punishment and the usefulness of it, and about justice, about giving up, things like that. Nice movie. There was a terrible American remake of this movie. Uh, let's not talk about it. But the original, great movie. 139, Iban E. Smoltry. I don't know how to say it. Come and See. That's in English. This is a Russian movie from 1985. So, it's actually pretty interesting to see the differences between the movies that are famous in Russia, that are Russian, and the movies that are famous in the United States that are Russian. There's a lot of variation between those two things. I might make another video about that at some point, because there's a Russian version of the Top 250 that looks extremely different from this one. It's pretty cool. This is a movie that's extremely famous in the United States. It's famous in Russia too, but in kind of a different way. Come and See is one of the most brutal war films ever made. I don't know if there's a lot more to say about it than that. A lot of war films give you a sense of, give you action. Okay, sure. This movie gives you pure terror in a way that almost no other movies do. It's also extremely sad. Like, plenty of war movies give you sadness and they give you action. This movie gives you pure terror. It's almost like watching a horror movie at times, except it's not like tropey jump scares or anything like that. It's just, genuine terror at the things going on. Be careful with this movie. It can mess you up, but it's, for what it is, I mean, it's pretty much unparalleled. I don't think there's any, trying to think, but, and we've talked about Platoon and The Deer Hunter. Those are the other ones that are up there, but I don't think that anything really tops Come and See in terms of intensity for a war movie. I think that, that might be the most. 138, Casino. Haven't seen it. You can maybe guess why. 137, Pan's Labyrinth. Okay, magical realism is cool. I mentioned this a little bit in the Serbian documentary, in the Serbian stage. You realize we're not even halfway? Oh my lord. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Magical realism is pretty cool. I think that for genres, it's got one of the highest success rates. Like, if all you knew about a movie was what genre it was, magical realism would give you maybe the best likelihood of finding a good movie. Why is that? I think partly because it's hard to make magical realism films. And you have to be a pretty brave director to do it, I think. So you get a lot of really cool ones. Pan's Labyrinth is an example of that. I accidentally scrolled down. Oh, I'm back. Okay. Don't want to say a whole lot more than that. You've probably seen some of the cool images from it, the hand and the palm and whatnot. Nice movie. 136, All About Eve. Okay. This is one of the best black and white movies out there. This is one of the best classic Hollywood movies out there. This is one of the best American movies out there. Period. This is another movie that is remarkably literary. It strikes the balance of having great characters, but understandable, but still very complex, almost better than any other movie. I think the characters in All About Eve might be some of the best characters you'll find in any movie. They are so, they're great. All About Eve is a lovely mix of being a classic Hollywood film that has, like I said, that kind of mechanical plot where there's a lot of leverage and there's a lot of power and like there's these shifts. It's one person sort of in charge and then things kind of change around a bit and you can feel it. You know what I mean? Like you can feel the tables turning in a classic Hollywood movie. All About Eve definitely has that, but at the same time, it is complex. I don't know what to say about this exactly. It is extremely book-like. It's interesting because it's technically a movie about the theater, but I think most of the time we assume that movies that are about the theater are really about movies. There's loads of movies about Hollywood, and this one I would generally count it in there. In a lot of ways, this is a precursor to Birdman. Birdman is kind of the 21st century All About Eve, kind of. I think All About Eve is a lot better, honestly. Birdman is great, but this movie, wow. This movie is just another level. You should check it out. It is ingenious, right? This ties into the sort of classic mechanics of a movie is whatnot, is the ingenuity of all the different twists. But also the complexity will surprise you. This movie is unpredictable. You will not really see, yeah, you're not going to exactly figure out how this will all go. The other thing is the acting in this movie is great. So a lot of the times this sort of classic Hollywood acting can be a little bit over the top. This movie is in some ways over the top, but I think to the right extent where you get like, this kind of theatrical, like, everything's kind of larger than life, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like some super campy melodrama or something. So, yeah, it's got, let's see, Anne Baxter, who, fun fact, Anne Baxter was Frank Lloyd Wright's granddaughter or great-granddaughter, something like that. And it's got Betty Davis, the legendary Betty Davis in it. And it's got, what's his name? Sanders. What is his first name? Something Sanders playing Addison DeWitt. Great movie. Okay. 135, A Beautiful Mind. I haven't seen this. 134, Ron. Okay. So Ron is a Akira Kurosawa movie. It's a samurai movie. Kurosawa was a great director. I was never totally in love with the samurai films. One thing that's interesting about Ron is that it's from 1985. So people associate with Kurosawa with like the 60s and the 50s and 60s mostly. So this is a late movie, and it's in color too, which is kind of surprising. That has led some people to think like, oh, if you want to watch a Kurosawa movie, like watch this one. It's the most like accessible. Might be true. I don't know. I've never really been on board with the samurai thing. So to me, I would say there's a better starting point. Namely, it's High and Low, I think, is the best first movie for you to watch from Kurosawa. But this one's pretty good too. I'm trying to go a little bit faster. My Neighbor Totoro. Haven't seen it. The Great Escape. 1963. This is an interesting movie. Here's an interesting question for you. Can watching one movie make another movie worse? What do I mean by this? Well, here's a story. I watched The Great Escape. That's it. That's the story. I watched The Great Escape, and it's a fun movie. It's a classic kind of British rollicking tale. It's got Steve McQueen. It's your classic, oh, look how much fun we're having as prisoners of war. Okay, does that make any sense? No. But your classic kind of thing. Hogan's Heroes, mentioned earlier, is basically just a television extension of this movie. And it's, this is kind of a fun movie. A little while later, I watched Army of Shadows, which is directed by Jean-Pierre Melville, which, oh man, is Melville not going to make it on this list at all? That'd be a tragedy. That movie is kind of about the same thing. It's about the French underground, but it's a serious and real movie. And that movie is intense. Like, dang. That movie is another level of intensity. And the second I started watching it, I just thought, wow, The Great Escape, what a dumb, what a silly, kids movie and whatnot. Why do people watch this? So I would say, don't watch it. Go and watch Army of Shadows. Instead, The Great Escape is a great example of the classic Hollywood kind of mold, where I feel like it really just renders the movie more or less silly. Okay, it can still be a lot of fun to watch. You can still definitely participate in the logic of the movie and see the tables turning and things like that. It's a pretty compelling movie, pretty suspenseful, pretty fun. But, I don't know. It doesn't quite do it for me. 131, Howl's Moving Castle. I'm going to assume we've all seen this and skip it. 130, Some Like It Hot, 1959. This is a Billy Wilder movie. So I said Billy Wilder, great guy. Extremely clever, and this is a clever movie. All I'll say about this, it's a comedy. It holds up pretty darn well, I think. It's a pretty ahead of its time comedy, in that it involves a ton of, basically the whole movie involves cross-dressing, which was frowned upon at the time, to show in movies. Obviously also frowned upon to do at the time, but this was right at the tail end of the production code, which came into Hollywood from sort of the late 30s to the late 50s and controlled everything you could do. And if you don't know anything about the production code, you might be kind of surprised by how extensive it was. There were rules against unmarried couples sleeping in the same beds in movies, which is why a lot of old films have these strange double bed situations where there's one small bed and then next to it another small bed, and that's where the characters that's where the couple sleeps together, and you're like, what is this nonsense? Well, that was because of the production code. It also said things like you couldn't have criminals win in the end, basically, which is why gangster movies made during that era, the gangsters are always unsuccessful. Okay, I've just spoiled a ton of movies for you there. But if it's made during the production code, it's not gonna happen. Another interesting thing is that a character cannot, in a production code movie, cannot get out of their troubles or whatnot, cannot end the movie by committing suicide. Big no-no. Which also spoils a couple movies like The Lost Weekend. He doesn't kill himself because you couldn't in a movie like that. Now, if you want to see a good movie that does end in suicide, you should watch The Fire Within by Louis Malle, who I don't think will make it onto this list at all, but Louis Malle, incredible director. The Fire Within, great movie. But the... what was I saying? Oh, yeah. The production code eventually kind of fell apart because directors just kind of stopped following it and could still sort of leverage themselves enough to get their movies distributed. And one of the people who did that a lot was Billy Wilder. Another was Otto Preminger. But this was a big, big movie in taking down the production code because it would not have passed at all. And they just distributed it anyway, more or less, which is pretty cool. Yeah, nice, funny movie. Check it out. It's got Jack Lemmon in it and Marilyn Monroe. Okay, Children of Heaven. Oh, cool. An Iranian movie has made it onto the list. This is a lovely movie. In some ways, this is a very sweet movie. It's about some kids living in poverty who they have so little money that they can only afford one pair of shoes for their kids. So the kids swap the shoes, and the daughter comes, I think their parents don't know. I think the son loses his shoes or something. So the daughter comes home and gives her shoes to her brother, and then he has to sprint all the way to the school and whatnot. That's just the beginning. Don't worry, didn't spoil the whole thing. This is an incredibly sweet and really nice movie. It also has some great insights into class in Iran and whatnot. There's a really great scene where the father goes from the sort of more the poor neighborhood where they live in the city and whatnot, and he rides his bike into a wealthy neighborhood, and the difference is crazy. Okay, it's a little bit interesting that this is the Iranian film that's made the top 250. I'm assuming there aren't going to be others. There might be. Oh, there will be, actually. We're going to see some Asghar Farhadi movies, aren't we? Okay, Iranian cinema is great, basically. But there's going to be some huge omissions. I doubt we're going to see an Abbas Kiarostami movie on here, and wow, phenomenal director. So don't sleep on Iranian cinema. There's some great stuff. Children of Heaven, great sort of family movie, really sweet. Okay, now for the opposite, 128 is Downfall, which is a movie with Bruno Ganz in it playing Adolf Hitler in the end of his time. You've probably seen a scene from this movie because it became a meme. The scene where Hitler is informed of whatever, you insert your own subtitles here, Hitler learns that his pizza delivery is late, things like that. That scene comes from this movie. I understand there might be some hesitancy about this movie because it shows Hitler in a strangely intimate way. And it's not a condemning movie exactly. It does not show him as a bad guy, really. And it's a German movie, which is a little, I can understand the suspicion. What I'll say about this movie is that it's, in terms of the method, you gotta be impressed. The acting in it is remarkable. It's not just about likeness or whatnot, but some of the mannerisms that you probably didn't even know that Hitler had are carried off really well. I don't know. It is, yeah, you do wonder about the sympathy for Nazis part of this movie. But you're not going to turn into a Nazi by watching it, I don't think. Not to downplay those concerns, but it is an interesting movie to watch, at least. And it is a little seen historical perspective about Hitler's last days in a bunker. 127, Green Book. Didn't see this, but this is an example of another social justice fantasy. I don't see how this movie does us any good to hear stories about how actually segregation wasn't so bad. We had these white heroes who, helped out a bunch. That is not a meaningful narrative. I don't know if it's even true. That's not the story that needs to be heard. That's not the story that brings us forward, right? That's the story that tells us, oh, we're here already. Don't worry about it. Okay. 126, Unforgiven. So, this is a Western, This is kind of basically just the ultimate Clint Eastwood movie. Okay. Let me offer one clarification. The ultimate later Clint Eastwood movie. So we're not including, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, obviously, or any of his Dollars trilogy. We'll get to that. We're not including High Plains Drifter. We're not including Dirty Harry. This is talking about like Gran Torino, Million Dollar Baby, things like that era. This is basically the superset of all of those movies. Don't bother with those. I mean, if you like this, go watch those, but watch this first. Unforgiven is kind of the ultimate new Clint Eastwood movie. It's a Western. Maybe it'd be better if you knew some stuff about older Westerns, but you probably get by either way. Got a nice cast. I think Morgan Freeman's in this as well and whatnot. Had sort of the classic Clint Eastwood Western plot and whatnot all the way through. But pretty likable movie in general. So let's see here. Batman Begins 125. I don't care about this movie. I have seen it, but yeah, I don't care. 124, Die Hard. I actually haven't seen this. Might watch this sometime, but I think I more or less know the drill. 123, Yojimbo. So this is a Kurosawa, I think. Samurai movie. These all blend together in my head, but this is the one I think set in the town. They're all set in the town. This is the one about trickery, primarily. I would say, if you want to watch a Kurosawa samurai movie, okay, my favorite samurai movie is not directed by Kurosawa. It's Harakiri, which is Kobayashi. That is an accessible movie and a nice one. It's got a really strange anamorphic distortions in it, though. They were using the Shojiku Grand Scope lenses, which were like these sort of cast-off lenses from Europe or something that weren't thought to be very good and had a really interesting anamorphic look to them, which is accentuated by a ton of panning in that movie. I don't know why I'm talking about this movie. Maybe it's on the list up here a little bit more. But Yojimbo, I don't know. I think if you want a good starting film, Seven Samurai, obviously, that's kind of the king. You can watch that. That's a fun movie. Yojimbo's pretty good. Rashomon, oh, okay. 122, Rashomon, that's another samurai movie by Akira Kurosawa. 1950. So this is mostly an influential movie, and I mean that by saying that, honestly, if you go and watch it, you might be a little bit disappointed by the movie itself. Mostly it's influential. Some people kind of assume that all classic movies are like this, that the only reason why they're famous is because they are influential. That's a really dumb perspective. There are some movies for which that's true, like I think Rashomon is one. That's such a waste of your energy to think that. Rashomon is one of those movies, though, where, okay, basically any movie. So what Rashomon is famous for is that it's kind of the first movie that did like the multiple perspective things, where there's like a crime that happens in the forest and whatnot, and there are three witnesses. Here's what witness 1 saw. Okay, we see that. Here's what witness 2 saw. We see that. Oh, it's clever. The one thing, they interpreted it this way. This other person saw it this way. That plot has then been used, in tons of other major movies, in tons of sitcoms, in tons of cartoons. It's just a hallmark of, the visual media now. It started there. And that's nothing to sneeze at. But to be honest, I think if you just go and watch it, you might be a little bit disappointed because the actual movie doesn't do a whole lot more than that. And by now, we've kind of seen that already. Like I said, some people assume that all classic movies are like that they're only influential. And some people assume even more that movies that are talked about as being really influential, like Citizen Kane, are only that. They're just influential and they're not worth anything in their own right. That's wrong. But in this movie, there might be something to that. Okay, 121. Heat. Okay. Let's talk about heist movies a little bit. I mentioned earlier that some people who enter into liking movies from being clever movies, that they come in liking clever movies, start out watching heist movies like Ocean's 11. Then I mentioned that those aren't actually real heist movies. Okay, what do I mean? Here's a good time to talk about this. This is a real heist movie. Heist movies have a surprising lineage. So, kind of the first heist movie was called The Asphalt Jungle. It was directed by Walter Huston in the 50s. And it was about some people robbing a bank. Pretty nice heist. But we mentioned something earlier. The production code. What do we know about this production code now? The criminals can't get away with it. So this heist movie it does not have a happy ending. They do not get away with it. Okay, I've spoiled every real heist movie. They don't get away with it. That is the crucial distinction between the classic heist movie, which Heat is one of, and between sort of these newer sort of PG-13 heist movies, like The Italian Job. Okay, that's a remake. It was also an old one. Like Ocean's 11 and things like that. Like, what are some other ones? I don't know. There's that Diamond one with Michael Caine in it. I forget what that was called. Flawless, I think. Those movies, sort of light entertainment where the criminals win. We're going to talk a little bit more about the history of criminality in cinema in general as we get up to some other movies like Bonnie and Clyde and The Godfather. But I want to mention one more thing about heist movies that's really interesting. So when the heist movie started out in the U.S., the criminals couldn't really get away with it. So, you know, you had these movies where basically what happens is they rob a bank and then they all kind of betray each other and it falls apart. And it's kind of this like, gut-wrenching, like, oh, darn. So you still typically sympathize with the criminals, but you can't let them get away with it. And gangster movies operated in a very similar sort of way, right? That's just what the prevailing sort of social thing was at the time. Like I said, now we live in a postmodern time where the idea that criminals are like bad or that they can't get away with things, that's out the window. Like that's not really something anyone can like endorse as law anymore. Of course, it is against the law, but it's not a cultural law that we should look down on criminals necessarily. Back at the time, was it a cultural law? Well, partly there was the production code and there were more religious elements influencing media production and whatnot that wanted it to be that way. There were still movies where people would sympathize with criminals and where they would kind of be on their side a little bit, like gangster movies, but ultimately they could never win. Here's an interesting thing. I mentioned how a lot of American movies flooded into France after World War II and whatnot, and how at the cineclubs they watched all these movies. Heist movies were surprisingly popular because they differed from a lot of classic movies in that they didn't quite have happy endings, right? So there's a theorist I don't like that much named Bordwell, who he says that a classic Hollywood movie the ending is always known to the viewer in advance. You know what will happen. They'll fall in love. Things will end happily ever after and whatnot. It's just a matter of connecting the dots to get to that point. Now, that's not actually true. I think it's a huge generalization. I mean, obviously it's a generalization, but it's also an incorrect one. But it's not ludicrous. It'll help us out a little bit here. Heist movies were a bit of an exception to that. Now, you would know maybe that they wouldn't get away with it, but in France, in the cineclubs, they were watching all these movies that had these happy endings and whatnot. And they were like, okay, we get it. It's happily ever after. When they were kind of looking for other things, when they were looking for movies that stuck out, heist movies were some of the ones that interested them. Because even though they followed the production code, by not having the criminals get away with it and by having them lose in the end, it was actually kind of a sad ending in some ways because they had built sympathy with the audience for the criminals. So we saw the American heist movie go to France, and there were things like Rafifi or Bob the Gambler were made that are basically just American heist movies, but they're made in France. And suddenly you have this shift from the heist movie being, a strict adherent to the production code to having it in France be a way to subvert classical Hollywood, where you're not having just like the happily ever after moment, but instead the criminals don't get away with it. So I just think that's an interesting story because it combines the practical combinations of the production code, the international thinking, the academic criticism. All of those things sort of come together in the history to produce movies. A lot of the times people can get kind of hung up and be like, oh, they just did that for practical reasons. That was just because it was all they could do or something, like we talked about Jaws earlier or whatnot. It's kind of a tricky question exactly as to like where directors' intent, and this is again goes to auteur theory again, like where does the director's intent overlap with what is available and what he can do, right? Interesting question. That story kind of touches on how it's complicated. But that genre of the heist movie has persisted to this day, sort of, although, like I said, now we have a lot of PG-13 heist movies. But maybe one of the best that has ever been made is Heat. It was directed by Michael Mann, who strangely made a lot of movies twice. And it stars Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, and they are in the same scene together. So they were both in The Godfather Part 2, but of course, Robert De Niro plays the young Don Vito Corleone, and Al Pacino plays the son of the old. I mean, it's the same guy, but he plays the son who was not born yet, or maybe he was, but he was young. So they don't appear in any scenes together because that would be time travel, which is not really the point of that movie. But they do appear here together, and it's great performances. Okay, are they the most dynamic actors in the universe? Maybe not, especially not Al Pacino. But it's an electrifying performance, no two ways about that. It's also got Val Kilmer in it doing a good job in a serious role. Cool movie. This is a totally a legit movie. Another thing that's interesting about this is if you like The Dark Knight, a lot of the kind of setting and milieu and grittiness of The Dark Knight was borrowed from Heat, which is kind of interesting. I'm not saying it's like a ripoff or anything, but a lot of the kind of gritty urban vibe just comes straight out of this movie. Okay, 120, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. You know this movie, Monty Python, who doesn't know that? Kind of fun. Okay, you want a comedy? This is a funny movie. Go watch it. 119, Incendie. Okay, we mentioned this already. Denis Villeneuve. This is a movie about some people. I'm not going to be able to remember exactly what their heritage is, but they're like, parents are Algerian or something like that, and they live in France now, and they're going back to Algeria, I think is where this movie is set. I could be wrong. I don't know. To track down basically their parents, and a lot of interesting stuff happens. Okay, I think this is Denis Villeneuve's best movie. It's got twists. It's intense. I think if I went back and watched it now, I might be somewhat skeptical of the political engagement in the film, but it's definitely one to watch. And maybe you've seen Blade Runner 2049 and you really like that. Go watch Incendie just to see the range of this director and to see basically the movie that got his reputation really going in the first place. Okay, 118, L.A. Confidential. So this is an adaptation of the book by James Elroy, I think. Got a great cast. Who's in this? Kevin Spacey playing a creepy guy himself, it turned out, after all these years. And some other people I can't remember are in this movie. About the Night Owl Massacre, I think is the name of the crime in it. This is a great thriller. This is a bit like Chinatown. It's got this sort of postmodern vibe where it's like this sort of pastiche of the 50s or whatever, kind of like this detective fiction brought to the modern world or something like that. But hey, we don't need any theory to appreciate this movie. It's a really a nice thriller. It's got twists. If you like thrillers, watch this movie. Okay, simple enough. 117, Up. Okay, you've also probably seen this movie. I don't know what's there to say about Up exactly. Here's one thing I'll say is that it's an oddly paced movie, right? We know it has that great montage at the beginning, the getting old montage or whatnot. It's kind of a interesting choice to have that in the beginning and to have like so much passage through time. Well, okay, it's not like the movie zooms through all that time, but to have sort of that historicity introduced in the beginning and to have so much ground covered in the beginning, and it's almost like we kind of reset in some ways to have the whole story. Now, obviously, the first part is important to the rest, but it's interesting. You know, you gotta love that Pixar era of movies. This is one of the last ones before the kind of full Disneyfication, but you gotta love. Okay, 116, The Apartment, 1960. So this is a Billy Wilder film. 1960 was the year that Psycho came out, and a lot of people might assume that Psycho won Best Picture, but it didn't. It was defeated by a comedy? What? Not very many comedies win Best Picture, but in 1960, The Apartment did. So Billy Wilder, we mentioned, he directed it. It's got Jack Lemmon in it, who is also in Some Like It Hot, and in a number of other Billy Wilder movies. He's kind of plays the schmuck, the lovable schmuck, who's Shirley MacLaine. It's in it. Fred McMurray is in it, another person who's in another prominent Billy Wilder movie that I think we're going to encounter in a bit. This is a real humdinger of a story. So a classic movie, but one that really gets going. Really a lovable, tricky, clever, funny, and adorable movie. This is one of the reasons why you just got to love Billy Wilder. This movie is so clever, so well-paced, so nice. It's a romantic comedy. It's a absolutely great movie, though. Okay, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I actually watched this fairly recently. It sort of holds up, not really. It seems pretty darn dated. I mean, this movie seems quite a bit older than The Apartment, even though it's 29 years younger. But a lot of parts of it seem pretty goofy these days. But, you know, if you're at a party or something and you just want a movie to kind of have a good time, maybe it still lives up. I don't know. 114, Capernaum. Oh, I would like to see this. Haven't yet. 113, To Kill a Mockingbird. I was forced to watch this in high school and didn't like it that much. But I think this is a pretty good movie, probably. Of course, legendary performance by Gregory Peck that would kind of define, basically playing the role that he plays in every movie of, the upstanding, moral, wise father, basically, Atticus Finch. One interesting piece of trivia is that this movie has Robert Duvall's debut in it. He plays Boo Radley, which is strange. He's really young. Okay, 112, Double Indemnity. So this was the other movie that I mentioned a second ago that we'd bump into, Billy Wilder. This is 1944. This is not really the start of film noir, but a lot of people like to say that it's the start of film noir because it's such a darn good movie, and it's very close to the start of film noir. And in a lot of ways, it is one of the first times where everything came together. This is one of those movies, if you want to start watching older movies, if you want to start watching classic Hollywood, watch Double Indemnity, okay? This movie is so darn great. It is clever, like all these movies. It's a real humdinger, you know what I mean? Kind of simple premises in the beginning, but then things start to shift a bit, and unexpected things start to happening, and the tables turn, and things change, and you still have the logic, right? You know, oh, shoot, well, that means that this is going to happen. That means that that's going to happen, right? Nice acting. There are parts of this movie that are extremely exciting. There are parts of this movie that are chilling, right? That are disturbing. Very hard to predict how this one will go. Such a clever movie that really, they just don't make them quite like this anymore. This movie is based on a book, Double Indemnity by James M. Cain, which I read because I like the movie so much. It's a decent book. There's an interesting piece of trivia about this, which is that in the book, so in the movie, it's about the Dietrichson family. Are the people? Barbara Stanwyck plays Phyllis Dietrichson. In the book, the characters are actually have the surname of Nerdlinger. Now, if you're a real fan of the Coen brothers, you'd notice that in their movie, I forget what it's called, but their strange film noir movie that has a flying saucer in it for some reason, the department store there is called Nerdlingers, which is probably a reference to that. So that's kind of cool. Can't say they don't like movies and don't know stuff about them. But yeah, Double Indemnity, wow, a badass movie, a really great action movie, completely holds up. So much fun. I've gotten a lot of my friends who do not like movies to watch this movie, and they like this movie. So just go watch this movie, okay? Great. 111, A Separation. I told you we'd come back to Asghar Farhadi and Iranian movies. This is a great movie. Don't know what else to say about this. This is just a lovely modern movie. It starts out with a scene of a husband and wife. One of them is coming back from a flight, and they're at the airport, and they're separated by a big glass barrier, and they're like gesticulating to each other and trying to talk through the barrier, and they can't. And that's basically what this whole movie is about. Kind of a downer about a couple who've fallen apart, but really a lovely movie. Okay, maybe lovely is the wrong word, but a nice, powerful movie that it's like a good 21st century movie. Ikiru, 110. So this is Kurosawa. This is another movie that I kind of think is mostly influential. This is a movie about a guy who's dying. He learns he has terminal cancer or something like that, and he makes some changes to how he's living. That plot line has been used many a time, and I think it's been done better than this movie, but this is still pretty nice. 109 for a few dollars more. So this is the Dollars trilogy. Okay, look. First, watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Then, you're going to be so darn obsessed with The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you'll watch the other two movies. They're not quite as good, but they're pretty nice. 108, Metropolis. Here's one of the other silent films you gotta see. 1927, Fritz Lang. This movie it'll blow you away with the special effects and whatnot. It will keep you watching, and it's pretty darn gripping. The last, half an hour, just, kind of pure suspense, which is great. It's also got a little bit of a decent commentary there. It's a pretty compelling view of the future, and a pretty interesting perspective. It's pretty interesting to watch movies about technology and modernity, right? Cinema is inherently modern. Okay. One thing I should say is that modernity gets talked about a lot in talking about early film. Don't get that confused with modern cinema from the 60s, right? That's different. Although sometimes modernity gets contrasted to post-modernity, which confuses things a little bit. But modernity, we're talking about like the turn of the century when cameras are invented. That's modernity, like the Industrial Revolution and whatnot. Cinema is an interesting genre because it is inherently modern. It's based on technology, and it couldn't exist without it. A lot of early film studies is people like marveling at this. They're being like, wow, can you look, it makes pictures, but we don't have to touch it. Amazing. Like, there's nothing else like it. There's all these interesting essays from Bazin, is a notable one, about how it affects painting, right? Are cameras the death of painting? I don't know. Who knows? Do they liberate painting from needing to show reality? Stuff like that. Okay. Modernity is always closely tied to cinema, and that hasn't gone away. Look, you go watch a James Bond movie, I guarantee you they have the Sky Mall catalog items. Okay, Sky Mall doesn't exist anymore, but the equivalent items show up in James Bond and whatnot. He's always got the newest tech. He goes to Q to see what the newest tech is and whatnot. Modernity is still important to movies right now, and it's always been at their core. Metropolis is a pretty cool movie about the future. It's got one of the main characters is like a cyborg and whatnot. And that's also, cyborgs are a pretty interesting, pretty much any movie that's going to be about a modification of the human form, and books too, right? Like Frankenstein, have pretty darn interesting theoretical connotations about what it means to mutate the form, especially about what it means to embed modernity in the human, right? Blade Runner, also about this, although it's in the postmodern sense. But the idea of taking a human and remaking it as a machine and whatnot, pretty interesting idea, because it's a very strong parallel into how the modern world shapes our abilities. It's basically the logical extreme of us being leveraged by the modern world around us to do various things, right? The most extreme example of that is the human itself being replaced in mechanical form or whatnot. It also is a logical extreme of the awe of modernity and whatnot, right? It's that, hey, one day we could duplicate ourselves, right? That's kind of the ultimate. It also has an interesting parallel with cinema itself, which is inherently about duplication, right? Okay, again, talking about Blade Runner here some, right? Cinema is inherently about taking humans and reproducing them on the screen and whatnot, reproducing them in a way that can live on after they die, reproducing them in a way that doubles. Okay, lots of interesting stuff about cyborgs, about altering the human form, about modernity, and all those things coming together. That is there to see in Metropolis, also in Blade Runner. Okay, The Sting, 1973. This is 107, by the way. So this was one of my favorite movies growing up. It's a very clever heist movie. Don't know if there's a lot more to say about it than that. It's got Robert Redford and Paul Newman in it, and Robert Shaw, who plays Captain Queeg in Jaws, or Captain Quint. Captain Queeg is in the Caine Mutiny. I get those confused, I think. May have gotten them confused right there. Who knows? Really just a classic, lovely, lovely movie. Great way to get into older movies, although 1973 is not that old. Toy Story 3, haven't seen it. Lawrence of Arabia, 105. I will have a somewhat interesting take about this movie. I think you should not watch this movie. For one, it's really dated. This is a pretty good movie. It has some nice things in it. The famous cut and whatnot. Some decent acting. But there's two things. There's two reasons why I shouldn't watch it. One is that it's extremely dated. This movie is very much... Okay, dated doesn't mean old. It means that it's wedded to a time that has passed in a particular way that means that without the context of that era, it's not as good. Just to be clear. So there are very old movies which are not very dated, like I'm a Fugitive from a Chain Gang is a great movie from 1931 that I think holds up far better than Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence of Arabia, I think, relies a little bit on you being around in 1962 to really appreciate the movie, having the context of the era and whatnot. Partly because it's an extreme movie. A lot of the times you get things like this when you get really big, like extreme movies, not always, but sometimes they can kind of rely on the context of the time because they rely on the spectacle of the time and whatnot. So that's one reason. Lawrence of Arabia, I think pretty dated. I don't think it's okay, but at the time I think there was a lot of like, whoa, it's cool. Yeah, look at this. They really take their time. It's really interesting. It's compelling and whatnot. I'm not doing a great job of explaining this, but I think I just get the feeling that it doesn't quite hold up. Second reason is that there's another movie that's very similar that is way better. It's called Lion of the Desert. And unfortunately, like, nobody has seen this movie. I might make another video about movies nobody's seen that they should. The reason nobody's seen this movie is because it was funded by Gaddafi. Okay. Strange, I know. Lion of the Desert is about Libya in the 30s, when Libya was being colonized, had been colonized, was being occupied, there we go, by fascist Italians. So Rod Steiger plays Mussolini. No, not Rod Steiger, not Roy Scheider. Okay, Rod Steiger plays Mussolini in this movie, I think. It's directed by Mustafa Akkad, who also directed The Message, which is a movie about the life of Muhammad. Interesting thing about The Message is that, of course, you can't show Muhammad because it'd be a false idol or something if you had an image of Muhammad or something like that. So the movie tells the story of his life without ever showing him. That's kind of nifty. That is another movie that, a bit like Room, is kind of good because you wonder how the heck it's going to work. And then part of watching it is seeing, oh, it kind of works. Okay, but Lion of the Desert, way better. Pretty darn similar to Lawrence of Arabia in a lot of ways, but there's a couple things that are really great about the movie. First of all, you're going to be absolutely blown away by the production quality. So this movie was funded by Gaddafi with Libyan oil money. So the production value is crazy. The fact, like, nobody's heard of this movie, so you wouldn't really expect it to have, like, insane production value, but it does. I think even better than Lawrence of Arabia. Of course, it's also newer than Lawrence of Arabia. I think it's made in 1980, maybe, something like that. Late 70s, early 80s. The other thing about it is because it's newer, it's a lot more violent, which is not necessarily good, but in this case, I think it is. I think it makes it a lot more compelling and a lot more visceral because they don't have to sort of cut away to show the reality of the situation. They can show the brutality of colonialism, and they definitely do. It is a compelling movie. Here's the other thing that's cool about this movie, is that it's an anti-Western movie. Not as in the Wild West, Clint Eastwood, but as in Western society, like me. And that's great. Not because the West is terrible or anything like that, although it kind of is, but because there are not very many movies like that, right? At least it's interesting, okay? Even if you love the West, even if you love Westernization, at least this is an interesting movie because there are not a whole lot of movies that take a stance against it. So that's pretty cool. Basically, nobody watched this movie in the U.S., and nobody distributed it because it was funded by Gaddafi, which is a real shame because it is a phenomenal movie. One of the best historical movies I think ever made. I will say, should be acknowledged, that a lot of the characters in there who are Libyan are played by white actors, like Anthony Quinn plays Omar Mukhtar, the main character. I think it's Anthony Quinn. That's a little iffy. I think, look, if it were me, ideally, that would not be the case. They were trying to make, I don't want to apologize or anything like that, but the reality of the situation is that they wanted to make a movie that was internationally viable, and they thought they needed, big mainstream names to do that, and they wanted to make a movie that could show they could basically put Libya onto a global stage of cinema and whatnot, right? So not only did they want other people to see it, but they wanted to see, essentially, the idea is to have, like, the name in lights and whatnot, to embrace some of the international cinema hallmarks and techniques and whatnot, and stars, is essentially to have arrived on the international stage of cinema, right? So internationalism and globalization in cinema are really complicated and interesting topics, but the role of Hollywood's influence in other countries is, it's interesting. Okay. White actors, not ideal. But check out Lion of the Desert. Don't bother with Lawrence of Arabia. Okay. 104, Taxi Driver. This is a Martin Scorsese film that I like. I won't say a whole lot more than that. Iconic, some famous lines. Interesting trivia is, of course, the famous "You Talking to Me" scene. What the screenplay apparently says is Travis Bickle, played by Robert De Niro, main character, Travis looks at self in mirror and talks, or something like that. And he improvised that whole thing, which is pretty cool. This movie has a very young Jodie Foster in it. So Jodie Foster would be the youngest person to win 2 Academy Awards or something like that. She really got out of the gates quickly. I think she was like 13 when she was in this movie. Another kind of interesting piece of trivia, of course, is that Robert De Niro, this movie came out in 1976, so in 1976, Robert De Niro was in a movie with Jodie Foster, and he was in a movie with Burt Lancaster in the same year, which is like wild, because Burt Lancaster is associated with old movies, and Jodie Foster is thought of, maybe not now, but as a pretty, contemporary modern actress. The movie with Burt Lancaster is Novecento, directed by Bernardo Bertolucci, which is probably a better movie than any of the ones we've talked about so far, but will not be on this list. But if you want an incredible movie, check out Novecento with Bertolucci, Burt Lancaster, Gerard Depardieu, and Robert De Niro from 1976. Final thing to note is Bernard Herrmann's cool saxophone music for this movie, and Paul Schrader's cool screenplay for this movie. Paul Schrader, interesting guy. Mishima, A Life in 4 Chapters was his own work. He wrote the screenplay for this, going through a really challenging time in his life. You hear kind of crazy stories about how he was living when he wrote the screenplay. But, okay. Okay, well, as I suspected might happen, my computer got a little bit tired after 3.5 hours of recording a video. So, it wanted a minute there, but don't worry, we're back. Basically, no time has passed. Just quickly save the video, and we're going to get back on the horse. So I think I was not talking about anything important. I don't think it's possible for me to be talking about something important in this span. We were covering Taxi Driver, Paul Schrader. Okay. Let's go to 103. Singin' in the Rain. Wow. Okay. You talk about classic Hollywood. This is maybe the best. This captures the joy and the excitement and the fantasy. Everything that's sweet and nice about classic Hollywood is captured in this movie, Singin' in the Rain. You gotta watch this. Simple as that. There's almost no other movie that I think will reliably make you feel as kind of happy in some ways. But I think something that to me is even more important than that is that this movie really is impressive in a couple of different ways. One is just the performances by Gene Kelly and by, what's that guy's other name? Connor or something or other. The guy who plays Cosmo in the movie, who unfortunately had some troubles in his career. Which resulted in him not being famous enough for me to reliably remember his name. But their physical performances are remarkable. Debbie Reynolds, similarly, terrific in this movie. She there's some interesting background on her actually ending up in this movie. It wasn't really Gene Kelly's first choice or second choice or third choice, and he wasn't very happy for her to be there. She was like 18, still living with her parents when she made the movie. But it turned out well enough for the movie, at least. And this really is the culmination of everything that's kind of magical about classic Hollywood is captured in this movie. So check it out. 102, Scarface. Haven't seen it. 101, Bicycle Thieves. Okay, I mentioned a couple of times earlier this term, Italian neorealism. This is more or less the most famous neorealist movie. Maybe not the best, but a good movie. It's directed by Vittorio De Sica. And it stars, some random people you found on the street, basically. So neorealism, Italian neorealism, incredibly gritty movies. Basically, movies about the breakdown of society, social problems, issues in Italian and European society, and completely unrelenting issues and completely unrelenting movies. This is what I was saying was kind of the opposite of the social justice fantasy movies that we have nowadays. This is, like I said, an unrelenting film. One thing I like to say about neorealist movies is that they are movies with goofy names that will make you cry for days. Bicycle Thieves sounds, I don't know. There's one called Stromboli. There's one called Rocco and His Brothers. Oh, that's technically a little bit later. But a lot of these sound a little bit playful. They're not. These are brutal movies. Unrelenting, unyielding, and completely honest about Italian society at the time. Bicycle Thieves is one of the most famous. It's a very incisive movie. A lot of nice details and a compelling and tragic plot line. 100, Amelie. Okay. Quite simply, I think there are few movies that are as universally likable, that are as universally guaranteed to bring joy to the people who watch them as Amelie. Another one is Onto Shab, which I think we'll get up there. I think we'll see that in a minute or two. But this is a lovely movie. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. You'll almost certainly really enjoy it. Okay, 99. Wow, we're under 100. Okay, The Kid. I haven't seen this. This is a Buster Keaton movie, I think. 98, Snatch. Okay, mentioned this earlier. It's a Guy Ritchie movie. It's got a bunch of different people, and it's got Brad Pitt with a ridiculous accent. It's got Vinnie Jones. It's got, I think, Benicio del Toro is in it a little bit. Bunch of other people. This is kind of a grindhouse, big action kind of movie. I think it's still a pretty decent movie, though. I enjoyed the soundtrack to it. I thought it was pretty slick. The editing is pretty remarkable. The opening thing in this movie is really cool. The way they sort of a ton of editing on match edits, where you basically edit between things that have like a similar motion or look kind of similar or something like that. Really nicely done. 97, A Clockwork Orange. This is a hole for me. I have never seen this. I would like to watch it at some point. 96, North by Northwest, another Alfred Hitchcock movie. Okay, maybe you get the sense already. I'm not the greatest Alfred Hitchcock fan. Don't get me wrong, nice movies, but not my favorite exactly. And I'll explain why in a little bit. But North by Northwest is one of his, we're getting up here on the list, so this is one of his more famous movies. It's got some interesting things in it. It ends up at Mount Rushmore. It's got Martin Landau there. Has a fake Frank Lloyd Wright house in it. I watched this a long time ago. It has a famous double entendre at the end. I watched this a while ago. Fun Alfred Hitchcock kind of thrilling movie. Again, I don't think quite his best, but we'll get up to that relatively soon. 95, Full Metal Jacket. I haven't seen this, actually. 94, The Hunt. Okay. You want a great movie? I'll give you a great movie. The Hunt. There, you have a great movie. This movie, I think, again, is one of those that is almost universally impressive. I almost said enjoyable. This is not an enjoyable movie. This is a Danish movie, and Danish movies have a tendency to be really intense and really sad. So this is directed by Thomas Vinterberg, who's had kind of a shockingly up and down career. He's directed some amazing movies, mostly this and Festen. This movie's called Jagden in Danish. And it's sad. It makes Festen look like a celebration. Okay, little joke. Festen means a celebration in Danish. But it's a remarkably compelling movie. Have you on the edge of your seat. Basically the whole time. Let me tell you something actually interesting, though, which is a little bit more about Thomas Vinterberg. So he was part of something called Dogma 95, which was a manifesto, an idea about how films should be made. And the idea was that they should be made with very minimal production. So there's a bunch of rules, but they basically are things like you don't bring any external stuff onto the set. So you're filming in a house, you just film in the house and whatnot. You don't bring a bunch of props, you don't dress it up, you just film in that house. You don't bring lights, that's one. Whoa. How do you make a movie with that good lighting? Well, watch Festen. You don't use a tripod or things like that. You don't use really anything artificial other than, of course, the camera. Now, you might say, look, filmmaking at its core is artifice. Or you might say, no, filmmaking at its core is not artifice. It is the preservation of reality. It's representing reality in a way that humans could never do. We can't. If we paint something, there's too much of our own choice, our own errors involved in it. But when we hold a camera, that's capturing reality exactly as it is. But is it? No, not really. And it's duplicating reality, which is inherently fake. So, who knows? But either way, Dogma 95, interesting thing. Again, it's a little bit of this, you watch the movie partly because you're curious how the heck this could be a good movie. But Festen is great. The Hunt is departing from that. So it has traditional production. And it's, really great. It has Mads Mikkelsen in it, who's a fairly famous Danish actor. Okay. 93, Citizen Kane. Well, I mentioned earlier that some people kind of rail against classics, which is usually not the way to go. I guess maybe I can understand to some extent, because expectations are an incredibly important part about watching a movie. Maybe the most important thing that determines whether or not you'll like the movie. Besides, I guess, the quality of the movie, I guess that has something to do with whether you like it. But maybe even bigger than that, or at least as big as that, is your expectations. They can just completely sink a ship. It's not as simple as, I think this will be really good, but the type of movie. You see examples of this sometimes. Like there's a movie called Ryan's Daughter that was one of David Lean's later movies that didn't do very well in theaters, and it was almost certainly because people had the wrong idea about what kind of movie it was. So David Lean directed Lawrence of Arabia, and he directed Dr. Zhivago, his best movie, I think, by far. You should check that out. He had this thing for big, epic, sort of historical films and whatnot. Then he released Ryan's Daughter, which kind of seemed like it was going to be a big, epic historical film, except it's not. It's actually a very small kind of movie set in one little coastal town that's intensely personal and takes place in a very small scale. And it was kind of the opposite in some ways of what a lot of people were expecting. And I think that really sunk the movie in some ways. Okay, it's not just me. I think it's fairly well established that that was not good for the reception of the movie. I can understand being disappointed by Citizen Kane because there is a lot of hype around it, right? People talk about it as being the greatest of all time and whatnot. Do we need to spend that much time worrying about what the greatest of all time is? No, I don't think we need to spend any time about that. But Citizen Kane is a phenomenal movie and a really influential movie for a few different reasons. Here's some things to think about. And some of this is difficult because some of Citizen Kane's different. Some of the reasons why it's great. Now, okay, people told me this earlier, and I thought this was so unsatisfying. When I first watched Citizen Kane, I was kind of skeptical about it. And my guitar teacher at the time, I took guitar lessons from a guy who had seen a lot of movies, and he was sort of my reference for higher thinking about movies and whatnot. He said what was important about Citizen Kane is that it changed everything, and that it was nothing like what happened at the time. And that's really unsatisfying, honestly, if you're in a position like I was, where you've just been sort of disappointed by all the hype and whatnot, and obviously you haven't seen all the movies that have come before and whatnot, because you're kind of you're getting into it, you're watching Citizen Kane first because it's, the thing that is most famous and whatnot. Having somebody tell you, oh, well, it's the context that matters is really, I don't know, it's not great. So it is true in some ways the context matters, but let me try and put it a slightly different way. Orson Welles, when he made Citizen Kane, was, I don't actually know, I think he was 23, maybe 24, something like that. A young guy. He had been working in radio, and he came to make this movie with RKO. And right there, I think already there's an interesting thing there about like this outsider coming in, this young outsider guy coming in and whatnot, and wanting to do things, having cinema be wide open and whatnot, trying these different things out. Right there, that's a little bit inspiring to me because I'm almost too old to do that. Oh. But so in some ways, saying that it was like revolutionary different, it is true. He did bring stuff to the table that had not been there. I think one of the reasons why that thing is not satisfying, why it fails a lot, is because a lot of the times people don't actually know like some of the differences, and they don't actually know like some of the key things about the movie. So I will tell you a couple of key things that movie did that a lot of other movies have done. One was the way that it dealt with time. So flashbacks had existed in movies to some extent, but it was not used as extensively or as rigorously as it was in Citizen Kane. The play with time in that movie seems like it could come out of an episode of West Wing, right? The West Wing, I should say, where we start out a few months back and we jump over here and then this happens and whatnot. And it's this sort of intricately coming together box and puzzle and whatnot. That was really kind of the beginning of that sort of thing. And like I said, it seems like it could come out of an episode of a television show that came out like this year. That puts it as like, 5 years ahead of its time, almost 80 years ahead of its time. That's pretty darn impressive. Another thing to keep in mind is that, so this goes hand in hand, but the way that Citizen Kane uses narration and voiceover, which, like I said, goes a bit hand in hand with the flashbacks and whatnot, was also not exactly the first, but it was really the movie where it came together, right? And again, you've seen a lot of movies that are in debt to that, but let me also point out that this movie came out in 1941. Another movie came out in 1941 called The Maltese Falcon. Then in 1942, Casablanca came out. Then, like I said, 1944 was when Double Indemnity came out, and that was, through all those movies, was basically all of the pieces coming together for film noir and whatnot. And that became a dominant genre for 15 years, at least, right? So right there, you can see the lineage of that kind of voiceover. Like, watch Double Indemnity. The way that it uses the voiceover there and the way that it uses flashbacks there are directly the result of Citizen Kane. That's the same thing, basically. So the influence, it's unmistakable. But who cares about influence for a minute? Citizen Kane is in its own right a great movie. A great movie. Why? Okay. A few different reasons. Let's talk about Citizen Kane is, okay, I will use a fancy word here, dialectical. What does that mean? Well, it traces back to like Greek philosophy, when the idea was to do things to uncover issues, you should have a dialogue between multiple people, and you can somehow sort of triangulate wisdom on a certain thing by hearing different arguments from different sides about things and whatnot. In general, dialectical kind of just means showing multiple sides of things and whatnot. Citizen Kane does this, I think, in a great way because there's a tremendous ambiguity and ambivalence about the central character, Charles Foster Kane, and his populism, right? This is one of the things I really like about the movie, is that it's really hard to pin down. Well, the movie is extremely well balanced, so that as a viewer, it's very hard to pick a favorite in this movie. It's very hard to decide if you like this guy or if you don't, and it's very hard to decide if you side with his politics or if you don't. There's a very fine line between him being greedy, between him following some kind of American dream thing, between him being generous, between him being a populist, right? That's pretty cool, I think. I think it is well balanced in that regard. It's also just a remarkably slick movie. So regardless of the time stuff, regardless of the flashbacks, and regardless of the voiceover, which are really nice, the sharpness of the editing in a lot of the scenes is great. Some of the cutting in that movie is super clever. Would be at home in a movie that came out now. So those are some reasons to like it. It also, I think, there's also an interesting thread that it sort of traces this like wealthy anti-hero thing going on, which is an interesting sort of trope in our society. There's an interesting spoof in The Simpsons of Citizen Kane, which has Mr. Burns representing Kane, obviously. But Mr. Burns' character in general actually follows a very similar trope of the lonely rich man, right? Which is kind of an odd, I don't know, it's an interesting idea. Citizen Kane, by no coincidence, is apparently Donald Trump's favorite movie. And I actually wrote a paper on these three things in college about how they're connected, about how Trump's potential for electability is influenced by the existence of the trope of the lonely rich man in our society, and about how people view his having of a family and his prioritizing family as a virtue that is particularly important because he's wealthy and whatnot, where other, people have spurned family, where, Charles Kane has failed to have a family, where Montgomery Burns has failed to have a family, and is sympathetic because of that, as is Kane to some extent. You sympathize with him because he doesn't have a family, because his lost youth and innocence, which are very clearly shown with some nice symbolism that I won't spoil, his youth and innocence are lost, and he cannot find them. For the most part, they're glued directly to family and whatnot. Well, okay, Trump has family, so, interesting spin on that trope there that really cuts through a lot of our media. But let's not get too bogged down. 92, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. If you like clever movies, you'll like this movie. One thing I'd say about this movie, don't watch the trailer, don't know anything about this. The trailer spoils like the first 40 minutes of this movie. I won't say anything about what it is, just go check it out. The one thing I'll say is that if you like this movie, you should also watch the movie Mr. Nobody by Pierre Van Dormel. I actually think that movie's better than this one, but they're pretty similar. Okay, 91, Vertigo. There's some ambulances going by, but Vertigo, okay. I mentioned I'm not the greatest Alfred Hitchcock fan in the world. Vertigo, I think, is a decent time to talk about this. I mentioned already that compared to Clouseau, I've always felt Hitchcock to be kind of contrived in some ways. I think Vertigo really shows some of the weaknesses to his work. Now, obviously, it also shows the strengths. The suspense in this movie is great. I mean, Hitchcock, almost like no one else, has these like real humdinger of a film. Fairly simple proposition, but things kind of get turned on their head. Things start to happen. Things start to build up. You feel the tide turning and whatnot. and you kind of know, oh, this is what this means, this is what that means, this is how this is going to go down, things like that. Hitchcock does that. The thing about Vertigo is that the ending of this movie is horrible. And it's just so shambolic, the way this movie falls apart. It's so bad that I read the book that this movie is based on to try and figure out what the heck went wrong when they made this movie. Here's an interesting thing about this book. It's a Boileau-Narcejac book. What does that mean? Well, Boileau and Narcejac were like these, it was two people who were like French detective novelists, pulp fiction, basically, they wrote. And their works actually include some interesting things. So they wrote a book called Eyes Without a Face in French, something sans visage or something like that. And that got turned into a movie called Eyes Without a Face. That's pretty good. They also wrote the book that Diabolique was based on. So, like I said, Hitchcock was a little bit attached to one-upping Clouseau. He went out at one point and found a book written by the same person who wrote this book. So originally, the book Vertigo is based on is called The Living and the Dead by Boileau and Narcejac. And I won't get into the ending of Vertigo. Maybe you disagree with me that it doesn't make any sense, but I suspect not. The book makes a lot of sense, actually, and is crucially different in a few ways. One thing that's interesting about it is it's set during World War II in France. So being translated to San Francisco, not during World War II, you lose some things. And that actually is connected in some ways to the ending. Also in the book, there's a huge gap of time between some of the events in the movies. So like the main guy in the book goes off to fight in the war for like 4 years, like in the middle of the story, which in the movie does not happen. And that also is one of the reasons why the ending makes a little bit less sense. Okay, did I build a coherent case against Hitchcock there? Absolutely not. And really, I don't intend to. Like, great director, incredibly influential, and makes movies that are a lot of fun, and that have a great signature, this is one of the things that's fun about auteurism, is that once you watch a few movies, and once you get in touch with like what that director's sensibility is, it's fun to watch even some of their lesser movies. It's fun to pick up on some of their other things and to watch a movie, not because it's so great, but because it's so Hitchcockian. Lots of fun, really rewarding director to watch. But at the same time, I do think some of the endings, some of the movies, their reliance on sort of contrived plot lines, their reliance on the supernatural tease, things like that, I'm not quite as all in as some people are. But no doubt, a great director. 2001, A Space Odyssey. Okay. First time I watched this movie, I didn't like it. Here's second time I watched this movie, I loved it. There was one crucial difference. The first time I watched it, I was watching it in my living room on a tiny computer screen. The second time I watched it in New York on Houston Street at a theater, forget what it's called, the Jaffa Center or something like that. And it was the 70 millimeter print of it for the 50th anniversary of the movie. And look, most of the time when people tell you this is a movie you got to see on the big screen, they're wrong. Okay? Look, some movies that are very visual, it's nicer to see them on a big screen. You get a different effect, or you get more of an effect. But we're not so dumb or something that if we watched it on a small screen, we wouldn't be able to understand what was going on, or wouldn't be able to appreciate or whatnot. We would still see, even for movies with great imagery, we can still see that image. You can still appreciate it, even if it's a small screen. Is it as immersive? No. Is it as in your face? No. There also are some movies that have small font or something that you can't read on a smaller screen. Although that's not the case anymore. Now, studios are quite aware, acutely aware that their movies are going to be watched on phones, and they shoot them so that they can be viewed on phones. But having said all this, the difference in this movie was the fact that I was watching on a big screen. Partly, at least. The other difference was the fact that I was watching it in a theater, being forced to stare at it. Attention is really important in films, especially with a movie like 2001. It's a slowly paced film. It's pretty dated, too, honestly. This movie is, it's from 1968. I said earlier that was kind of when the French influence, the European modernism in films, would finally come to the United States. This is an aspect of that. But also, look, it's the 60s in the U.S. It's kind of a dated film. On the other hand, it's kind of a timeless film. Uh, when you sit in a theater and are forced to watch it, you can't leave, you can't look at your phone, you can't look away or something like that, and the movie is projected enormously in front of you with its vivid colors and whatnot, you will have a different experience. And when you give it time and when you really invest in this movie, it gives back. It gives back. It's a fairly simple idea, so I can explain in a minute. One thing I'll say is one thing that's interesting about the color is people say that people like point out like the amazing bright colors or something. Go watch, what's this movie called? It's Suspiria, directed by Dario Argento. If you want a movie with a lot of red in it, it's not The Shining. I was trying to talk about The Shining here, not 2001. I think we'll get to The Shining up here, maybe, hopefully. 2001, though, relatively simple idea. Another interesting piece of trivia is a lot of people think the book came first, but actually they were the book and the movie were made at the same time together, and the book actually came out after the movie. Anyway, basically the idea about this movie is that just like the apes when they became, when they saw the monolith, and okay, they didn't see the monolith in real life, but just like the apes transcended to become men at some point, men will transcend their own, our current consciousness and abilities and whatever to become some sort of astral next level being and whatnot. And this movie offers a pretty compelling story about what that will be like. So, of course, there's this famous Stargate sequence where there's a lot of pretty colors and pretty lights that basically answers the question of what will it be like to ascend to the next level of being? And the answer is, well, it won't look like anything that we understand, of course, because we would have to ascend to the next level of being to understand it and whatnot. Okay. Pretty well known what that movie is about. The executive summary doesn't really do it justice. Go check it out. If you can see it in a bigger theater, if you can see it in a place that will force you to really focus on it, try to, because it's rewarding when you do. The last thing I'll say is that it's actually pretty darn timely in some ways. Like I said, in some ways a timeless movie. It's interesting that the arrival of, or that the transcendence of humans to the astral plane, to the next level of existence, coexists with computers basically replacing humans in some regards, with the advent of artificial intelligence that is at a certain level. And some would say that that's the situation that we might find ourselves in at some point. So in that way, it's kind of amazing how a movie from 1968 could be so in tune with the anxieties of today. 89, Requiem for a Dream. So this is an intense movie. It's tossed around sometimes as being like one of the most intense movies. This is another thing that some people do when they're sort of earlier in their film journey, is that they're extremophiles, right? So you will see people who are kind of into cinema. They're not like, they don't know a whole lot, but they've seen some movies. And the way that they sort of experience being involved with cinema is by learning what the most extreme movies are, right? So it's a classic like, oh, well, why don't you go watch, what's that movie about the anime about, Grave of the Fireflies. Yeah, I'm getting tired here, folks. Oh, yeah, why don't you go watch Grave of the Fireflies? Why don't you go watch Requiem for a Dream? It's like, just the extremeness is what matters to them and whatnot. It's a stage, nothing too terrible about that. Requiem for a Dream, legitimately, though, is really an impressive movie. Now, I will say, Darren Aronofsky, the director, really kind of turns me off in some ways. I've seen some interviews with him. Seems incredibly full of himself. But, oh well, that doesn't necessarily mean we should judge his work in any particular way. This movie probably will completely destroy you. You'll probably never want to watch it again. But you might as well check it out if you want that kind of experience, or if there's a certain morbid curiosity that pulls you to it. I think that's kind of the most common thing for movies like this. You may find yourself watching it eventually. 88, M. Fritz Lang directed this back in 1931. It's largely silent. It's got Peter Lorre in it before he came to the United States. A classic sort of kangaroo court movie. Pretty compelling. It's got a nice scene with a balloon. That said, if you're looking for a thriller, don't watch this movie, because modern thrillers are much more thrilling and much more compelling. But if you're interested in the history, you should check this out. Okay, 87, Dangal. Fun fact, this is one of 2 Bollywood movies I've seen in theaters. This is Amir Khan boxing movie. It's okay. Is this as good as something like $1 Million Baby? No. But it's a decent sort of fun boxing movie. Okay, 86, Good Will Hunting. Yeah, this is a fine movie. Personally, I think it's a little bit overrated. I don't know. To me, it feels a little clunky, and tropey, I think, is the main thing. Oh, the therapist. Oh, the boy genius. Things like that. I don't know. Not totally sold on it, but some good performances. Some good performances all around. And obviously, most people quite like this movie. So, I really have not that much against it. But for me, maybe a little clunky, maybe a little bit tropey. 85, Inglourious Basterds. Haven't seen it. 84, Amadeus. Haven't seen it. Would like to. 83, Reservoir Dogs. Haven't seen it. 82, Toy Story. Haven't seen it. Wow, we're making great progress here. 81, Like Stars on Earth. Okay, Bollywood movie. It's got Amir Khan in it. Again, this is a nice movie, uplifting. All I'll say about this movie is that there's a flip book in this movie, right? Amir Khan has this flip book that shows him going away, that shows him leaving home. And he shows it to people throughout the movie. It's like the sad thing of, oh, I'm going home. Okay, I thought surely in this movie that at some point he would reverse the flip book and it would show him returning and it'd be like the cool, clever ending. They never do that. It seems like an obvious chance. Totally missed. Okay, 80, Star Wars, Episode 6, getting tired. Return of the Jedi. Okay, we're going to bump into the Star Wars movies a little bit later. I'm just going to skip over this one for now. I'll talk about Star Wars in a minute. 79, Three Idiots. Bollywood movie. I suspect this is probably the highest ranking Bollywood movie on the list. If you haven't seen the Indian movies and you want to see one, watch this one. It's great. Okay, there are some drawbacks to it. It's a little bit preachy. It also uses some jokes that are kind of out in the consciousness already. So if you went to IIT, for example, you probably have heard a lot of these jokes already, which is a little suspicious about this movie. But regardless of that, what a clever movie. What a funny movie, too. Genuinely hilarious movie. And a compelling movie, a powerful movie. Really lovely. Almost everyone, I think, will like this. Especially if you have been in any kind of technical field in college. This movie's for you. 78, Das Boot. We mentioned with Downfall a little bit that there's this strange, Nazi sympathizing thing. Das Boot suffers from that a little bit. It's about some German U-boat people. But the movie is basically completely submerged, I guess, and it has almost no political content whatsoever. It's really just about these people on a submarine. This movie is pretty darn suspenseful. It has this lovely mechanic they do in it, is that there's the depth gauge on the submarine. This is a great, great little mechanism in the movie. You're shown the depth gauge a number of times in the beginning, and you kind of see, oh, these are like normal readings. And at one point, they have to dive extremely deeply, and it's really suspenseful. And they've already set you up with the depth gauge to see it, and then they'll show it the depth going down, 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 and you're just like, oh, crap. So this is a great movie, really suspenseful. 77, Braveheart, haven't seen it. 76, Coco, haven't seen it. 75, Your Name, a great anime. I saw this in theaters, actually. What a nice movie. Love the music. Radwimps, as usual. Look, this is a nice soundtrack, but Radwimps in general, totally kick-ass band. If you don't know some of their other music, go check it out. Really great. Here's the one thing I'll mention about this that's kind of cool. One thing that I think is interesting about anime is that it's extremely efficient. I feel like they get a lot done in these movies, in the plot, in a very short period amount of time, in a very short period of time. So you watch these movies and you think, dang, a lot of stuff has happened, but you're not really that far into it. The thing that basically what this ends up with is that these movies are all surprisingly short, like an hour and a half or something, and yet they cram a ton of stuff into them. Kind of makes sense if you watch them. There's a lot of very efficient setup and whatnot, of a lot of ellipsis, where they go from one scene cutting straight to the logical extreme of that scene or whatnot. Here's me not studying and whatnot, cutting straight to, here's me looking at my grades at the end of the semester, seeing that I failed or something like that. You know what I mean? So they make that cut, hard cutting across a big, across a large amount of exposition, and are able to be extremely efficient in how quickly they get the story rolling, which I think is pretty darn cool. Obviously, the art is beautiful in these movies. Now, I said earlier, it's interesting that Japan used to be such a powerhouse of world cinema, and now it's mostly dedicated to anime. I don't want to be too much of a curmudgeon. Anime is great. I do wonder, though, about where the old kind of style went. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Obviously, there are some, like Kurita is a great contemporary Japanese live-action filmmaker. There are some out there, but I'd be curious about an alternate universe where anime was never invented and we saw live-action Japanese movies predominantly. Who knows? 74, American Beauty. Okay. I mentioned, that we had the 60s, right, where the U.S. Had tail end of the 50s going on, some serious social pictures and whatnot going on. Then, towards the end of the 60s, we got the European influence, and we had some really cool movies that I think we're going to bump into up here a little bit more. Then that kind of teed up the 70s to have some of the best American movies that we've seen, like some that we're going to bump into, or like The Deer Hunter, which we've already seen. Then Michael Cimino destroyed everything, and the 80s were kind of a barren wasteland. The 90s, similarly, pretty darn commercial, not that great, until there was fortunately a revival of independent cinema in the mainstream. So in the 90s, we started seeing independent cinema gaining a lot more traction. And eventually in the late 90s, it worked its way into the mainstream. And we got a few years of really cool subversive movies. Okay, how many movies are there in Hollywood out there that have been made ever that are seriously critical of American culture? We're going to ignore comedies for now. Okay, satire, sure. Plenty of those, maybe. Comedies, plenty of those. Do they also serve another purpose that maybe is watered down? Is the satire secondary? Depends. Let's ignore those. How many serious movies are there that are critical of American society? Not a lot. In the late 90s, early 2000s, we saw a whole bunch at once as a result of this wave of independent cinema. One of those was American Beauty. This is a lovely movie. Well, not really. It's a pretty creepy movie, especially given some newer realizations about Kevin Spacey. But this movie is a subversive movie. It's an independent film in the mainstream, and you gotta support that. 73. Aliens. It's also a slick movie. You'll like it. Yeah, Aliens. Okay, so I guess Alien is further up here, but it's kind of a funny story, Alien, directed by Ridley Scott. Then the franchise gets handed over to James Cameron, of all people, to make the sequel, and he makes an action movie. Really, it's pretty darn good. As an action movie, this is nice. Now, James Cameron movies are tropey. They're also remarkably sleazy. The women in James Cameron's movies are... he has really, really poor roles for his women, which I think is super unfortunate. His movies are pretty darn sleazy. But this is still a pretty fun action movie, and really a pretty decent sequel to Alien. I think it was, in the end, probably a good choice that they didn't try and make the same movie again, but made something really different. That said, I don't imagine that any of the movies that came after it in that franchise are any good, but who knows? 72, Once Upon a Time in America. This is one of the best movies on this whole list. So this is directed by Sergio Leone, who directed The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and some other things. He started out making spaghetti westerns in Italy, so obviously westerns started out as part of classic Hollywood in the 40s and 50s, and even before that, being made in the United States. Then in Italy, in the 60s, there were a bunch more westerns that were shot in Italy and in Spain. A lot of them had really cool scores with cool Italian composers like Ritz Ortolani, is a great underrated composer. Obviously, Ennio Morricone did a lot of those. And there was nobody who was more famous in this scene than Sergio Leone. And we'll talk about The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly in a minute, but one of his lifelong dreams was to make an epic movie about America called Once Upon a Time in America. Unfortunately, when he came to the United States, his career kind of hit a snag. So he came after he made The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And he made, in the U.S., Once Upon a Time in the West, which was, unfortunately, not well received at all. And we'll talk about that because I think it's further up the list. A great movie, but it didn't come off here. And at first he was thinking, I'll come to the U.S. and I'll make Once Upon a Time in America. But wasn't to be. Made Once Upon a Time in the West. Unfortunately, didn't turn out very well. Didn't make a movie for a while. Then he made A Fistful of Dynamite / Duck You Sucker, which isn't super good. It's okay. And that really wasn't received very well. And it seemed like Once Upon a Time in the West in America might never get made. But eventually, in 1984, towards the end of his life, eventually it was. This movie has got Robert De Niro in it. It's got James Woods in it. Some other famous people. Really long, extremely intense, extremely violent. Another thing people don't realize about Sergio Leone is that they watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and it's just kind of a nice rollicking action movie. They don't realize that he pushed the envelope for violence and graphics in his movies. And as you watch newer movies, you realize, whoa, these are like getting pretty violent. And then when you watch one that's from 1984, you're like, dang, this is an intense movie. Maybe not for everybody, and it is long. But it's really cool. This is a gangster movie, but it's nothing like some of the gangster movies we'll see. Like, it's nothing like The Godfather. Couldn't be further from it. The closest thing that this movie reminds me of is actually maybe like The Great Gatsby or something like that. This kind of mystical tale in some ways. I don't mean to say that The Great Gatsby is just like this mystical thing, but interesting parallel between those. Okay. 71, The Dark Knight Rises. Yeah, this movie, not very good. 70, Witness for the Prosecution. Okay. This is an interesting movie. It's the Billy Wilder movie that everyone thought was directed by Alfred Hitchcock. I think I got that right. Or is it the Alfred Hitchcock movie that everyone thought was directed by Billy Wilder? No, okay, yeah. So, the Alfred Hitchcock movie that everyone thought was directed by Billy Wilder was not Strangers on a Train. It was the other one about trains. Whatever that movie's called. This movie was directed by Billy Wilder, but it's a courtroom drama that's a sort of a suspense picture that really seems more like an Alfred Hitchcock movie. Pretty nice movie. It's got Tyrone Power, Charles Laughton, Marlene Dietrich in it, so classic cast, classic kind of courtroom drama, famous for a big twist. So, when people went to see the screenings, they made everyone sign something saying, I will not reveal the end of Witness for the Prosecution. And the twist is pretty good, honestly. It's pretty clever. This movie is also kind of funny because it has one extremely contrived scene that's in the movie solely to show Marlene Dietrich's legs and doesn't really fit in the movie at all otherwise. But hey, that was how you sold tickets at the time, and still is to some extent. 69, Old Boy. 2003. So I had said earlier I couldn't quite remember where that was from. 2003. I was basically right. So this is Park Chan-wook, his most famous movie. Check this movie out. Intense grindhouse movie. This will screw up your head. Weird movie, but really great. One of my favorite directors, like I said, talked about him a bit before. 68, Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. Okay, this is a great movie. There are a few movies that so adeptly mix humor with the political and whatnot, and with the stakes being so high. This is really a masterpiece from Stanley Kubrick. I don't know if it needs too much more introduction. I think it holds up really well. It's still a funny movie. There's also a couple clever things about it, like it uses the melody When Johnny Comes Marching Home, which I think that's the one, which is extremely catchy and whatnot, and really drives the movie forward. Sometimes I'm a little bit resentful when movies take really great melodies and use them and are such an important part of a movie when it's not written for the movie. Feels a little bit like cheating. I don't know. But this movie does a great job there and ends up being a lot of fun. Well, not really, but lovely movie. Peter Sellers does a great job playing multiple characters in this movie. Classic line. Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. Anyway, 67, Sunset Boulevard. This is another Billy Wilder movie from 1950, a movie about the movies, brilliant casting. This is also a precursor to Birdman, in some ways a bigger one. The casting in this is really clever. It's got Gloria Swanson in it playing basically herself. It's got, who is it? Is it Boris Karloff? No, maybe. Playing a similar kind of thing. William Holden, I think, is the main guy in it. A clever and a slick movie. I will say, though, this movie doesn't quite hold up as well. I think the romance comes off as pretty cheesy. And one of the big things about this movie is that it's largely accessing the rift between silent Hollywood and sound films, and there's a lot of important context to that if you don't know some stuff about movies, probably won't come off super well. So I like this movie. I think it's a great movie. It's a movie about this sort of down on his luck screenwriter is trying to get away from the repo men, and he ends up taking his car up to some like strange house on Sunset Boulevard, and he meets like this old washed up Hollywood star and he stays there a bit trying to revive her career. But it's one of the great drivers of this movie is that as soon as he starts staying there, it's like, oh, this place is really strange. And he's like becoming more and more aware of how like creepy and weird the place is, which is a trope that's been used now many, many a time and didn't originate there, but great early example. And that is still a great dynamo of the movie. It's still a compelling movie, but I think it doesn't quite hold up. Princess Mononoke, haven't seen that actually. WALL-E, we've all seen that. I'll skip that. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, haven't seen that. Somewhat interested. 63, Paths of Glory. So this is a Stanley Kubrick movie, one of his earlier ones, 1957. To me, honestly, this movie didn't do it. It's got some really cool visuals. The way the camera shoots along the trenches, so it's a World War I movie. The way the camera shoots along the trenches is pretty cool. But to me, I felt like this movie was about 20 minutes too long. And it's not very long, even to start out with, but I felt like the entire kind of ending sequence of the movie was completely unnecessary. Which, doesn't scupper the whole thing. Pretty good movie, but not my favorite exactly. 62, The Shining. So, I mentioned earlier, you want a horror movie with a lot of red in it, you could watch The Shining. Or you could go watch Dario Argento's Suspiria, which predates it and has even more red. But The Shining really is a special movie. I would also recommend the documentary Room 237, which is a movie about The Shining. It's a documentary about mainly the conspiracy theories behind The Shining. How could there be conspiracy theories behind a movie? Well, let me tell you. A lot of them originate from the moon landing. Some people thinking that Stanley Kubrick was involved in faking the footage of the moon landing. Now, not necessarily that the moon landing was fake. That would be ludicrous to think that, of course. But that perhaps they didn't want to risk the footage being shot there in case something went wrong. So they filmed the footage on Earth and had it fake. Okay, whatever. They think he directed 2001, so he had the knowledge and it was in a similar time period. And they think that his later works were all leaving subtle clues to this fact, including The Shining and Eyes Wide Shut, which was released on like the 30th anniversary of the moon landing or something like that. But it's an interesting movie. Like I said earlier, one of the great things about Kubrick is that pretty much everyone can agree that everything in his movies is deliberate. That makes The Shining a lot of fun because it has a lot of details in it. This is also a pretty good postmodern movie. It's a pretty solid, horror film, but it also is a movie about the horror of the colonial past and trying to escape it. What we do with foundations when our foundations are built on horrible crimes and whatnot. Hence, the elevator spilling blood out of it and whatnot, trying to cover up for these things, but covering up in a gaudy kind of way with some of the artwork in the hotel and whatnot, and this covering up in this strange, fake, kitschy way. One other interesting thing about The Shining is people say, and I think this is true to some extent, I think it might be slightly overplayed, but one thing that people point out that's kind of cool is that the geography in the movie is very cleverly executed. So in the scenes where you travel through the hallway and whatnot, and where you see people walking around, you're sort of taught the geography of the hotel, but that is also violated in clever ways. So, for example, The Office, where Jack Nicholson first does the interview, has a window at the back of it that looks out on outside, but you later see them going completely around the office, and it's made pretty clear that there's a hallway that goes behind it, which is So, some people make it seem like that's this will have a profound impact on your viewership. Does it really? I don't know, but it is kind of cool, I think. 61, Avengers, Infinity War. Well, of course, I have not seen this movie. 60, Django Unchained. Haven't seen it. 59, The Lives of Others. Okay. I wish I had known slightly more about the Cold War and about East Berlin and West Berlin, East Germany, West Germany, when I watched this movie. But you get by, nonetheless. This is a nice movie. It spans a long time. In some ways, kind of a one-hit wonder. But hey, this is a solid, reliable, good movie. Don't know what more to say about it. Sort of surveillance paranoia. Don't watch The Conversation. Watch this movie instead. 58, The Great Dictator. So Charlie Chaplin said that if he had known the full extent of the horrors of the Holocaust, he would never have made this movie, which is interesting. This is a comedy about a Jew living in Germany at the beginning, well, during World War II. And that kind of seemed like dicey territory. I will say there's one other Holocaust comedy called To Be or Not to Be, directed by Ernst Lubitsch, who I mentioned was precursor to Billy Wilder. It's got Jack Benny in it. When he was 39, I think he was in that role. And that movie carries off extremely well. That's a great movie that is sensitive and well executed, whatever that means. The Great Dictator, I think, is as well. Regardless of maybe later regrets, this is a tasteful movie, I guess. It's kind of famous for having one of the most famous speeches ever on film, and it is an extremely moving, has an extremely moving ending and whatnot. So obviously this is a sound film. It's Chaplin, but yeah, it has sound. Although it still relies on a lot of sort of silent tropes. And it has some sort of nice comedic moments, too. I mean, it's a comedy through and through, and it has some funny moments. But it is compelling. And the other thing is that ultimately, a lot of people don't realize how radical Charlie Chaplin was in a lot of ways. He actually got kicked out of the United States in the end. But he did things a lot of mainstream Hollywood producers and whatnot would not have done. And one of those is actually standing up to Hitler. It's kind of disappointing, but there were not very many mainstream Hollywood movies. Okay, obviously once the U.S. was in the war, this changes. But in the build-up to the war, there were not many films at all that actually took on the Nazis, which is really too bad. But it shows kind of the propensity for safety, I think, in the mainstream film industry. People in general did not want to ruffle the waters, and I think you need to ruffle the waters. Did not want to do whatever, stir the pot, I don't know. You got to give Charlie Chaplin credit for actually making movies about what he believed in. There's a couple of other ones I mentioned, To Be or Not to Be. Another one is The Mortal Storm, directed by Frank Borzaghi, whose brother was the accordion player on the set of most John Ford movies, fun fact. But you got to give those people credit. And this movie is good. 57, Apocalypse Now. Okay, I don't like this movie that much. It's been a long time since I saw it. I think it had some virtues. I think I overlooked certain things, but I don't know. This is a complicated movie, and I think that's one of its virtues, actually, is that this is a complicated movie. One thing I'll say about it, there's a great passage in the book Simulacra and Simulation by Jean Baudrillard, a great book. There's a chapter in it about Apocalypse Now, and it opens by pointing out that Apocalypse Now in a lot of ways was a lot like the war itself, in that its production was kind of a disaster. Okay, if you don't know the story of the production of Apocalypse Now, go to the Wikipedia page or something and look it up. Crazy stuff. There's a good movie, too, about the making of Apocalypse Now. That's totally wild. But all of the noise, all of the impact, all of the sort of domination and destruction that were involved in making of the movie very closely echo the war itself, which is a insightful critique, I think, and pretty interesting. Okay, ultimately, I'm going to need to watch this movie again to really make up my mind about it, but 56, Memento. So if you, like I've said, are of the clever disposition, you'll probably like Christopher Nolan movies, and you'll probably like Memento. For me, I think this movie's kind of a gimmick. Kind of fun, I guess. But, look, kind of clever, kind of nice. I do appreciate maybe that it's a Christopher Nolan movie that's doesn't feel like such sort of PG-13 pandering. This movie's rated R, and I'm not saying it's good that it's just like violence and whatnot, but I like that it's sort of an uncompromising action movie, at least, and that it's not sort of dumbed down in terms of being less violent so it can get a lot of 13-year-olds to watch it, which some of its older movies, or some of its newer movies are. But like I said, for me, a bit of a gimmick. 55, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, I mean, a classic. I think this is a dated movie. But 54, Avengers Endgame. So obviously I haven't seen this. 53, Alien. Great movie. So there's a lot of interesting backstory about this movie, like all the concept art by H.R. Giger and whatnot. The universe of this film, of the Nostromo and whatnot, is pretty remarkable. But this movie is just also such a classic. The moments, the chest burster scene and whatnot, the look of the alien itself, have really made their mark. And that's cool. Like, I think one thing about classic movies, that people who are kind of outside of film a little bit, one reason why they can be a little bit annoyed by them is that for people who are invested in the cinema, it's fun to see big moments. You know what I mean? Like, it's not everything. It's not the only reason why you would like a movie like Alien. But when you watch Alien and you see the chestburster scene, you think, oh yeah, it's kind of cool to see that it's arrived. It's a bit like seeing, a celebrity on the street or something like that. Not that I know what that's like, but it's kind of cool to see classic moments like that. That said, this movie is great in its own right. So one of the things that this movie does really well is it assaults your senses. Find a big screen to watch this on. Not necessary, but this movie assaults your senses, like I said. The end, so many strobe lights, so many alarms, so much noise and like light and flashing things and whatnot, and used to a good effect. This movie also is one that does not show the alien for a long time, and that really does build the suspense. This movie, this movie scared me. I'll just say that. I'm not a huge fan of horror movies, but I've seen quite a few. This movie, I think, holds up. I think this is a scary movie, even now. And it will definitely keep you on the edge of your seat. Okay, 52, Cinema Paradiso. Yep. We started off, second movie we did was Legend of 1900, and now we're at Cinema Paradiso, which I said is the superset of that. This is an incredible movie, some of the best cinematography you'll see. I think maybe the best score of any movie is this one by Ennio Morricone. This movie is incredibly slick in its editing. So many great transitions between like the priest ringing the bell and the bell in the clock tower in the town ringing, great cuts and whatnot. It's also just such a powerfully nostalgic movie. So this movie will make you feel pretty melancholy. It's about the passage of time, about love, about so many things. Like I said earlier, it's kind of an ode, not just to early Italy, but to earlier Italian films. This one is explicitly an ode to earlier Italian films, and American films, because it's, about a cinema, also conspicuously named Paradiso, where these films are shown. This is a movie that I feel like will make you love movies when you watch it. It's a movie about watching movies. It's a movie about how they can impact your life and whatnot. Life lived through the movies and with them, which is really cool. Of course, that movie is probably going to appeal more to people who like movies and to people who make movies. So it's no coincidence that a lot of movies about movies have been made. But this is really a great movie, and so many incredible shots. And like I said, the score is really amazing. I also think that this is one of the best endings to any movie. The end of this movie is incredibly beautiful and moving, I think, and I think it's one of the best endings to anything. 51, Rear Window. So, another Alfred Hitchcock movie, one of the best, I think. Rear Window, a real humdinger, extremely hard to predict where it's going to go. Jimmy Stewart, Grace Kelly. I don't have a lot to say about this movie other than that you should watch it. It's also pretty cool because it's ingenious. So like I said, people kind of forget how much of a risk taker Hitchcock was. This movie is basically set in someone's apartment, and most of the time he just looks out of his apartment across to the other apartments. And you might wonder, how the heck is this story going to work? And the ingenuity of it is one of the things that makes the movie pretty cool, is to see that it actually does work. Also, pretty much all diegetic sound. which is kind of cool, or non-diegetic sound. 50, Grave of the Fireflies. I mentioned earlier, some of the extremophiles love this movie. This is a sad movie. When I watched it, this movie wasn't as much of a traumatic experience for me as it is for a lot of people, because I'd heard a lot about this movie, you know what I mean? And I'd braced for it, and I watched it fairly recently at a time when I'd already seen a lot of really traumatic movies. But if you're a little bit newer to cinema and you watch this, might end your life. It's a incredibly sad movie, but sometimes the morbid curiosity pulls you towards movies like that, and you watch them, and there's some element of catharsis that makes them enjoyable to some extent or in some way. 49, Casablanca, a classic movie. Here's a fun fact. The scene at the end of the movie, no spoilers, don't worry, there's an airplane in a scene at the end of the movie, and the scene looks like it's shot on this big runway, but it was actually shot inside, and they used a relatively small plane, and to make the plane look bigger and to make it look further away, they hired extremely short actors to stand next to it, which is kind of funny. This is a classic movie. Some people will tell the story about, like, this was really a B movie. It wasn't meant to be that great, but it turned out to be dynamite. That's a little bit misleading because this has an all-star cast. It's got Humphrey Bogart in it and Ingrid Bergman and some other people. But this is a kind of another one of those movies that's kind of classic cinema at its best. It's a really clever plot, kind of simple pieces, but they move around in such a great way. Things keep turning and whatnot. It's got a lot of moments. It also has a sweet romance. Might seem like a dated romance today. I don't know. Haven't seen it for a while. But it's got a lovely way to recall Paris. So many famous quotes, like, actually, "Play it again, Sam" is never said in the movie, but "Play it, Sam" is. Or "Out of all the gin joints in all the world, she had to walk into mine," things like that. Legendary movie for a reason. Definitely worth checking out. The Prestige, 48. So, another clever movie. For me, I saw this a long time ago. Like, look, if you're into clever movies like Christopher Nolan, then great, you'll like this. I don't know. I think a little bit of a kid's movie in some ways. One thing that was kind of strange is I actually had a fair amount of trouble understanding Michael Caine when I watched this. I don't know why I remember this as being an issue, but I couldn't quite tell what he was saying at some points, which is not just down to his accent. I've definitely understood him in other movies, but I feel like in this one, I couldn't. Who knows? 47, Once Upon a Time in the West. So, Sergio Leone comes to the United States after the success of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and he makes Once Upon a Time in the West. Part of this was actually shot in Spain still. So it's kind of has a legendary carriage ride in it, which is the longest carriage ride in history because it starts out in Spain and ends up in Utah, in Monument Valley, which is kind of funny. And if you know anything about what those places look like, you'll be able to notice. But, oh well. This movie, in some ways, is better than The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which is a big claim. It, I think, has better cinematography. There are a couple incredible shots here. Like, I love the shot where somebody, the harmonica guy, Jason Robards or whoever, is in his hammock, and the shot starts out upside down, or he's hanging upside down somewhere, and it like starts out upside down and then rotates. Really clever. But ultimately, though, it's not as exciting as The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which holds it back in some ways. So, better shot, but not quite as exciting. And the acting, well, the acting's interesting. It's got pretty good cast. It's got Henry Fonda in it playing against type, pretty much in, like, Henry Fonda's like the classic good guy. We'll talk about him a little bit more in some of these movies coming up. Here he plays a bad guy. That maybe is not a big deal for us now because we don't know who he is, but back then, whoa, that's pretty interesting. Like I said, this movie's a bit slower than The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and so it might not be, for some people it might seem like it's not as good. It doesn't quite have as iconic of characters or quite as clean of a plot. It's just a little bit more convoluted, and you eventually sort of see, oh, I see what the deal is here, and I see what's going on. It's got a great score, not quite as iconic, still Ennio Morricone, but pretty nice. Claudia Cardinale does a good job in this movie too. And I was saying it wasn't received very well here, unfortunately. That might be because of the pacing. little bit hard to know, but unfortunately kind of set his career back in some ways. 46, Whiplash. Well, I already talked about that. 45, The Departed. So we talked about Infernal Affairs a while ago. That's The Departed is okay. It's Infernal Affairs with some changes. The ending of The Departed, which I found to be a little bit of a disaster. To me, the movie kind of falls apart right at the end. Not the very last scene, but everything that happens right before it. I don't know. It goes a bit differently in Infernal Affairs, and I think it's a bit better. I will say that I think the music in The Departed, even though the music in Infernal Affairs is also really good, the music in The Departed is great. One thing that I really like, so I really like it when movies give you a signpost that you're coming up to the intense finale. And there's a couple other movies that do this coming up the list. But The Departed does a really good job of doing this with that song Shipping Up to Boston by the Dropkick Murphys, which comes in right at the end of the movie, right when everyone's sort of going to converge on wherever they're going. This cool music comes on and you think, oh man, like this is the climax. Here it is. Here it is. I think it's nice when movies kind of do that. That's a very classic kind of element when you're really shown, like, here we are. This is the big finale. The last thing I'll say about this movie, The Departed, is that I've known a couple of people who have seen it who are less familiar with Hollywood, who don't know who Leonardo DiCaprio and Matt Damon are, or maybe they know who they are, but they're not super familiar with the actors. It can be a pretty confusing movie because they do look kind of similar. And if you can't keep them straight, the movie gets like really confusing and whatnot. So it can be a little bit annoying for some people. Infernal Affairs has the same problem too, which was greatly exacerbated for me because I had no idea who either of the actors were. But I eventually sort of figured it out. 44, Parasite. So I've mentioned this a few times. This will probably stay on the top 250, although it's probably not going to be all the way up at 44 because it's a recent movie. So yeah, again, Bong Joon-ho directed this. He also directed Memories of Murder. He directed a couple other movies like Medeo, which Mother, I think is what that translates to. But these are really his two big hits. Parasite's a great movie. This, to me, when I watched it, I felt like this was what movies should be like in 2019. You know, it is a compelling movie, but it's also a surprisingly complex movie, right? So this is a movie about class. No two ways about it. And I think it approaches class in a really good way. I think it covers a lot of ground. There are a couple of things. Now, like I said, great movie. I am thrilled that a lot of people are seeing this movie, right? I have friends who are asking me about this movie who are not super interested in cinema, but they're going out and seeing this. And that is great, to have great movies be widely seen and to have foreign movies be widely seen. That is awesome, especially now with the current state of streaming and everything that's going on. It's great that this movie can be successful. Makes me so happy. I will say, I have a couple of hesitations. Mainly, I think this movie is a little bit tropey, right? It's complex. It's not subtle. The character of the mother, pretty darn stereotypical. Almost the whole family, basically huge tropes. The family they stay with, basically all huge tropes. If you want a movie that's about similar things but is a lot more subtle, I would suggest the movie Shoplifters by, I forget his first name, Hira something or other, Kurita, is a Japanese filmmaker. And in some ways, there's something to the difference between a Korean movie and a Japanese movie in general. Shoplifters is much more subtle. It's remarkably similar in the plot and what it covers, but it's a very subtle take on it and whatnot. It's a really sort of different perspective of it. But subtlety might just be kind of something I like a little bit more than the average person in general. The average person's going to love Parasite, and that's so great that that so many people are seeing it. So, like that a lot. Has a great mix of being really easy to see, but also having a lot of intellectual complexity, and also having a couple of really interesting things. Like there's the Philosopher's Stone in that movie, which is a great image, a great metaphor, and it's a surprisingly resistant metaphor. You know what I mean? It is not a facile kind of like, oh, the heart stands for love. It's a surprisingly interesting metaphor to have slid in there, and one that will make you think, one that you're not going to resolve immediately and whatnot. And I love it that there's a movie that has all of those things coexisting. That is a good postmodern movie right there. 43, City Lights, another Chaplin movie. I haven't seen this for a long time, so I won't say that much about it. 42, Gladiator. Haven't seen this, actually. 41, On to Shab. So A note about this, when you read it in American, will look like it's The Intouchables, which I guess is the title of it in English, is The Intouchables, even though that's not a word. This movie is called Entourage. It's got Omar Sy in it. Again, this is also a kind of a one-hit wonder in some ways. This, along with Amelie, one of the few movies that's almost universally guaranteed to make people happy. What a great, uplifting, lovely movie to watch. The only thing I can say bad about this movie, and it's not really even about this movie, is that I think I'm not totally on board with Ludovico Einaudi, who did the music for this. I feel like a lot of his music is extremely simple and repetitive and could have been written by not anyone, but by a lot of different people. And I think he gets a little bit too much credit for being a compositional genius for his music. But I will admit it serves this film very well. And overall, it's hard to find any fault with Entourage. 40, Psycho. Okay, I've said it already. Go watch Diabolique. It better. But Psycho is an iconic movie. You might as well see it. It's fun to watch. The other thing about it is that it's an iconic movie that delivers, right? So you go and you watch it because you want to see Norman Bates and because you want to see the shower scene and whatnot, but it delivers. It's still a fun movie. It's a compelling movie and whatnot, and it's as Hitchcockian as you can get. 39, Modern Times. So this is a Chaplin movie. It's like half sound, half silent. This, I think, will probably be the highest rated Chaplin movie. This is one of the movies that's talked about most. I will take a brief moment to mention that Chaplin has a couple of other great movies that aren't on this list. Well, he's got tons, but two that are really interesting. One is Monsieur Verdoux, which is a movie where he plays a serial killer. And it's a really interesting movie, but it's great. There are not too many movies like that. You should check it out. Another one is called Limelight, and this is an unreal movie. It's about an aging clown, basically, who is more or less Chaplin's tramp character. What's his name? It's Calavaro or something like that, who meets a young sort of ballerina or something like that and shows one of them on their way up and one of them on the way down. Okay, there are plenty of movies like that, like A Star is Born. But this is, Limelight. You should really check it out. Such a bittersweet, melancholy movie. But back to modern times. Like I said, cinema and modernity have always been intimately connected. This movie touches on that. You've probably seen some of the scenes of him working on a supply line and whatnot. Interesting to see how man is molded by the economy and whatnot, by capitalism and the lot. This movie is a comedy, but it's also about those things. There's no two ways about that. 38 is Terminator 2, Judgment Day. I have seen this movie. I don't know if I have anything to say about it, to be honest. Okay action movie. Again, terrible roles for women, but it's James Cameron, so what are you going to do? 37, The Pianist. I haven't seen this movie. I have not really watched any serious Holocaust movies. It's personal choice. 36, Back to the Future, a classic. I don't think this is really a very good movie, to be honest, but it has an immense traction in our culture, and, people are attached to it, and there's nothing wrong with that. 35, American History X. I'd probably have to watch this again to really know what I think about it, and I'm not going to. So this was directed, I think, by, what's his name? Anthony Kay or Tony, something like that. It was a guy who mostly did music videos, which is kind of interesting because the movie is filmed in a lot of ways a bit like a music video. It has a lot of super close-ups, almost looking like a Sergio Leone standoff or something like that were kind of common in music videos from like the 90s and whatnot. It also has the black and white and color thing going on too. Edward Norton is a really likable actor in some ways, I think, and he does a good job here. I don't know how I feel about this exactly, though. I don't know. I think it's probably a pretty darn clunky movie. I think doesn't really offer any kind of real political take, besides that, being a neo-Nazi is bad. But, is there anything wrong with that? I don't know. Probably not. I do wonder, is this movie kind of I don't know. Is it shoving it in your face a little bit much? Maybe. The Lion King, 34. This is interesting. Disney, their game is colonizing the inside of your head. Almost nobody has lobbied harder for intellectual property laws than Disney, for extending how long companies and individuals can own copyright, for extending how long you can make money off of an image. And there's no secret to why they do that. Disney mainly is making movies for kids. That is maybe the easiest place to embed an image into people's emotional understandings and to make things have a firm, effective connection, to make things near and dear to people, and then they sell those things. That's, in some ways, cinema it's hard to find movies that are not exploitive in some ways. Disney is kind of the worst of it. But on the other hand, The Lion King is pretty darn good. I mean, they have a lot to leverage, right? They have the images, they have the music. Elton John, I think, wrote the music for that movie. And it's also pretty darn interesting, that the Lion King made its way eventually to Broadway. I think that happened after the movie, right? Because that makes it accessible to a higher class audience too, which is pretty interesting. That suddenly, you think, oh, this is just some kid's animated movie or something, but suddenly it's a Broadway play, and all these rich people are going to see it and whatnot, and it has this sudden air of refinement. So Disney really, they have a lot that they can leverage to colonize your brain and to make it so that their characters, things they own, images they own that you cannot use, are somehow wedged into your mind and are connected to your emotions in a deep way and whatnot. It's interesting on the release of Disney Plus at the moment. It's interesting to see how much they have to leverage. 33, Harakiri. I mentioned this earlier. It's something or other Kobayashi. Shojiko Grand Scope. Okay, we talked about this movie already, so I'll skip it. 32, The Usual Suspects. So this is a Bryan Singer movie from 1995. This is a lovely movie. If you like clever movies, watch this movie. This is a little bit more of an uncompromising action movie, but it's got the clever twists and whatnot. This, of course, has one of the most legendary twists of any movie in it, and I won't say anything more because I don't want to spoil it. But it's also a good movie in its own right. Even so, some movies it's they're single use. Once you know the twist, it's well, forget that. Don't bother watching it again. The Usual Suspects, I don't think is like that. I watched it twice, both times a long time ago. But rewatching it, I think it was enjoyable because it's a slick movie that's well put together. 31, Interstellar, haven't seen it. 30, Leon, The Professional. This is a nice movie. I think it's a little bit overrated, honestly. But it's clever and it's got the vibe. You know what I mean? I think it's a little superficial maybe. But it's clever. The ending's nice. And yeah, I don't know. 29, The Green Mile. I mentioned that we'd be bumping into Michael Clark Duncan again at some point, and here he is in The Green Mile, which is a Frank Darabont Jr. movie. So Frank Darabont, we're going to bump into again at the very top of the list because he directed The Shawshank Redemption. The Shawshank Redemption is actually an adaptation of a Stephen King short story called Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption, and The Green Mile is another Stephen King short story. I felt a little bit... I didn't like this movie that much, and it was partly because of my expectations, okay? The Green Mile, at the time, its IMDb summary, said something like, a prison guard finds a prisoner with a remarkable ability. And I thought, wow, that's cool. I wonder what the remarkable ability is. It's one of these cases, again, where you want to see the ingenuity of the movie. You're like, what could a remarkable ability mean? I want to find out and whatnot. Well, it turns out it's a supernatural power, which maybe I should have realized because it's Stephen King, but for me, that was a big letdown. I don't think it counts as a spoiler very much because it happens very early on, and I think it's important to know about The Green Mile. This is a supernatural movie, okay? Don't go into it expecting another Shawshank Redemption or something like that, okay? That said, in some ways, they are somewhat closely related, but I don't think The Green Mile is anywhere close to it, and I don't totally understand why it's quite as famous as it is. There are some compelling things about it. Percy, I think, is one of the villains in the film. Really hateable, so there's that. But I don't know. It's also, I don't know, I think it's maybe not a surprise that Frank Darabont hasn't really had much other success, I guess. I don't know that much about him, though. I don't know why that is. 28, Spirited Away. Okay, so we've been sort of skipping through most of these Hayao Miyazaki movies, partly because probably we've all seen them, partly because I watched them when I was really young and I don't have that much to say about them. And we're going to continue that trend and move on to 27, Saving Private Ryan, which I haven't seen, and move on to 26, Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. I think Episode 5 is higher on the list, but this will be a decent time to talk about Star Wars in general. So, there are different stages to people's perceptions of Star Wars. You watch it first when you're a kid and you want to become a Jedi and whatnot, and then you learn that midi-chlorians aren't a real thing, unfortunately. You thought maybe you had a lot of them, but turns out they're not real, and you're not going to be using the Force anytime soon, unless one of you has. Let me know. But then you grow up a bit, and eventually you kind of think, Star Wars, it's dumb, and whatnot. And then, once you, I don't know, get even older or something, a lot of people come back around and they're like, oh, no, I see why this was so important. Or they take like sort of the academic view of it and want to be like, yes, I see why this was so meaningful. And I guess I just said that, but it's very common for people to shift over time and to think, oh man, this is really overrated. I went back and I watched it, and the acting in these movies is terrible. Classic opinions. And none of those are like ludicrous things to think. It is true that these movies were really pretty different from a lot of the stuff that came before them. The universe building that they entailed hadn't really been seen before to the same extent. There were things that were, in the same ballpark. Like, obviously, there were movies about space and whatnot. Like, there was 2001, things like that. And there were, things like Buck Rogers, way, way back, and Flash Gordon and whatnot. There were sort of things about space, but the space opera and whatnot really didn't exist before that. And it is a powerful genre because it taps into a lot of elements of fantasy that have been on forever. I mean, like I said, you watch this movie, you think, hey, maybe I could be a Jedi or something like that. Any movie that can get you to do that, any movie that can get you to fantasize is going to be successful. Unfortunately, it's going to be successful in a commercial sense. If a movie can make you fantasize, it can make you buy stuff. It's interesting to see how many, now that we're in Star Wars sequel land, which I think is unfortunate, but at the same time, a lot of the times when people are going to be ranting against, endless sequels or how many, about, oh man, these new movies, they're just trying to make money. Most of the times, the original movies were also just trying to make money. And that is the case for Star Wars. They were never so holy as to be this great thing above commercialism or whatnot. No. These were blockbusters from day one. And it is what it is. I mean, they, inspired generations, helped generations to fantasize, and I guess there's something to that. But yeah, so Star Wars, I don't know. I should check it out. It's true. Some of the movies will look pretty clunky these days, but it's also true that they were a huge departure from a lot of different things, and really some pretty radical thinking in some ways to make them, and some great special effects and some iconic moments. At the end of the day, part of cinema is that it is intimately entwined to culture. Part of it might be that it's art, but part of it is that it's intimately entwined to culture, that it's moments that everyone knows, and things don't need to be great acting or anything like that to be part of our culture. Now, I may say that, but I also reserve the right to not watch any Marvel movies or anything like that, and to be a curmudgeon when it comes to modern things. 25, It's a Wonderful Life. So we mentioned this, Frank Capra. What a classic movie, a Christmas movie. This movie is sort of a nostalgic thing for a lot of people, but it does a lot of things that make it a good nostalgic thing, that make it easy for it to be like that. Yeah, you should check this out. It's a really easy entry into older movies. You can even watch the colorized version of it, which frankly, a lot of people like to, rant about how evil colorization is. I watched the colorized version of this once. Seems fine. I don't know. Kind of cool, I think, to see an old movie in color, to see that and whatnot. Is it violating Frank Capra's Directorial intent, I guess. Would he have made a movie in color if he had the choice? Yeah, probably, but who knows? Either way, another lovely movie. 24, The Silence of the Lambs. Okay, great thriller. This movie is kind of a story of underdogs in a lot of ways. Jonathan Demme was some random, not major director. Anthony Hopkins was thinking about going back to being a theater actor. Jodie Foster was not an underdog at all. She was very famous. I forget the person who wrote the screenplay, but it was like his first screenplay that had ever been made into a movie. It was The Silence of the Lambs or something like that. This movie is electrifying from start to finish. I think easily one of the best thrillers. Again, some good lingering in here. I heard an interview with Jonathan Demme once where he was saying there's a scene where Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster are going back and forth. So Hannibal Lecter and Clarice Starling are going back and forth, about the screaming lambs when Clarice was a kid or something like that. And in hindsight, it's kind of cheesy, the dialogue, but it's electrifying acting, especially from Anthony Hopkins. And Jonathan Demme, I remember in an interview saying, I would have been kicked out of the Directors Guild if I'd cut away from that. They originally had planned to film, and I think they had actually filmed flashbacks for those sequences, but he saw from the performance, no, we have to stick with the magnetism of the actors themselves. And they did that, and it's one of the reasons why the movie is as powerful as it is. The movie's kind of oddly sprawling in some ways. Like, it's got two villains, which is kind of strange, but it carries it off. It is a pretty scary movie, pretty frightening movie. I will say, a friend of mine pointed out somewhat recently that the movie is transphobic. That's, I think, almost certainly true, and I don't exactly know what to make of that. It's an interesting question, how you should take politics into account with your movie taste. I don't know if that basically rules out our appreciation of the film. I don't think so, but it's something to keep in mind. 23, Life is Beautiful. I haven't seen this. Like I said, I haven't seen many Holocaust films. 22, City of God. I will say one thing about, so Life is Beautiful is Roberto Benigni. Again, that's in the same generation as Giuseppe Tornatore, very much a throwback to Fellini and older Italian cinema and whatnot, very much a nostalgia for that. City of God, 22, very slick movie, big, intense, compelling movie. I don't know if I have a lot more to say about it than that, but if you like action movies and don't mind a lot of violence, this is definitely one to watch. 21, Seven. This movie I had spoiled for me, unfortunately. Still watched it. And this is a movie that you really don't want to have spoiled for you. It really depends on the twists and whatnot. But, legendary cast, and it sure has some twists. That said, is this movie kind of the same as a lot of, CSI shows these days? Yeah, it is, honestly. This movie, I think, set a lot of them in motion. A lot of the CSI kind of stuff, I think, can trace its roots back to the success of this back in 1995. And for me, I think that hampered it somewhat. So I didn't find that movie quite as awesome as I think I might have otherwise, but who knows. 20, Seven Samurai. Okay, so Kurosawa. This is, like I said, maybe the samurai film to start with. Legendary movie. It's long. The scope is enormous. It's epic. I think this movie more or less holds up. I think it's fun to watch. It is pretty long. I don't know. I think it more or less holds up. That said, you hear sometimes this is one of the greatest action movies ever made. Don't go into it thinking that, okay? This movie is what it is. It's a great samurai movie. It's a seminal samurai movie. But, if you've seen modern action movies, you're not going to have your mind completely blown open by this. But it is a good movie and you can enjoy it. 19, Goodfellas. Like I mentioned already, I'm a little bit hesitant about Goodfellas because I just get rubbed a little bit the wrong way by the glorification that goes on in it and whatnot. By the glorification of really outmoded tropes of masculinity in particular. I mean, the violence and the criminality too, also, obviously. But the main thing that does it for me is I just don't like the glorification of the machismo in that movie very much. But it's a slick movie. It's a nice period piece. It's a great way to remember what JFK Airport was called before JFK, because they go there a bunch. Idlewild, by the way, is the answer. I also think the ending to this movie is not that great. But 18, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So I said that 1975, or I said that the 70s had some of America's best movies, when there were sort of American auteurs and whatnot, and when we did have the influence of modern European cinema, but when we also were using some of the traditional infrastructure for stories and whatnot, some of the traditional techniques to some extent. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is an example of this. Easily one of the greatest American movies ever made. Unreal movie. Also a terrific book. And the book and the movie are really different, so you can read them both and love them both. This has really vivid characters. This is an example of a movie that absolutely nails the complexity to simplicity sort of spectrum for characters. You've got R.P. McMurphy, played by Jack Nicholson. You've got Nurse Ratched. You've got Chief Bromden. You would think, like Nurse Ratched, for example, you would think maybe that Nurse Ratched would be like kind of a stereotypical like character, whatnot, just like the overbearing, control freak, in control nurse person or something. But that's not really what she is. And when you watch the movie, it's a very interesting and unique character, which is pretty cool. That I think steers clear of the tropes that it could potentially fall into pretty well. R.P. McMurphy, similarly, okay, maybe it's a bit of a classic Jack Nicholson role, but I think it's pretty well done. I think if I watch this movie now, there might be a couple ways in which this movie might seem a little regressive. Nurse Ratched maybe would be one of them. Maybe some of the portrayals of mental illness, I think, might seem a little bit dated. But that hadn't occurred to me when I watched it the first time, and what an incredible movie. It's a movie that will leave you stunned, I think, afterwards. And that's pretty cool. The Matrix. Yeah, I don't know. This movie's okay. There's some interesting stuff about this movie. One thing that's to note is its similarities between Dark City and The Matrix. One thing that's fun about Dark City, so Dark City was a movie that was filmed on the same sets as The Matrix, but came out a year earlier. It's pretty darn similar, which is interesting. Obviously, movies don't just get made in 1 year, but there was some influence there. It's got, what's her name? The woman who's also in Requiem for a Dream and House of Sand and Fog, and in all three of those movies stands on the end of a pier in almost an identical shot. Kind of strange. She's also in the music video for Roy Orbison's song. What song is that? I'm getting tired, man. I Drove All Night. So whoever this actress is. Let's see here. Where were we? Oh, the Matrix. Right. So, I don't know. There's some interesting stuff to be made about sort of the modern world and whatnot. With the Matrix, in some ways, it's a prototype for a certain understanding of postmodernity as completely disembodied, as a completely disembodied experience, and whatnot. And there's a lot of ground to be covered. I don't know how convincing some of it is, but there's a lot of theoretical ground to be covered in talking about simulation in relation to the Matrix. 16, Joker. Well, I haven't seen this, and I'm not going to, but I do live kind of close to the stairs in this movie. I don't think that this will stay at 16 for very long. I don't know if this will stay on the list at all. It might, but I suspect not. 15, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. Let's do the Lord of the Rings movies all together, I guess. So we'll come back to that. 14, Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, usually considered to be the best. We talked about Star Wars already. 13, Inception, haven't seen it. If you like clever movies, you'll like that. 12, Forrest Gump. I think this movie is pretty overrated. So obviously it's fun. one thing that's interesting about this movie is that this is another movie that really is good at getting lodged into people's affective memories and becoming the site of a lot of nostalgia and sort of reflective emotion for people. And like I said, it's not a coincidence that some movies do that. Well, sometimes it is. You get cult films, sometimes it does seem like a coincidence. But for movies that are really known for that, it usually isn't. And one of the clever things that Forrest Gump does is it references these iconic historical moments in the film. And I think that's one of the reasons why why it can be pretty easy to become sort of attached to it nostalgically, is because the movie itself has kind of this nostalgia going on. You know what I mean? It's kind of a greatest hits thing, like in the soundtrack, which here is a case where I think they do kind of cheat a little bit by just cherry picking sort of these greatest hits and whatnot. Like, let's just call up, the Emotion Man and get him to give us, Love Her Madly and whatnot, and we'll stick that by the Doors. We'll stick that into the movie and whatnot. And like, okay, that to me, a little iffy. This movie obviously is Trope City, which for me is a big, big downside. But oh well. The other thing that I think is a little bit interesting about it is that it's also kind of a ripoff of the movie Being There, which I think is a lot better, a lot more subtle, but maybe a little bit dated. It's a movie, Being There is a movie with Peter Sellers in it playing Chance the Gardener. It's from like 1980, so it predates it by a while. It's interesting. It's about this guy who plays a gardener on an estate for somebody for a long, long time and has never really left the estate. And then the person who owns it dies, and he heads out, and he has a lot of interesting encounters with the world, very much in a kind of Forrest Gump manner and whatnot. And for a movie where one of the central things about it is like kind of the uniqueness of the character, like, oh, look, he sort of bumbles his way through history and whatnot. Like, it is kind of a blow, I think, that that's not really original and doesn't really come from that movie. Now, is it like a blatant ripoff? No, I mean, I'm not like alleging a lawsuit here or anything, but it's something to keep in mind. So this movie has never quite done it for me. I also have never really been as in love with the Alan Silvestri score as some other people. So they use this like music of the period. They use the period music for all the flashbacks, but the present time has the Alan Silvestri music in it, which is, some people really think that that's really a great score. It's never really done it for me, though, to be honest. Okay. 11, Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. So we'll save this for the Lord of the Rings coming up. 10. Can you believe it? We're at 10. Oh, man. 10 is Fight Club. What an interesting movie. So this, I mentioned earlier that in the 90s, there was sort of an upswing in independent cinema, and that finally made its way into Hollywood by the late 90s, early 2000s. Fight Club is another example of that. Another example of that wasn't on the list, apparently, is American Psycho, which is another really interesting movie. American Psycho is, I won't talk about it, but somebody mentioned, a nice quote about it is that it was a rampantly misogynistic book turned into a feminist movie, which I don't know if that's really true, but it's an interesting thing to start thinking about that movie, at least. Fight Club is kind of in the same ballpark as that. This was also based on a book written by Chuck Palahniuk. Haven't read it. This is a divisive movie, and that's one of the cool things about it, I think. This is a movie that you'll watch the first time and think, whoa, dude, this is so subversive, this is really great and whatnot. You'll watch it again, you'll think, oh man, this is like such a crappy endorsement of like mainstream masculinity and whatnot, and like, ugh, yick. And then you'll watch it again, and you'll think, oh no, wait a minute, it's so it's one that you go back and forth on a lot, and I think that that's pretty cool. There are not a lot of movies that can have such strong opinions about it that fluctuate so much, even between people. I don't think anyone should be really very confident in what they claim about this movie. And this is one of the things I was saying earlier. It's fine if you are ideologically precluded to enjoy some movies, precluded from enjoying certain movies. That's fine. But for movies that are actually pretty darn tricky and complicated, just spend some time thinking about what the ideology really is. And Fight Club is a remarkably resistant movie when you try and put it into some box of ideology. It's not going to go, okay? So people who sort of are in the, let's cancel Fight Club because it's, hyper masculine or something. I see why they say that, but I think there's a lot more to the movie than that. That's not to say that there aren't, It's not to say that we disagree politically on anything necessarily, or that maybe there are iffy moments in the movie, but this is a complex movie. I think the one thing to say about it is that a movie like Fight Club maybe only comes around once or twice in a generation. Movies that can be so idiosyncratic and compelling, divisive, are not common, and that's pretty darn cool. I don't know if I can think of... there's a couple of other movies I'd put into this category. Maybe Todd Browning's Freaks or something like that is similar in the ballpark of just kind of bewildering movies and whatnot. But Fight Club also has vibes, big time. Got cool music by the Dust Brothers and the Pixies. And overall, I mean, you got to see this movie. Got to see it. 9, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the best action movies ever made. That's not the whole story. I've seen this movie a lot. I've got a lot of trivia about this movie. There's all kinds of funny things, like the bridge that they blow up towards the end. They actually had to do that twice because the first time they did it, the cameras were not rolling. There was interference. There was crosstalk on the radio channel they were using for the production, and they accidentally blew up the bridge before anyone was filming, so they had to rebuild the whole thing and do it again. This is an absolutely iconic movie, but it's also just so darn great. It's got great classical vibes in terms of, like, you see how the plot's kind of laid out, you see how things are kind of going to go, and then things start to shift and change and whatnot. They're shifting allegiances all over the place. This is just such a great movie. This also, I said maybe Cinema Paradiso had the best score. This obviously is another contender for one of the best scores to any movie. Such iconic music. Of course, those two written by Ennio Morricone, both. But I will throw, by the way, on that list, we also have Breakfast at Tiffany's with Henry Mancini, which is not on this list, but the Ecstasy of Gold, one of those songs, was such a great song, apparently, that the scene was actually choreographed to the music. So Ennio Morricone wrote the music, and Sergio Leone liked it so much that he choreographed the scene to the music. Usually it's the other way around. It was still scored for the movie, obviously, but this is another movie that does a great job of signposting the finale. You really know when the epic ending is, and that is so fun. This movie takes you through so much. It's really kind of the complete roller coaster ride of things. One thing I love about this movie that Sergio Leone is great at, and there's not a lot of other directors that do this, I think, as well, is that the sort of adventurous sidetracks that this movie goes on, where it's like they're headed off in one direction, then whoa, turns out, nope, there's going to be some other episode that's like, okay, well, we're going to go do this for a while. And then that ends, it's like, oh, wait a minute, sidetracked again. This movie really does that. They hang out in Andersonville. They do all kinds of crazy things. You really get a full ride, and then eventually you also get a pretty interesting take on the Civil War, too. And then eventually you arrive at the finale, and it is about as epic as it could possibly be. So a great movie that you should check out. I would say watch the longest version of it you can find. There's a couple different ones out there. But fantastic, fantastic movie. 8, Pulp Fiction. Well, okay. I've said I don't totally love Tarantino. That's true. For me, I've never really been much of a fan of the Grindhouse thing in general. I don't totally love completely senseless violence, which is sort of a staple of his movies, and superficiality being the other one, I think. Basically, all style, no substance for me. His latest movie, I've only seen 2 of them, so I don't want to, make too bold of claims, but Pulp Fiction I thought was okay. It's pretty slick. But what is it about? I don't know. Does a movie have to be making all kinds of big claims? No, but I do think there's something to wielding a lot of axes without having anything to say. You know what I mean? To having a big, bold movie that makes a huge impact without really having much to say about it. The other thing about Tarantino is that all the movies I watch of his, and every time I see his stuff, I just get the feeling that he's a creep. And that, to me, is not an ideal thing. Not an ideal characteristic of a movie, is that it makes you think the director is a creep. But, oh well. I did watch in theaters Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, because it's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I thought it would be nice for somebody who likes movies a lot. I was completely wrong. I hated that movie so much. I would have walked out if I wasn't there with a friend. But absolutely hated that movie. So superficial, counterfactual, creepy, just on the wrong side of so many things. And I think downright disrespectful too, and almost shockingly regressive. So not for me. But I will say, Pulp Fiction, I see the style, I see the music. Tarantino, you can't say he doesn't have taste, you know what I mean? But not for me. Let's see, where were we? The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. So let's talk about The Lord of the Rings. I don't know how much I really have to say about this. Here's one thing that I think is pretty interesting about the books of The Lord of the Rings, is that they were popular. Those are challenging books. But these are things like in my dad's generation, that people actually read these things. I can't imagine people in my generation or the ones below me reading books that are that like long and complicated and whatnot. I mean, I read The Hobbit, and you get through that and fairly much. You can get through that pretty easily. But once you actually get into the real Lord of the Rings books, they're dense, and they're not very exciting. It's interesting to me that those were once a huge staple. And I don't know, I don't want to say says a lot about whatever, but it is interesting that used to be a widely known thing. The movies, I think, the best praise of them is that they are a great adaptation of a very complicated source material. Peter Jackson almost seems like he was born to make those movies and whatnot. Born to make a trilogy of incredible scope and whatnot that does seem like it's rewarding. It's incredibly rewarding in its universe. I feel like there's almost no other universe that's as great. Like I said earlier, if a movie can make you fantasize about being in the movie, it's doing something right. It's going to sell a lot of merch. And Lord of the Rings, without a doubt, will make you fantasize about being in the Lord of the Rings. And that's pretty high praise, I think. So, Schindler's List. Well, haven't seen it. Like I said, haven't seen a lot of Holocaust movies. 12 Angry Men. So, I said we'd mention Henry Fonda again. So he's in this movie. He plays juror number 12. He's kind of the classic upstanding American. He plays that role in a number of films, including this one. And this is a great movie. It's really a simple movie. It's a courtroom drama. To me, if I had to say, if someone told me, look, you get one black and white movie in the top, 5 or something, or one in the top 10, if you don't count Schindler's List, or one in the top, 19, Seven Samurai, the second one, I would not have picked 12 Angry Men. I think that movies like Double Indemnity, White Heat, some other ones, Make Way for Tomorrow, which isn't even on the list at all, I think there are other movies that are better, but this is a good example of a classic film. It's a lot of fun, and I think in some ways, the support that this movie has gotten over the years is in part snowballs on itself and whatnot. I think that most of the black and white movies that I just listed deserve the kind of rating and the kind of attention that this movie gets. This movie is appreciated partly because it's really great, but partly it's achieved the kind of 5 on the top 250 list because it was already there and whatnot, and because people go into it with high expectations and it lives up to them. I think a lot of the movies are like that, but I don't think that people read through this list and get all the way down to Double Indemnity, wherever it is, and think, this is going to be amazing, and then watch it and love it. They do see 12 Angry Men as 5th, and they watch it because of that and whatnot. So it has some stuff going for it, but great movie, iconic. I will say a quick shout out to the movie 12, directed by Nikita Mikhalkov. It's an interesting remake of this. For The Dark Knight. So I will actually talk about this. I know I skipped over all the other Christopher Nolan Batman movies. You can't say this movie isn't clever. It definitely is. And that is, I think, the main thing it has going for it. I came into movies from cleverness, from that perspective. And really, that's a good place to enter movies because a lot of movies are clever. And that's a virtue of a lot of movies, especially a lot of classic movies, which I think is something people don't realize a lot. They watch some of these newer things and whatnot, some of these heist movies, they like the cleverness of them. They don't realize that almost all classic Hollywood movies, or most of them, tend to be really clever too. That's just kind of part of the machinery. The Dark Knight, it delivers. It delivers on the cleverness. Now look, I liked this movie a lot when I was younger. I think I outgrew it. At the end of the day, I don't think I can really watch this movie too seriously anymore. But it is fun. And hey, no shame if it's a movie that you really like. But maybe behind me. 3, The Godfather Part 2. Okay, we'll do The Godfather together. I was almost certain that we'd bump into Bonnie and Clyde on this list, and I could give a history of violence in cinema. And that's not going to happen, because we didn't see Bonnie and Clyde, and I am too tired to go wind up that machine. But all I'll say is we talked some about the production code, where gangsters weren't, you couldn't really have like gangsters be your protagonists and whatnot. Now, they did serve as anti-heroes with Cagney and whatnot. There was sympathy there. He was likable in some ways. It wasn't until The Godfather, and this is kind of one of the reasons why it was so earth-shattering, is because it was kind of the first time where that really came together, where you could be inside of the family and whatnot. And you could, you could go all out on being with the gangsters and whatnot. That just didn't really exist in movies before that, and it had a big impact. These movies also, they are stylish. They are interesting, right? You don't really get this perspective otherwise. They are, they've got some action in them, pretty compelling. For me, I'm not completely in love with the Godfather movies, neither one of them. I think there are other gangster movies that appeal to me a little bit more, like Once Upon a Time in America or some of Cagney's movies. I also just feel like, I don't know. In some ways, I feel like these movies are victims of their own stereotypes. I don't know if that's going to make much sense, but when you get a feeling for what The Godfather will be like, it's kind of out there. Like, The Godfather's kind of out there in our cultural understanding already. People kind of know what these movies are, even without seeing them. And I think that's a little bit disappointing in some ways, because then you go watch the movies, and they're kind of just that. They don't really go above and beyond too much. Now, is that the curse of fame? Partly you could say that, but also, I think that these movies are kind of simplistic in what they are. Now, they're complicated in some ways, and they're big and sprawling in some ways, but in other ways, they don't really have that many tricks. They're kind of a vibe-based situation where it's going to be a gangster family, and that's what's going to happen, basically. And now we've seen so many other things that have sort of spawned from that it kind of seems like that, to me, I don't know, a little played out, maybe. But, again, look, 1972, 1974, what did I say about the 70s being one of the best times for cinema, being a time where directors were really in control and could really take risks and make creative projects and whatnot? If I had a choice between having more movies like this and having, the Marvel movies, I think I know which ones I would choose. But would I put these 2 and 3 if this were my list? No, I wouldn't. But hey, great movies. You might as well check them out. I will say, don't have your hopes absolutely through the roofs for these. I think that was another problem for me was, I think remember the day that I watched. Yeah, I watched The Godfather Part 1 on March 3rd, 2011. And it was a big deal for me. Like, it was one of the first, it was a big deal for me to watch that movie. I was early in my sort of movie watching odyssey life thing, and that was a big thing. I had huge hopes, and it didn't quite live up to them. Saw The Godfather Part 2 a lot later, had very much different expectations, and I enjoyed it. But, is what it is. Now, number 1, The Shawshank Redemption. Well, again, if this were my list, would this be numero uno? No. But this is a great movie nonetheless. It's a likable movie. I watched this very early on when I had only seen a few R-rated movies. And I had thought, one of the first R-rated movies I watched was Heat, which is an intense movie. It's down on the list of ways we talked about it. And I kind of thought from that R-rated movies were grim and intense and whatnot, and that all of them were kind of these, like, jarring things that would end sadly and whatnot, and it'd be cathartic to watch and whatnot. Well, Shawshank Redemption, not quite like that exactly. And for me, that had a very profound effect. I was like, wow, like, this is what an R-rated movie can be. That's remarkable. But enough about my personal experience with the film. This movie has a lot to like about it. It's got moments that are kind of destined to be iconic. You know what I mean? Lines that are kind of destined to be iconic. And it's also a clever movie. Now, I will say, is it perhaps a little bit tropey? Yeah, I think so. Andy Dufresne, is his character quite as fleshed out as it could be? Nah, not really. Red, similar. Those are relatively simple kind of roles. The Warden, similar. You know, is what it is. But I gotta give it credit. There are not very many people who will come away from this movie and not like it. Now, partly that's because of expectations. You know, expectations are a big thing, and if you're number one on the IMDb Top 250, people are probably gonna like you. Obviously, if you're number one, it's probably going to be a good movie, but also people are going to go in expecting to like the movie, and that is usually a good way to like a movie. It can also sometimes, if you have too high of expectations, it can be bad, obviously, but usually it helps out. So, I don't know. Do I have anything more about The Shawshank Redemption? It's interesting. One thing, I feel like some of my takes on the more famous movies have been worse, partly because I'm more tired, but also because I saw these much longer ago. And some of the lower ones were a lot fresher in my mind because I kind of started at the top and worked my way down, not consciously, but that's just how it ended up going. So, we'll see. No idea if anyone will have made it to this part. I hope that this video did something for you, inspires you to watch some of these movies. I guess it says right here, I've seen 185 out of 250 of these. Like I said, there's some that I will be continuing to watch. There are others I really have no interest in. This list is not a terrible place to get started. There are a lot of great movies on it. A lot of fun times to have, a lot of thoughts to be had about them. Yeah, time to start watching, I guess.